Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Check.
माइक बंद है. स्टार्ट करो. लिसन, आप चेयरपर्सन को इनवाइट कर देना गुड मॉर्निंग के बाद. आई इनवाइट चेयरपर्सन फॉर दिस सेशन. इनका नाम और इनका नाम ये बोल देना, तो फिर मैं ये बोल दूँगी.
ठीक. तुमने लॉगिन किया जो
नहीं. हेलो, गुड मॉर्निंग. हेलो, गुड मॉर्निंग. Good morning to everyone present here. I extend my warm welcome to all the distinguished dignitaries at day 2 of our International Conference on Holistic Wellbeing Jain Perspective. Here we continue our journey and reflection guided by Jain values.
As we start our technical sessions for the day, I would like to invite our chairpersons of the session, Dr. Sumit Kumar Jain and Professor Alejandra Consolaro. Please welcome them on the dais. Alexandra. Okay, sir. Professor Alexandra Consolaro is a full professor of Hindi language and literature at the University of Turin, Italy. Based in feminist and gender critique, her interdisciplinary research focuses on South Asian history and the critical study of contemporary Hindi literature. She leads the Seva research group in the Bhagwan Adinath Jain study program at the University of Turin, now working on the project Distinctive Values and Non-Violent Practices of Jainism and Jainness in Southern Europe. As president of the European Association of South Asian Studies, she has been recognized as Italian Knowledge Leader 2025, a prestigious award conferred on Italian scholars who play a key role in the governance of major international scientific societies. She has translated into Italian Gitanjali Shree's Booker awarded novel Ret Samadhi.
Dr. Sumit Kumar Jain, Head, Department of Prakrit and Jainology, Mohanlal Sukhadia University, Udaipur.
We welcome both our chairpersons to the day. Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am, for your time.
Okay, okay. Hello. Good morning, Jai Jinendra. Welcome to this first session of the second day of this very inspiring conference. I would just like to give some instructions to the people who are going to present. But first of all, okay, just let me get the program. um, we are starting with the keynote speaker, but after that, people who are going to present are kindly requested to stick to 15 minutes because we have many presentations and we will be very strict on time. So it will go more the European way than the Indian way, okay? Sorry about that, but this was what I instructed it about, and you know, I am very, very strict about time. So, okay. Maybe we can start and invite. Oh, yes, yes. That 15 minutes includes the question answer session. So we will give a ring after 11 minutes. So please stop your presentation and allow some questions from the audience. Thank you so much. So we can start with the keynote. Maybe she has to be introduced.
To begin with the first session of the day, I invite Ms. Karina Mayagor for the second keynote address and the first keynote address of the day, titled Seeing the Self Within, the Yoga Pradipa as a Jain manual of meditation and inner transformation. Ma'am, please take the mic from us and give us your insights.
Like this?
Good morning, everybody. It is a great pleasure and honor for me to open this second day of this wonderful conference. And first of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of the presenters of yesterday's presentations for their insights, which have really stimulated me and also kept me awake half of the night together with this jet lag. So please excuse me if I'm a little bit slow this morning. Okay, so my talk today is about a Jain text on yoga. I will discuss the text called Yoga Pradipa as a Jain manual of meditation and inner transformation. And my focus lies on meditation, dhyana, as it is conceptualized within the text itself, so not on yoga as a bodily or therapeutic practice. The Yoga Pradipa offers a rare insight into how Jain ideas of the self are translated into a structured meditative path. And this makes it a particularly valuable source for understanding holistic well-being from a classical Jain perspective. My research is situated within medieval Jain yoga literature, and it is based on philological analysis of Sanskrit textual sources. So I'm a philologist, which means I'm the distant relative invited to the party. What is she doing? Oh, she's a philologist. She's working with manuscripts. So rather than approaching meditation through modern psychological or medical frameworks, I examine how meditation is defined and structured within the text. And the guiding question is how holistic well-being, the overall theme of this conference, is articulated in Jain thought through meditation. And this allows us to understand well-being as a cognitive and a soteriological process. The Yoga Pradipa is a medieval Jain yoga manual with a clearly didactic and practical focus. It is transmitted through manuscripts and was intended as a guide for meditative practice. The text consistently emphasizes moksha, liberation, as the ultimate goal. And meditation, of course, is presented as the central means to achieve that goal. In order to examine the text, I collected manuscripts within India. I found a total collection from spanning from the 14th to the 20th century, comprising a total of 25 manuscripts of this text, Yoga Pradipa, as well as 3 printed early editions. So this text has been very famous. If you haven't heard of it before, the heydays were a little bit earlier, so don't worry about this. We had printed editions in 1911 and 1920, and one Hindi translation and one translation into Gujarati, actually. So the manuscript sources I examined come from 6 prominent libraries or Jain bhandars across northern India, focusing on Gujarat, which stresses the importance of the text in these medieval times. They were quite frequent. So the institutions I visited and to whom I owe a lot in my research are the BL Institute of Indology in Delhi, the Jodhpur Maharaj Mansingh Pustak Prakash, of course Sri Hemachandra Gyan Mandir in Patan, and the Sri Mahavira Jain Arantana Kendra in Koba. Also the Lalbhai Dalpatbhai Institute of Indology and the Bori, the Bhandaka Oriental Institute in Pune. So the texts have different types. So 7 of the manuscripts are so-called multi-text manuscripts. That means they were kinds of, we would say, I think we would call it a digest today. So they would comprise additional text wrote into one manuscript. And those accompanying texts include other Jain texts, yoga text, Jain bhakti text, and also, and this is exceptionally interesting, text from non-Jain yoga traditions in 2 instances. So there was, it was a wider perspective being taken when reading those texts. So what the text is not, the Yoga Pradipa does not focus on bodily techniques or postural yoga, no asanas, no siddhis, no interest in the acquisition of supernatural powers, but instead ritual. Instead, the text directs attention towards inner cognition and mental discipline. They do not care about ritual elaboration and also not about devotional practices. So also visiting tirthas is not one of their focuses. The text actually says, Kim tirthaihi klesha karanaihi. It's one of the quotes from the text. And as we said, meditation is understood as a mental discipline characterized by a progressive inward movement and a refinement of perception. So through meditation, cognition itself is transformed. And I know some of the presentations yesterday also hinted on that process a little bit. So liberation is achieved through insight rather than external action. The text outlines 3 distinct stages of meditation, and these stages represent successive levels of interiorization. And those 3 sequences together describe the structured path towards liberation. Let's have a look at those. Stage 1 is the self within the body. So in this first stage or first step, the attention is turned inward while awareness remains embodied. The self is perceived as being located within corporal reality, and this stage marks the beginning of detachment from external objects. It functions as a preparatory discipline for the deeper meditation following afterwards. The second stage, the bodiless self, involves withdrawal from bodily identification. So here, the self is contemplated as independent of physical form, and this represents a significant step in Jain conceptions of selfhood. So cognitive clarity increases as attachment to the body is loosened. So the third stage is of particular interest. The text introduces a vision described as being like in a dream. So this vision is neither sensory perception nor imaginative fantasy, but it represents a specifically meditative mode of cognition. And through this vision, the practitioner gains direct insight into the self oriented toward moksha, liberation. So we see we have steps here, one after the other. And I remember the discussion we took yesterday. I was reminded of myself starting my Sanskrit journey. After our first year of Sanskrit, we were quite happy reading our first easy shloks from Bhagavad Gita. And then I was thrown into the second year of Sanskrit, where our Sanskrit professor read Kavya with us, court poetry of the highest compositional perfections. And I remember after the first lesson, I went out and I was about to hang myself. And I told a colleague, I'm not coming back. I'm going to drop everything. This is too much. I will never understand it. This happens when you take the third step before the second, right? So I'm somebody who needs small steps on my path. I need to follow one step after the other to feel comfortable and also to increase my own security, feeling secure with the subjects I'm working on. And I very much enjoy the text Yoga Pradipa also offering steps on the way, so you can master one and then go to the second and master that one and feel secure with it and then go on to the next. Let me quickly explain or go forward to this dreamlike stage. This dream metaphor does not imply an illusion or an unreality, but it points to a subtle form of perception beyond the ordinary sense experience. So it functions as a metaphor for interior awareness. And in this context, the dreamlike describes a transformation of the mode of knowing. I was, when I did my research, reminded of Yogindo, a philosopher of the, I think, 9th century, who also has a threefold doctrine of a threefold self in his text, the Paramatma Prakasha, where he distinguishes between an external, an internal, and a supreme self. So Yoga Pradipa may draw on this doctrinal background because it also translates philosophical distinctions into a meditative progression, into a manual of usage. So, thus, the Yoga Pradipa reworks the philosophy into practice. Isn't that what we are all here and learn about? How can we rework the philosophy we have into practice? Metaphysical models are transformed into a meditative path, a very concrete one. So the text functions as a practical manual for contemplative training. Let's have some words on holistic well-being in the Jain perspective. Well-being is not equated automatically with bodily fitness or therapeutic health. Instead, it is grounded in self-knowledge, jnana, and detachment, vairagya. So inner clarity is central to this understanding of well-being, and liberation represents the culmination of this holistic process. So how can philologists contribute to all of this? A philological approach allows us to analyze these concepts with precision. The textual analysis clarifies how meditation is conceptualized as a theory of mind. And the Yoga Pradipa challenges modern stereotypes we see about yoga, and it reveals at the same time Jain yoga as a sophisticated system of mental cultivation. So, to keep it short a little bit, I want to conclude that the Yoga Pradipa can be read as a meditation manual that is structured around the inner transformation process. Its sequential model guides practitioners from embodied awareness in steps to direct insight. And vision functions as a cognitive tool rather than a mystical spectacle. And the text articulates in this way a distinctly Jain model of a way of holistic well-being with enduring, hopefully enduring relevance. So thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Corina, and thank you for being shorter than you were supposed to be, because you...
I cut it a little. I'm German. I'm sorry. Look at the
yeah,
time.
you see. So this is the. So we can allow 5 minutes for question answers. So if anybody has questions, please.
Excellent presentation, Karina. You literally opened my window to the Yoga Pradipa. I hadn't heard of it, so thank you for sharing with us. I had one question. Did you find any connection in this text with Preksha Dhyana or coloration of the soul or colors that people see when they meditate? Did you find any of those information in it?
Colors is interesting. No colors, but sounds.
Oh, sounds. That's a new thing.
So actually, non-struck sounds, anahata.
Oh,
so the text talks about anahata nada, and I do have another presentation exactly on that topic. There's various other subjects within this. Okay. I understand the Yoga Pradipa as a manual that has been drawing from different sources.
Okay.
And Preksha Jnana, of course, is a modern technique, or more modern at least as the Yoga Pradipa, that originates presumably in the 15th or even the 14th century.
Okay.
So I don't think this has been much of an issue back then.
All right, no, wonderful to know.
Yeah, but it would be interesting to see how Preksha Dhyana draws from those earlier texts, as the Yoga Pradipa draws from information of the earlier texts. Haribhadra Suri, for example, there's a lot of Hemachandra also in the text, and also more philosophical texts from the Agams.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for that question.
Thank you for wonderful enlightening it. Just have one question. Did you also gone through a text called Jnanarnava and Yoga Sastra? And how do you compare? I think that also talks about postures and making your body corrections before you get onto a deeper meditation. So how do you compare that with Yoga Pratipa?
Both texts you mention, as also Yoga Shastra by Hemachandra, text around the 11th century, and I think Jnananava is a little bit later maybe than Hemachandra, but I'm not really sure. They are
earlier. Jnanarnava was earlier than
earlier, a little bit earlier. Okay, both of those texts are pretty extensive. So they have a focus on various subjects, right? And meditation, I think in Jnananava is one of 11 or some chapters. Yeah. So I am pretty sure my text is drawing from both of those sources. I haven't singled out all of the verses yet that are concerned. It is definitely drawing from it, but it is shortening it. My text is more focusing on practice. It carries philosophy. It is a purely Jain text from the ethics it comprises, but it focuses on practice. Can we see the presentation again, the last picture, something I want to show you here. You see, this text is... okay, no, oopsie.
Your thought came to me, I asked.
Yeah, okay. So you see, here we have shlok, verse, and afterwards artha, the meaning of the verse. That's a Balava Bodha commentary, not a commentary adding any philosophical depth, but simplifying the text, making it easier to comprehend. This was definitely a manual for working on it. The manuscripts I found were dirty. They had marks on it. That's nothing you put somewhere on your bookshelf and present to your neighbors when they come to visit. It's something you work with, you take notes on it, you practice it. So it has a little bit a different approach, I guess.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Excellent.
Continuing with that question, the same question was ringing in my mind. Jnanarnav is a beautiful text, and you have almost 40 aspects related to Jain yoga, and it talks about the qualities of a meditator, what should and what should not be the object of meditation. It's a very practical manual for a practitioner. So the same question, we wanted to know the comparison between these two texts.
Yes.
That's all. Thank you.
So is it answered? Or should I elaborate a little bit?
That's okay. Thank you.
It's a lot shorter. Yoga Pradipa in all is, we have two recensions of it. One is 90 verses, the other one has 142. So it does not carry the depth of the two other texts, for sure.
Jai Jinendra. Tattva Sutra, 6th Adhyaya, there's a sutra that goes Kai, Vang, Mana, Karma, Yoga. Kai meaning Sharir or body, Kai, Vang, it's Man, Vachan and Kai, or speech, Man, Vachan and Kai. These three are called Yoga in that Shastra. So is that Yoga and this Yoga connected? Is there connection between them? Or are these two completely like different topics?
Tattva Sutra is a lot earlier. So I think the idea and also the definition of yoga we find there is a different one than in later times. We have 1,000 years of difference, of time difference. So definitely the definition of yoga changed. From my understanding, which is still slow, I understand that yoga is much more related to action in Tattva Sutra. And this has been lost by the time Yoga Pradipa has been composed.
हाँ, वो एक चीज और है उसमें, जैसे जो मन वचन काय की प्रवृत्ति का नाम योग है, उसमें जो वो बता रहे हैं ना, दो तरह से हैं जैन ट्रेडिशन में, जो योग प्रदीप का की बात कर रहे हैं ना, योग तो मोह है जोग, तो जो मोह है जोग, तो मोह जोग अलग है, मन वचन और काय का जो परिस्पंदन कहलाता है वो बात जो कर रहे तत्वार सूत्र की। लेकिन जो आप एक्शन की बात कर रहे हैं ना योग, वो नेक्स्ट हरिभद्र सूरी के पश्चात वो चीज़ प्रारंभ होती है। और इन्होंने जो कहा है वो उसमें तो काफ़ी डिफरेंस है, लेकिन आचार्य हरिभद्र सूरी ने एक
मैं हिंदी नहीं बोलती हूँ.
So, I'm sorry.
Well, at least not enough to
But-
follow an academic question.
But
I can.
thank you. I think.
But she will translate a little bit,
maybe
right?
later we can
Yeah.
we can talk about.
But
that.
it sounds
So-
very interesting. Something Haribhadra was in there, right? And
Yeah.
also talking about different yoga
So-
definitions.
Anyway, I think we are
Yeah.
running short of time, so
Yeah.
we have to proceed to the next.
Kindly approach me with questions. I'm very much eager to get into dialogue with you all. And I want to extend, before I go, a warm applause for our student helpers and volunteers for your excellent work during this conference. Thank you so much for all of this.
Thank you, Corina, and I think you will probably have time later to discuss. And so I would like now to call the first paper of the day, which is by Piyush Dinesh Vasa. No? Oh, sorry. Sorry, please. So
Just a minute, sir. I was very sorry for the interruption. Sorry, ma'am. First of all, we'd like to extend a very big thank you to Karina, ma'am. You explored a very new topic, and I'm very sure that most of us here today did not know about the scripture or knew very less about it. And you've motivated us to go back, read, and explore more, in depth about it. So I'm very grateful to you. To express our heartfelt gratitude, I would request Professor Alexandra Consolaro, ma'am, to please award Miss Karina Maylor with a token of our appreciation.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving ahead, I invite Mr. Piyush Dinesh Vasa to throw some light on cultivating peace within and beyond, the role of Jain ethics in conflict resolution. Please welcome, sir.
Hello. Sure. Should I go? Okay. Thank you. Yeah, happy Sunday morning, respected dignitaries and participants. My name is Piyush Vasa, and I'm IT professionals. Over 25 years of experience in e-learning, gaming, augmented reality, and virtual reality. I'm currently working in Tata Consultancy Services, and I'm PhD scholar in Jainism at Department of Jainism, KJ Somaya Institute of Dharma Studies, Mumbai. So to begin with my topic today, we say that about cultivating peace within and beyond, the role of Jain ethics in conflict resolution. So to begin with, just giving one particular idea about my research paper, it says that this paper examines Jain ethics as a philosophical framework for conflict resolution. My central argument is that the peace cannot be sustained only through the external mechanism such as law or institutions. Jain philosophy insists that peace must begin with an ethical transformation at the level of the individual and only then extend into the social life. This slide, just want to cover up why this particular study is there, what is the importance of this study. Despite the advances in governance, law, and international diplomacy, conflict continues across the societies. Most contemporary approaches focuses on managing conflict after it has already been emerged. This is the very important point which I really want to mention here is that because the conflict after emerging, then only we try to find the solution of that particular part. But how we can really be proactive and how we can stop that particular thing to initiate or to begin with that particular part. When it is often overlooked are the ethical and psychological conditions that give rise to the violence in the first place. And this study begins from the neglected dimension where I says that why there is a conflict and what will be the root cause of that particular conflict and how we can really start working on that particular conflict resolution. Jain ethical orientations, this slide shows about that Jain ethics treats moral responsibility as a comprehensive. It governs not only the outward action but also the speech and the inner thought. Ethical discipline is therefore primary because Jain thinkers argues that violence begins mentally before it becomes verbal or physical. And without sustained self-restraint at the individual level, society harmony remains fragile. And this is actually, I've seen in my corporate life, this is the most important part. Most of the people really don't follow, even when it's kind of a meeting room or even it's a kind of discussions and all that particular things. Everyone really try to put that particular idea and they really say that they are only the idea, they are right, and that is what they need to go ahead. But it seems that this is where actually I maybe says lack of knowledge or experience. This is where actually everyone at a corporate world, even after I'm saying that even plus 20 plus experience, even someone is stepping into the particular meeting room and they says, no, this is what I'm saying, it's final. But I think this is where actually we are really missing a point is that nowadays, even me at this age, I really feel that young blood, when they're coming in, they're stepping into this meeting room, they're coming with some brilliant ideas. I say brilliant ideas. But really we are respecting those ideas, and that is where the important part I'm learning nowadays, by the way. That is important. And that is where actually I'm saying this thing, that what is my research focus here in this case. So the paper addresses the three interconnected questions. First, how Jain ethics explains the roots of the conflict. This is the important part which I really want to mention. Second, how Jain ethical principles contribute to the peace building. And the third but most important part is that how the Jain approach compares with the Buddhist and Gandhian ethical traditions. And the aim is conceptual clarity rather than the empirical measurement. About the methodology, I've used a very simple, that methodological, this is a qualitative and interpretive study. It relies on the close textual analysis of key Jain philosophical sources and place these ideas in the dialogue with Buddhist and Gandhian ethics. And the focus is on ethical concept and the relevance to the peace theory rather than on a field work or a case studies. This is actually, I really want to say something once I reach to this particular end of the presentation, that if I really want to extend this particular research and really want to make the quantitative, how I can go ahead with the quantitative one. But because of the time constraint and all that, I was not able to do this particular thing, but I really definitely want to go ahead with this particular extension of this particular thing, I can say. Now, Jain view regarding the roots of the conflict, where we says, according to the Jain philosophy, conflict originates within the individual. Desire and attachment disturb inner balance, while anger and pride intensify this disturbance and lead toward the aggression. And I've seen this again, being as an IT professional, moment there is a kind of a delivery pressure, time pressure, and all that particular thing, and actually the main confidence really breaking down of all the people, and they start really fighting for something which does not have any importance, and this goes on and on and on actually. Importantly, Jain ethics treats harmful intention itself as a violence, and this is the most important and crucial part, which I really want to. I was like, when I was discussing this particular thing with my colleagues, or where even they are not from the Jainism background, even from the different background altogether, and I was explaining them, and they were a little surprised that why I really want to do this particular part actually. And this is where actually I think that this is actually a power of Jainism about to begin with about the violence and what we really define as a violence actually. And such intentions bind the soul karmically and reinforce cycles of suffering and conflict. Now, next couple of slides, which I really want to talk about some of the Jain principles which can be really helpful for the resolution of the conflict. First is ahimsa. So ahimsa functions as a central principle of the Jain ethics. It demands avoidance of the international harm, not only in action, but also in the speech and the thought. And this is where actually, with some of my colleagues, as I mentioned earlier in this case, that when they have a certain mindset, they really want one particular presentation to go on for 15 minutes, 20 minutes. They don't disturb, or they don't argue, or don't intervene. And then they started saying these things. Some beautiful ideas are like on the whiteboard. And this is where actually the actual discussion starts on a very healthy ground actually. And here it says that this makes ahimsa a demanding discipline rather than the sentimental idea. And this is where actually I'm really focusing, is that sometimes ahimsa to be precise demanding discipline, not a kind of just a principle. And by addressing the harm at its earlier stage, it works as a preventive ethic against the escalation of conflict. And everywhere we start seeing this thing that conflict goes on and on, whether it is a society, whether it is a normal gathering, or anywhere actually. After that, I just want to touch upon anikantavad. This is also, I feel, that one of the strongest pillar, where anikantavad addresses another major source of conflict, namely dogmatism. It begins from the insight that reality is complex and the human knowledge is always partial. When the partial viewpoints are treated as absolute, they often generate ideological and religious conflict. And intellectual humility, therefore, becomes an ethical requirement for the dialogue. Aparigraha. The Jain ethics also identifies greed and excessive attachment to the possession as a major source of a social conflict. Aparigraha promotes voluntary restraint rather than the enforced deprivation. And this restraint reduces the rivalry and exploitation and extend the ethics of a non-violence in economic and ecological life, which is especially relevant today. These slides, I'm just touching upon that particular comparison about the different other two philosophy which I've touched upon. Where it says, in comparison with the Buddhist ethics, emphasize on compassion and the mindful awareness as a responses to suffering. Gandhian ethics transforms non-violence into the collective social and the political action. And Jain ethics shares element with both stands out for its strict insistence on non-harm at the level of intention as well as the outward conduct. I will just keep this particular slide because of the time constraint, and I will just conclude my paper in this particular. Says conclusion in this paper has argued that conflict begins within the self before it appears in the society. Jain ethics addresses this root through the discipline non-violence, pluralism, and restraint. And for this reason, it remains a philosophically robust and underutilized resource for peace building today. And with this particular thing, I will going to really conclude. Thank you very much. Please, any questions?
Sir, just I want to know that why are you not adding a forgiveness?
Sorry?
Forgiveness क्यों नहीं ऐड किया? Because conflict को लिए सबसे बेस्ट रेमेडीज forgiveness है. आपने 3 दिया, अहिंसा, अनेकांतवाद and अपरिग्रह.
Right.
What about the forgiveness?
Forgiveness.
Yes.
Again, ma'am, I'm really coming from the, as I said, that in 25 years of experience in IT background, that is where actually my research here. Where in a corporate world so far, whatever I've understood here is that people just say sorry. But the point here is that about the forgiveness is here is that even if I have a conflict or even I have an argument, by the way, I'm not going to say fight, actually. I'm saying people, they forgive because they really want to do this particular part. And I'm coming to your point on why I've not added that particular thing. Forgiveness in the corporate world, I will just go about the corporate world because I'm this thing. This is simple sorry. And the next time onwards, when they are just coming into the meeting room and just, okay, let's start from the scratch. And let's have some brilliant ideas in that case. My research paper really shows this particular thing is that I'm being very practical point of view in this particular case, not on adding on the couple of more principles and just make it my research paper adding more values or more flavor on that thing. But I really touch upon those particular experience which I have faced, and that is what actually I'm just presenting in my research paper. But I completely agree with this particular thing is that forgiveness. But I'm saying that forgiveness is a kind of second stage where it comes, right, actually. But if I really want to come to that particular stage where there is, I don't think about the violence or don't go in that particular thing, that's a second step for me, right, actually. That's idea.
Okay, I agree with you, but not really, because Jainism में forgiveness का just meaning ये नहीं है कि किसी ने कुछ किया तो माफ कर दिया या माफी मांग ली, वो और भी डीप है. तो forgiveness एक ऐसा कॉन्सेप्ट है Jainism का जो हर एक कॉन्फ्लिक्ट को स्टार्ट होने से पहले भी खत्म कर सकता है, स्टार्ट हो गया तो भी फिनिश कर सकता है. तो आई थिंक इट्स माय सजेशन, इट्स यू डिपेंड ऑन यू ऑन योर गाइड. So I think forgiveness is a most important elements for the call.
Sure. Thank you. I'll keep an eye.
Thank you. Can I please, because we don't have time for a debate, maybe we just stick to one question and one answer, and then during the lunch break you can have more discussion. I think we should proceed to the next.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And we will have the felicitations.
The future generation. Protecting the environment is now essential for the survival of humanity. Jain philosophy provide ethical and practical solution for a pollution-free life. जैन सिद्धांत कैसे पॉल्यूशन फ्री लाइफ को हमें बताते हैं कि कैसे प्रदूषण मुक्त जीवन जिया जा सकता है, उसके बारे में चर्चा करते हैं. तो लिटरेचर रिव्यू, फिलोसॉफिकल फाउंडेशन ऑफ जैन इकोलॉजी, तत्वाल सूत्र एंड द्रव्य संग्रह. तत्वाल सूत्र और द्रव्य संग्रह ये कहते हैं पृथ्वी कायक, जल कायक, अग्नि कायक, वायु कायक और वनस्पति कायक, ये 5 प्रकार के जो जीव हैं इनके अंदर चेतना पाई जाती है. मशहूर साइंटिस्ट जगदीश चंद्र बोस ने भी ये माना है कि पृथ्वी में जीव होता है, अनछने पानी जन में भी जीव पाए जाते हैं. तो जैन फिलोसफी ये कहती है कि किस प्रकार से एक इंद्रिय जीव इनमें पाए जाते हैं, और जैन दर्शन की तो जड़ ही अहिंसा है. जब हम इनकी रक्षा नहीं करेंगे तो पॉल्यूशन फ्री लाइफ नहीं हो सकती है. इसीलिए ये कहते हैं, हमने इस पेपर में 4 प्रकार के पॉल्यूशन को कवर किया है. तो ये कहते हैं कि आप ये 4 प्रकार के जो 5 प्रकार के जो जीव हैं एक इंद्रिय, उन तो इसीलिए सभी जीवों की रक्षा करनी चाहिए. पुरुषार्थ सिद्धि उपाय भी यही कहता है. ये तत्वाल सूत्र का सूत्र है परस्परोपग्रहो जीवानाम, जो जैन दर्शन की नींव है. ये कहता है कि सभी जीव जीना चाहते हैं, सभी जीव आपस में एक दूसरे का उपकार करते हैं, सभी जीव एक दूसरे से संबद्ध हैं. तो ये परस्परोपग्रहो जीवानाम सूत्र कहता है. पुरुषार्थ सिद्धि उपाय कहता है कि हिंसा जो है वो आसक्ति और घृणा से उत्पन्न होती है, इसीलिए ये आसक्ति और घृणा जो है भ्रम से होते हैं, इसीलिए भ्रम को क्या करना चाहिए, कम करने का प्रयास करना चाहिए. Aim and objective this research paper. The aim of this study is to examine the environmental crisis through Jain philosophy and assess its relevance for sustainable living. Objective: the conduct of comprehensive analysis and of the modern environmental crisis, to provide a philosophical analysis of the environmental consciousness inherent of Jain philosophy, to present solution to various types of pollution from a Jain perspective, to clarify the practical utility of Jainism can guide all of humanity towards a pollution-free life. The concept of environmental are comparative analysis of Jain and modern perspective. Modern environmental study define the environmental as the totality of biotic and abiotic elements. Biotic elements include humans and animals, plants and microorganisms. Abiotic elements include land, water, air, energy and space. Jain philosophy considered land, water, fire and air are living one-sensed beings. Jainism views the entire environment of conscious and interconnected. The principle परस्परोपग्रहो जीवानाम human survival depends of harmony with a environment. From a Jain perspective, pollution are moral and spiritual issue, not only physical. Greed, negligence, violence, and overconsumption are seen as cause of pollution. Jain principle likes aparigraha, pramadacharya, and anartha dandavrat promote environmental protection and a pollution-free life. जैन सिद्धांत अपरिग्रह और प्रमादचर्या, प्रमाद की वजह से हम बहुत सारे जीवों की हिंसा करते हैं, और अनर्थ दंड व्रत, व्यर्थ में ही किसी कार्य को करना, तो इससे भी क्या होता है, पॉल्यूशन बढ़ता है. तो जैन प्रिंसिपल कहता है कि इनको जितना हो सके इन व्रतों का पालन करते हुए हम इसको कम कर सकते हैं. Pollution versus violence, ahimsa perspective. Pollution is not only physical but moral and spiritual violence. Air, water, soil and biological pollution harm living beings. Non-violence, ahimsa, is the foundation of environmental protection. Major type of pollutions. Pollution are many types, but I covered in my research paper 4 type of pollution: biological pollution, soil pollution, water pollution, air pollution. Pollution are many types, but solution is one, only Jainism. So Jain solution: biological pollution, use of filter and void water, emphasis of food purity and avoiding stain of impure food, non-violent vegetarian and sattvic diet, avoidance of eating at night, protection of all living beings as emphasized in आचारांग सूत्र. तो हम सात्विक डाइट करेंगे, अहिंसक जीवन पद्धति जिएंगे, और रात में भोजन, मतलब सोने के 4 घंटे 3 घंटे पहले भोजन करेंगे, तो वास्तविकता में ये बायोलॉजिकल पॉल्यूशन से हम बच सकते हैं. जैन सॉल्यूशन: सॉइल पॉल्यूशन. जैन दर्शन का एक सिद्धांत है, व्रत है अनर्थ दंड व्रत. वो कहता है कि व्यर्थ में ही भूमि को नहीं खोदना. तो सॉइल पॉल्यूशन कहता है कि ज्यादा खनन करने से, माइनिंग करने से क्या होता है, भूमि बंजर हो जाती है. तो सॉइल पॉल्यूशन इन द जैन फिलोसफी, अर्थ ऑफ कंसिडर्ड अ वन सेंट, मतलब पृथ्वी का एक जीव पाया जाता है इसमें, इसीलिए व्यर्थ की खुदाई आदि नहीं करनी चाहिए. नेचुरल फार्मिंग: लिमिटेड नीड्स ऑफ माइंडफुल यूज ऑफ लैंड, मॉडरेट कंजम्पशन एंड सस्टेनेबल प्रैक्टिस. वाटर पॉल्यूशन. Jain solution: water is living entity, its purity must be protected, use of filtered and warmed water. हमें पानी हमेशा छान करके पीना चाहिए. बचपन से ही सिखाया जाता है. हमारे जैन दर्शन के जो 3 सिद्धांत हैं, रात्रि भोजन त्याग, देव दर्शन और पानी छान करके पीना. तो ये एक तस्वीर दिख रही है स्लाइड में. ये व्यक्ति पानी छान रहा है कुएं से, और छन्ना रखा हुआ है, और फिर बाद में पानी छान करके वहां रखता जा रहा है, और इसी पानी की बिनछानी वापस वो उसी में डाल देगा, ताकि जो जीव उसमें आए हैं छन्ने में वो वापस मरे ना, इसीलिए वो वापस उसको उसी में करेगा. तो इस प्रकार से ये हमें बताता है कि पानी छान करके पीने से कई सारी बीमारियों से हम बच सकते हैं. जैन सॉल्यूशन: एयर पॉल्यूशन. इन द practice self-restraint and non-violence, reduce unnecessary industrial activities and emissions, promote simple, eco-friendly and disciplined living. The principle of non-possessions, अपरिग्रह, in Jain philosophy state consume only as so much necessary. हम देखते हैं कि एक घर में 10 लोग हैं तो 10 के पास 12 गाड़ी हैं, तो आवश्यकता नहीं है, आवश्यकता से अधिक उपभोग क्या करता है, एयर पॉल्यूशन को ही बढ़ाता है। इसीलिए इसका हम पालन करेंगे अपरिग्रह सिद्धांत का, तो एयर पॉल्यूशन से कुछ हद तक बचा जा सकता है। रिसर्च मेथडोलॉजी, द रिसर्च पेपर प्राइमरली यूज टू मेन रिसर्च मेथड, केस स्टडी मेथड। इसमें हमने ये बताया है कि हमारे जो जैन तीर्थ क्षेत्र हैं इसमें किस तरीके से पूरा पर्यावरणीय जो है क्या कहते हैं परिवेश है, पूरा चारों तरफ पेड़ पौधे हैं, किसी प्रकार का प्लास्टिक का आप उपयोग नहीं कर सकते। ऐसे कई सारे, जैसे पानी ताना है, सम्मेद शिखर है, नेमावर है, कई सारे ऐसे तीर्थ क्षेत्र हैं, यहाँ पास में पावागढ़ भी है। तो ये तीर्थ क्षेत्र इस प्रकार से जैन इकोलॉजिकल मॉडर्न एक हमारे सामने पेश करते हैं, जिससे हम ये जान सकते हैं कि किस प्रकार से एनवायरनमेंट पवित्र हो रहा है या कहना चाहिए। और दूसरा, हमने सोशल सर्वे किया है गूगल फॉर्म के माध्यम से एंड लोगों से फोन करके के माध्यम से या प्रत्यक्ष मिल करके। तो उसमें हमने पूछा क्या, वास्तविकता में 10 क्वेश्चन हमने उनसे पूछे, हमने पेपर में दिया है कि किस प्रकार से जैन पर्यावरणीय, जैन धर्म के सिद्धांत पर्यावरण को स्वच्छ बना सकते हैं। कंक्लूजन आए तो इस प्रकार से जैन फिलोसफी ऑफर्स अ कंप्रिहेंसिव इकोलॉजिकल मॉडर्न दैट इंटीग्रेट्स ethical values with practical living being, viewing nature as a system and coexistence rather than a resource of exploitation. It emphasizes compassion, self-restraint, and limited consumption as the foundation of environmental balance. Unlike approaches focused only on technology and policy, Jain thought highlights the transformation of human consciousness and lifestyle when combined with modern scientific advancements. This ethical framework can promote sustainable development and foster of harmonious pollution-free relationship between humanity and nature. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for being very punctual. So we have time for a couple of questions.
Translate it into action. Biggest challenge, just the road from Baroda to Sumandeep University. You see how much pollution there is all the way. Where do we get started is my question. Thank you.
थैंक यू सो मच सर। मैं तो क्या कहते हैं संदेश ही दे सकता हूं, और इसके ऊपर हम स्वयं इसका पालन कर सकते हैं। अपरिग्रह, हमारे पास अगर 2 गाड़ी खरीदने की क्षमता है तो हम चाहते हैं कि एक से ही काम चले, और सामने जो हमारे आस पड़ोस में रहते हैं उनको प्रेरित कर सकते हैं। ये हम कर सकते हैं, और आवाज तो उठा ही सकते हैं। थैंक यू सो मच सर।
नेक्स्ट स्पीकर हैं आकाश जैन। इनका सब्जेक्ट है अहिंसा एंड अपरिग्रह, द जैन वे टू ट्रांसलेशन। क्या है? आकाश जैन नेक्स्ट।
जैनम जयतु शासनम वंदे भरत भारतम. Good morning and Jai Jain to all present over here. Respected chairperson, distinguished scholars and dear delegates, I am Akash Jain, a research scholar from JVBI Ladnu, Rajasthan, and today I am honored to present our paper titled Ahimsa and Aparigrah, the Jain way to social transformation. This study is presented in the context of holistic well-being, drawing from Jain philosophical principles and examining their relevance to contemporary social, psychological, and environmental challenges. This work is co-authored with Ms. Akanksha Jain, Research Associate at Central Agroforestry Research Institute, Jhansi. In today's highly materialistic and fast-paced world, human beings are facing emotional instability, anxiety, and moral decline. Despite technological progress, inner peace and social harmony are increasingly absent. Whether one lives in a village or a metropolitan city, the pressure of consumerism, competition, and unethical conduct affects everyone. Under such circumstances, there is a strong need for inner and spiritual transformation, not only at the individual level but also at the collective level. In this context, Jainism offers two powerful principles: ahimsa or non-violence and aparigraha or non-possessiveness. These are not merely religious ideas but practical ethical tools for restoring balance in life and society. Jain philosophy rests on four foundational doctrines. First is ahimsa, which means non-harm toward all living beings. Aparigraha means limited possession and self-restraint. Anekantvad means non-absolutism and respect for multiple viewpoints. Parasparo pagraho jivanam, the principle of interdependence. According to Jainism, the entire universe is alive and plants, animals, and humans share the same spiritual essence. These doctrines naturally align with modern sustainability ethics such as reduce, reuse, and recycle, responsible consumption, and ecological balance. Ahimsa, meaning non-violence, is the supreme ethical principle of Jainism, described as param dharma. We also say that ahimsa paramo dharma. So in Jain thought, all entities are classified as jiva and ajiva. Jiva is living being and ajiva is non-living being. So every living being, whether human, animal, plant, or microorganism, possesses a soul and therefore deserves protection and respect. Modern scholars compare ahimsa with deep ecology, as both emphasize intrinsic value of all life and rejection of anthropocentric domination. Ecological harmony. Thus, ahimsa is not passive morality but an active ecological and ethical strategy. And according to Jain scriptures, living beings are categorized into sthavara, which means immobile beings like earth, water, fire, air, and vegetation, and trasa, which means mobile things. They are further classified based on 1 to 5 senses. The picture is also showing. Jain ethics teaches that the fewer the senses, the greater the responsibility of humans to protect them. Practicing sthul ahimsa or ahimsa anuvrat means avoiding unnecessary harm, refraining from exploitation of nature, and using resources responsibly. And now the aparigraha. Aparigraha means non-possessiveness. Aparigraha means limiting one's possessions according to actual needs. Jainism teaches that humans are user and not owners of resources. Accumulation beyond necessity is considered unethical and a form of violence. In today's social media culture, display, status, and consumption have become dominant values. This creates psychological stress, financial pressure, and environmental degradation. Unchecked possessiveness leads to mental unrest and social imbalance, whereas aparigraha promotes simplicity, sustainability, and peace. Jain doctrines directly correspond with modern ecological concept means parasparopagraho jivanam says that ecology and interdependence. Ahimsa says wildlife and environmental protection. Aparigraha says circular economy and sustainable development, and Anekantavad says biodiversity and coexistence. Thus, Jainism offers a complete philosophical framework for environmental ethics. To understand contemporary relevance, we conducted a survey of 120 respondents from various Indian states including Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Gujarat, Maharashtra and others. Participants belongs to different age groups, genders and professions such as teachers, students, homemakers, businessmen. This diversity ensured balanced and inclusive perspectives. The findings were highly significant. Over 95% responded agreed that resolving problems without violence is essential for this society. And more than 90% believed that excessive materialism causes social imbalance. And nearly 95% people supported a lifestyle based on self-restraint and compassion. These results confirm that Jain ethical principles remain deeply relevant today. Also, a case study of Ramnathji, who adopted Ahimsa Anuvrat, revealed transformative changes, improved physical health and mental peace, ethical business practices, use of eco-friendly products, positive influence on society. And this demonstrates that ethical living is both practical and transformative. To conclude, Jainism is inherently eco-friendly and human-centric. Ahimsa and aparigraha are universal values not limited to religion. They help reduce violence and conflicts, promote sustainability, restore inner peace, build harmonious relationships with nature. Adopting aparigraha pariman anuvrat prevents environmental harm and excessive consumption. In a world driven by ecosystem, we urgently need an ecosystem approach, one rooted in compassion, restraint, and interdependence. Jain philosophy offers timeless wisdom for sustainable social transformation. Thank you for your kind attention. I look forward to your questions and reflections.
Thank you. And thank you all for being very punctual as well. So we have time for questions. Don't be shy.
Jai Jinendra. Jain philosophy also has another concept of Kal Chakra, and in that, according to those texts, we have Tiloy Pandati, we have Dhavla, we have Mahapuran. They claim that this time is of Dushma Kal after Mahavir Bhagwan, and that Dushma Kal is degrading Kal, meaning everything that will happen will degrade over time. There's nothing that will get better over time. So, if a person who is a non Jain believer, he reads this text and then he reads what we are writing about, we can better society or we can help others, then these two may seem contradictory to each other. Like in one part, we are saying that the time will be degrading, the environment will go, everything will be in a degrading format only. My main motive is that, and now we are saying that we can better society. So how will we, meaning how will we solve that contradictory point of?
Yes, brother, as you said that this is a Dushma Kal, and also a concept in Jainism says like Chetna, Karma Chetna and Karma Phal Chetna also. So we have to move forward to karma chetna, as we can do what we can in the context of Jainism and Jain ideas. We can also be like a torch bearer for this world. I think you got. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much.
So I am now calling Sangeeta Bipin Shah, who will present a paper about harnessing Jain ethical and devotional practices for modern marital health and emotional intelligence.
Jai Jinendra and good morning to all. I am grateful to be here and I'm grateful to the organizers and the organizing team for giving me this opportunity to talk about my paper titled Harnessing Jain Ethical and Devotional Practices for Modern Mental Health and Emotional Intelligence. Let me at the onset be clear about what I'm talking. Some might think that I'm pulling out of context the Jain principles. It's not so. What I would like to state is that Jain principles talk about holistic well-being from the spiritual point of view. While in practice, what we are doing here at Sumandeep Vidyapeeth and medical studies is also part of that. So I will connect why the Jain devotional practices can work as psychological treatments, and I wouldn't find that as out of place from this place. It is included in this. So, like, see, the basically what I want to say is I am presenting a conceptual framework. I have not done any tests or empirical tests, but I would like to open an opportunity for the psychiatric students or psychology students that they can take up this matter and then they can take it forward and manage the emotional stress that the current lifestyle endows us with. So I would like to bring the Jain ethical devotional practices into dialogue with the contemporary evidence-based psychotherapies. The focus is not on religious instruction, please be aware of that, but how time-tested contemplative practices can illuminate mechanisms of emotional regulation and emotional intelligence that psychology already recognizes. Now, this presentation is situated within Jain thoughts and practices, and my aim is to reflect on how familiar Jain disciplines, the three of the six essentials, Samayik, Chovisathostav, and Vandana, they nurture mental balance, emotional maturity, and right conduct, and how these lived practices resonate with insights from modern psychology. Slide 2, please. In contemporary life, we see heightened stress, impatience, and emotional volatility. Mental health care increasingly recognizes that medication and talk therapy alone are not sufficient. Chronic stress, emotional reactivity, and social fragmentation requires practices that train attention, values, and relationships. Yesterday we all talked about what World Health Organization says about health, holistic health. So this forms part of that. This has opened up space for dialogue between psychology and classical contemporary traditions like Jainism. The third slide, please. Jainism is one of the oldest living beings, which everybody has talked about. And although its ultimate goal is liberation, many of its practices are psychologically sophisticated. If you look at it very, in a detailed manner, they train attention, it reduces passions and cultivates humility and compassion. These are capacities central to mental health as well. Revisiting Jain practices allows us to rediscover time-tested methods for steadiness, humility, and ethical sensitivity, qualities that urgently are needed today. Jain philosophy places the mind at the center of both bondage and liberation, because that's what we talk about when we say intentional. There are two types of karmas that we attract, and one is intentional, which is the most dangerous. So that's where mind comes in place. So when the mind is unstable, passions arise. When the mind is disciplined, restraint and clarity follow. Mental well-being is therefore not peripheral, but integral to Jain path. Next slide, please. This study focuses on three widely practiced Jain disciplines. Together, they address how we attend, what we value, and how we relate. These are the three core domains of emotional intelligence. These three practices address different dimensions of inner life: attention and restraint, aspiration towards virtues, and relational humility. Together, they form a comprehensive discipline of emotional refinement. Next slide, please. See, no, I think this contemporary therapeutic parallels, the previous one, fourth, yes, this one, yes. These are the modern psychological practices globally adopted to address the emotional intelligence issues and mental health issues. These include mindful-based stress reduction, mindful-based cognitive therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, acceptance and commitment therapy, dialectical behavioral therapy, compassion-focused therapy, gratitude interventions. These are very closely aligned with Jain principles. Modern therapies already work with mechanisms such as this, and they talk about attention regulation, cognitive reappraisal, acceptance, compassion, gratitude. The question is whether Jain practices embody similar mechanisms. Yes, those who are Jains who are already practicing, they know that yes, these things do work. So, and my analysis also is not different from that. Next slide, please. So that from the three that I have included in my studies, there are many more facets also, but I couldn't include all in my small study. So I have selected only these three. There may be many which we can do it later on. I mean, we can work on it later on. So the first one is Samayik, which everybody knows, all Jains know about that. So what does Samayik involve? Samayik involves deliberate withdrawal from passions or the emotions that erupt. Silence, posture, and reflective awareness. Psychologically, it cultivates the same decentered stance taught in mindfulness-based therapies. This stance allows individuals to observe thoughts rather than be driven by them. And this is an essential prerequisite for cognitive restructuring in CBT. Samayik is not merely sitting quietly. It is a deliberate cultivation of samatha. By observing thoughts and emotions without indulgence or suppression, the practitioner weakens passions and strengthens awareness, an essential step towards right conduct. Next slide, please. The second one which I have preferred to talk about is Chovisathosta, which we normally in Jains, it is well known as Logas Sutra, the recitation of Logas Sutra, which is prescribed for all the Kayotsarg that we do throughout our rituals. So why is this? It is devotional in form. Why has this been placed for virtues and role models? They strengthen motivation, meaning, and ethical behavior. This parallels compassion-focused therapy and positive psychology. Chovisatthostava does more than praise. It educates the heart. Repeated reflection on enlightened qualities gradually shapes aspiration, reminding the practitioner of direction of growth towards fearlessness, clarity, and compassion. When virtues are internalized through reflection, emotional life becomes oriented towards meaning rather than impulse. This aligns closely with modern insights that value-based living enhances resilience and psychological well-being. Next slide, please. The third one which I have opted to include in my study is Vandana. Vandana embodies humility and gratitude through embodied ritual. Psychological research confirms that gratitude improves emotional health, Jain ritual goes further by embodying gratitude through posture and action, not merely thought. Because when we do Vandana, we involve our body, our speech, and our mind, all three together. And research consistently shows that gratitude improves mood, resilience, and social bonds. While the ritual may be elaborate, its essence can be adapted into brief, secular practices of acknowledging support and independence, interdependence, not independence, interdependence. Next slide, please. Now, how do I compare this with modern psychological tools? See, the first one, Samaik. Now, attention in the modern psychological tools, the attention is trained, and attention is in. If we take Jain parallel, it can be trained through Samaik. Attention can be trained through Samaik. When we talk about values or virtues, yes, they are shaped through values. Chavisathostav is that, like values and deep reveration. Chandesu nimmalayra aichesu ahyam payasayara sagaravara gambhira siddha siddhim mamadi santu. So when we are seeking that kind of blessing from God, that I too want to become a Siddha, and Siddha is nothing but, as we all understand, liberated soul. So across all these practices, we see convergence around transdiagnostic mechanisms recognized in psychology. The difference is mainly in framing and the ultimate goals. Like in psychology, we would ask, are these practices for better me? Whereas in Jainism, it would say it is meant for liberation. This is the difference of goals. Yeah, two more slides and I'll be done. So how can we integrate this? And the first one, next slide, yes. The three pillars that I have worked out, that we have to calm the mind. And when you calm the mind, your attention is focused. So it brings on equanimity, and that goes well with Samaik. The second pillar is virtues or values, where we clarify and enforce values and virtues through 24 Sathostav, when we reflect on the meaning of that stav, not just recitation, and gratitude and acceptance that comes along with Vandana. So modern therapies, they do aim all these things, and Jainism already has these things in place as holistic well-being. And there could be, I think I'll wind up over here, there could be more studies done on this. We can take empirical studies, and then we can work out on RCTs and see whether this can be adapted for psychological treatments. We may not, this is not an endeavor to degrade Jain values, but to utilize Jain values or Jain models and bring modern psychological changes in the current stressful life. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we have a couple of minutes for questions.
Yes.
I don't have questions, but I just want to compliment you on the topic that you've picked up. I think it's very essential, and mental stress is really the key thing right now.
Yes.
And if we can have a wellness center that Ashish was yesterday talking about, and integrate both of them, and really implement that, because the families are getting more individual and stress is increasing.
Yes.
And this would be the way to approach it.
Yeah, you have made a very valid point. In nuclear families, we do not have social support system. And when we are lacking in that, how do you deal with your emotional problems? I think, yes, your point is very valid.
Very nice. I wish you much success.
Thank you so much. Thank
you. बहुत अच्छा आपने पेपर का प्रेजेंटेशन किया, और काफ़ी अच्छे, जो आधुनिक समय में जो हमें आज ज़रूरत भी है। और मैं प्राकृत के जो चतुर्विंश स्तव है, प्रतिक्रमण है, इनकी वास्तव में एक आप लोगों ने सुना होगा कि इन भाषाओं को पढ़ने से और इनकी अभी जैसे एक मैं गाथा बताता हूँ आपको। धम्मो मंगल मुक्किठम अहिंसा संयमो तवो देवावितं नमंसन्ति जस्य धम्मो सयामने। ये भाषा का भी एक इफेक्ट होता है जो अंदर से हमें एक पॉजिटिव एनर्जी देता है। वो बहुत अच्छे उन्होंने सठ स्तव के माध्यम से, चतुर्विंशति स्तव के माध्यम से हमारे जितने भी मुनिराज हैं, साधु वृंद हैं, ये रोज करते हैं और 3 टाइम करते हैं, 3 टाइम्स, और इससे काफ़ी अच्छा अंतर। और उन्होंने जो इन्होंने संगीता जी ने बहुत अच्छा प्रेजेंट किया, आपका हार्दिक धन्यवाद। अब नेक्स्ट डॉक्टर जिनेश आर सेठ वो आएंगे और इनका विषय है होलिस्टिक थिंकिंग एंड होलिस्टिक वेल बीइंग रिफ्लेक्शन ऑन जैन लिस्ट मेकिंग प्रैक्टिसेस। आए वो और अपने पेपर का प्रेजेंटेशन।
I'll begin with a verse. Jain vina logassa vivavaharo savvahana nivvahi tasya bhuvaneka guruno namo anegantavayas. Thank you to organizers, to the conference team, volunteers for having me here. Grateful to all the speakers who spoke yesterday, today. I'm enjoying the discussions and the papers. And this is what I'm going to talk about, holistic thinking and holistic well-being. Being a student of philosophy, thinking is what interests me. Philosophers are all interested into thinking, and that is why they are also called as armchair philosophers. They just sit and think, and thinking is invisible most of the times. So what does a philosopher, student of philosophy, has to do with well-being, with health? I mean, subjects that are otherwise quite disconnected, and there is no apparent connection that one might see. What do ancient philosophical texts dealing with abstract concepts have to do with well-being? And this is the main question that I am going to address through this paper. Here's a brief outline. So this was a brief introduction to what I'm going to talk about. I'll speak about what holistic thinking is, and then I'll move on to one practice that Jain philosophers have demonstrated throughout history from the earliest times until today, and that is of list making. I'll come to what it is, and then some more reflection on Jain philosophy and list, more reflections on it, and then concluding remarks. So what is holistic thinking? Well, I can begin with Anekantavada, even though we have been talking about it, that Anekantavada is about non-one-sidedness, it's about denial of absolutism, and so on and so forth. When we talk about holistic, the term itself captures something that resonates with Anekantavada, because Anekantavada denies partiality, it denies absolutism, it denies one-sidedness. So in an attempt to think about what holistic is, Anekantavada is perhaps a very good starting point. So what does it entail? I mean, what does it mean for Anekantavada and holistic well-being? So if we reflect on the evils of one-sidedness, the problems that any ekanta leads to, whether in philosophy or even outside philosophy, we all will come to this realization that yes, indeed, any fragmentary, one-sided, binary thinking has its problems, and it's through Anekantavada, through Syadvada that you tend to address those issues. So denial of one-sidedness does imply holistic way of thinking. And in such a scenario, even though Anekantavada denies relativism, relativity, it still doesn't become itself something that's very subjective. It retains objectivity of truth. It has its own way of conveying what is absolute and what is relative. So there is context, but still there is a way to say what is absolute and what is not. But this paper is not on Anekantwad, so just brief about what is list making practices. Recently, in this book, Carl Stephen Bouthier, he very interesting book it is, and it's on metaphysics as therapy. It reflects on South Asian philosophical practices, on Gnostic yogas. There are 4 thinkers that the author deals with. One of them is a Jain. But the core idea that the book proceeds with is that metaphysical thinking itself is therapeutic. Thinking about metaphysics itself is therapeutic. And I'll repeat it again. Thinking about metaphysics itself is therapeutic. So instead of going to look at how principles apply to our life, I would just focus on the theory itself and then come to how does it apply. So there are different perceptions of what a list does. I'll come to its definition in the next slide, but what does a list do? So on one hand, you have these positive evaluations of what is a list. So lists are extremely effective strategies for authorizing ideas. When you give a list and you try to exhaust what you are trying to describe, the person who is coming across that list feels that, okay, yeah, I'm getting a set of things and that seems to be exhaustive and that seems to grant some kind of authority to what that list is about. But at the same time, some people would say that they consolidate and reaffirm the hidebound taste of the already heard. List colonize the mind and impoverish the imagination. List will always disappoint, even as they promise an inexhaustible world and infinite plenum. So lists will have their own sets of problems to deal with, but at the same time there is something very positive about them. So I'll just focus on what's positive about it instead of focusing on what's wrong with it. So what is a list? This again is a definition that's very basic, simplistic definition coming from the same source. A list is a set of certain objects displayed in a specific order. There are 3 elements to this definition: a set, certain objects or items, and in a sequence, in an order. Bouthier also suggests that the ancient Indian Sanskrit term called a sutra, something that which binds and things together, can perhaps resonate something closer to a list. Okay, moving further. What does this has to do with Jain philosophy and list making? Well, this is just one secondary source, but if you go back to the Agamas, Samvayanga, Sthananga, they are full of lists. It starts with what is 1, what is 2, what is 3, 4, and it goes on and on and on. And I'm not sure if anyone has taken pains to look into those texts, but I'll just illustrate what these texts talk about. So, even children in Pathshalas, they are taught these kinds of things like Ek Atma, then you have 2 Jiva, Sansari, Mukta, then 3 Ratnas, 4 Kashayas, 5 Parameshtis, 6 Dravyas, 7 Tattvas, 8 Karmas, 9 Padarthas, and it's endless. And this is just the beginning. I'll show more on this. So almost every category is classified and further subclassified through lists. And we have a list of 148 karmas. Moreover, such lists sometimes overlap and yet retain their significance. For instance, Jiva, let's take Jiva. It's a Dravya among the 6. It is an Astikaya among 5. It's a Tattva among 7. And it's also a Padartha among 9. Now, do these things have the same meaning? No. That is why they have different lists. Astikaya was for showing what extends in space. Jains are perhaps the only philosophers who would say that both consciousness and non-conscious entities have extension in space. No other philosopher would claim that conscious beings extend in space. For them, consciousness and matter are binaries. They don't share any properties. But Astikaya is a list where you see both these substances together. Each list is designed in a way that it indicates a particular mode of inquiry. And now let's do some exercise. For instance, if I were to ask you, just enumerate me what are 2 things in Jainism. Just go on, there are endless things. Anything that's 2. Rag Dvesh, Paap Punya, Nishchay Vyavhar, Ahimsa, Dravya Bhav, if that is what is 2. Sorry? Maya Mrishavad. Okay. Jeev Sansari Mukta. Okay. Let me put it. Dravya, you have Jiva Jiva. Jiva Sansari Mukt. Sansari Trasthavar. Paramatma Arhan Siddh. Samyaktva Sarag Vitrag. Mithyatva Grihit Agrahit. Asrava Bhav Dravya. And Asrav can go on with Bandha Samvar Nidra Moksha. Everything is Bhav Dravya, Bhav Dravya, Bhav Dravya. Asrav Samparai Kiryapat. Bandh Shubha Ashubha. That is also Punya and Pap. Upayoga Shuddha Ashuddha. Upayoga Jnana Darshana. Karma Ghati Agati. Mohaniya Darshan. I mean, you all are familiar with it. I don't want to go on and on because it's endless. And literally it's endless. I mean, you can just go on with these lists. And this is just about number 2. What about 3? Again, you have so many other things. Like you have 3 Ratnas, 3 Guptis, 3 Yogas, 3 Loka, Veda, Mithya Jnana, Atma, Parinama. And then Uttam, Madhyam, Jaganya is kind of general way of categorizing every numerical thing. So you have Uttam, Madhyam, Jaganya for Kala, for endless numbers of things. 4, Kashaya, Gati, parameters like Nikshepa. When you talk about anything, you have these Dravya, Chetra, Kala, Bhava parameter. Who, what, when, how, where. Sangya, instincts. Anuyoga, Nikshepa, Mangala, Uttama, Sharana, Dana, Sangha, Chaturvid Sangha, then Atikraman, etc. Like Atikram, Vyatikram, Atichar, Anachar. So for those who are completely unfamiliar with these terms, I'm sorry, but I'm just trying to make a point here, and I'll have some more slides on this, but I won't go on to repeat everything. You have lots of things called 5, then 6, 7, 8, and it goes on and on and on. Now my question is why? Why do Jain philosophers enumerate every possible category that they come across? Why are they so much into these things? Especially when they have something called as Anekanta. I mean, why don't you say, no, it's everything is possible. Why do you want to categorize things? Categories and Anekanta sometimes don't go together. When you categorize something, it kind of entails that, this is so rigid. You can't have something more than that. You can't have something less. So, but then there are multiple lists. Yes, I have 2 more minutes. Yeah, thank you. So there are multiple lists, they overlap, but then the question that I'm trying to ask is why? Why do we have so many types of lists? And most of these are kind of exhaustive attempts to describe anything that they are talking about. You talk about emotions, they have a list of emotions. You talk about destructive emotions like Char Kashai, and then you have 9 further destructive emotions that goes on to 13. Now if I ask you, give me any one more emotion that's not covered by this list, I'm sure there might be very few answers to that. If I ask you, like, there are 6 dravyas, right? Give me one more element that can be added to this list. Can we have a 7th dravya, or can we eliminate one amongst these 6? If I ask you why karma is Pudgal, why? I mean, because that's how it can fit into the 6 dravyas. I mean, if the karma is not Pudgal, it cannot be Jeev, it cannot be Dharma, Adharma, it cannot be Akash Kala. Karma, the reason why karma is Pudgal is because that's the only option that was there. I mean, that's one of the reasons. So, when you reflect on these lists, what you come across is an exhaustive way of analyzing, of thinking, of holistically looking at things. And these exhaustive ways of looking at things, of categorizing things, reflects something more than what perhaps we are touching upon. It reflects the ways of thinking of a Tirthankara, the Sarvagyata, the omniscience. Why do they want to do this? I mean, why are we having these many categories across so many lists? I'll just illustrate one and then finish this. For instance, when you talk about the causes of evil, bandha hetu, I'll translate it as causes of evil, causes of bondage. You have a list of 5. Mithya darshan, avirati, pramad, kasha, yogaha, bandha hetavaha, tattvartha 8.1. What does this say? Any evil that anyone commits, there could be at most 5 reasons. One is some evil in terms of intention, that I wanted to do harm to someone, kind of mithyatva, kind of. Avirati, it's a beautiful term, like it's a double negation. So you are not dealing with denial of rati, you are dealing with denial of avirati. What does it mean? Like, so basically rati is to indulge into sensual pleasures, and bhoga. Virati is to go back, not indulging in them. Avirati is not having the vow to not indulge. And the task was to take care of that avirati instead of rati, because rati happens just for half an hour a day, but they are interested into getting rid of that altogether. So they will say, no, you have to get rid of that avirati. Even though you are not watching TV right now, even though you are not speaking bad of someone, so long one has not taken the vow of not getting rid of it, one is still having it somewhere going on inside subconsciously. So avirati, pramada, carelessness, negligence, kashaya, emotions, destructive, yoga, man, vachan, kaya. When you ask Jain, what are the ways in which an individual does things, they will say 9. Man, vachan, kaya, krit, karit, anumodan. It's so exhaustive. And what I'm trying to suggest via this is that, we need to go back to text. In order to make sense of how these ancient philosophical practices have to make sense in our day-to-day lives, we need to go back to the text. Until and unless we go back to them, we won't be able to understand why they are saying what they are saying. And even though texts are sometimes difficult to read, I understand everyone doesn't have the gati or the pravesha to go within it. It's the text that will enlighten us how Jain philosophy has of answers to problems for ourselves, for others, for everyone, whatever, if they have a solution, if at all. So I would just say that reflections on metaphysical thinking themselves lead to a holistic way of thinking. They lead to a holistic way to approach well-being. And in an attempt to talk about well-being, I would say that the focus should begin from oneself, and then if it permeates to others, well and good. If not, still it's fine. Mahavira liberated himself first, and then of course the teachings are there for all. Thank you. So I'm short of time, so I'll just
Thank you. I think we have time for a couple of questions.
Yeah. Yeah.
For me, this is the first time I've heard about it. So, can you elaborate more about this? You talked about all the metaphysical categories that we have talked. How could they help us in our day-to-day life, or whichever way you think it's better to make me understand? Thank you.
One argument that I was trying to make is that we need to feel confident about what the texts are saying to us. Instead of saying that, the texts are from remote past, they don't have any relevance today, let's talk about simple basic principles and see how we apply. Instead of that, we need to understand why these texts are talking about what they are talking. I mean, if we want to talk about ahimsa, anekanta and aparigraha because Mahavira said so, Mahavira also said about these things. And so, until and unless we try to understand the reasons why Jain philosophy is what it is, I don't think we will be able to apply it in the way in which it is supposed to. For instance, ahimsa. Let's talk about ahimsa. Dravya and bhava, right? There are two types of ahimsa, bhava and dravya, that is psychic and physical. Now, until and unless we understand these two kinds of ahimsa and hinsa, we won't be able to practice it. We won't be able to talk about it in a way that is consistent with Jain philosophy. For instance, Jain philosophers will say that if the bhava, if the psychic purity is there, and then even if one ends up harming a being, still it doesn't result in hinsa. Now, people might not understand this. For instance, about list of nirjara, there are in Tattva Sutra, chapter 9 sutra, somewhere around 45, there is a list of 11 stages of nirjara. It starts with Samyak Darshana. What does this mean? Well, that list means that before Samyak Darshana, there cannot be nirjara. Now, all Jains do tapas because they think that it will lead to nirjara. But the text says that without Samyak Darshan, any tap is Bal tap. What is Bal tap? Bal tap is a tap of a Mithya Drashti. That doesn't lead to Nirjara. Now, this might be shocking for many, but I mean, it is what it is. Now, people keep on endlessly practicing tapas without having this realization that no, this is not something that comes first. It has to come only after I have a correct understanding of what is the case, what is not, what is good for me, what is bad for, basically the 7 tattvas. So thinking and holistic thinking will what drive practices in a much more robust and comprehensive way, instead of ignoring all these thinking categories and saying that, these texts do not mean anything to me. I give me something that I can do to my life on a day-to-day basis. It's like jumping a lot and not taking the text seriously. So I don't know if I've answered. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. I think
I have a question, if I can ask, not otherwise.
Very quick one.
Yeah. First of all, congratulations, Dinesh. Wonderful presentation. I just have, my question is divided into two parts. The reference of listing the practices, etc. You have it in the Sthanang Sutra and the Samavayanga Sutra. And the list is exhaustive of the Jain metaphysical details, ethical details, everything. And one more thing is that you have one Bible, one Quran, you have the 4 Vedas. Many people say you should have one Jain text, but that is never possible because of the listing that you have. So just your take on this.
Yeah.
That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I did mention Samvayang and Sthanang during my presentation. So yeah, I'm aware of those lists, and much of this is coming from those texts and Tattvartha Sutra. Regarding one text, I would say Tattvartha does serve a purpose to a great extent, provided one is trained in a way to read the text and then communicate it to others. I mean, I can go on for one sutra and I can enjoy it for myself. I like the text, and I think it makes a lot of meaning to read the text through a tradition and through a Guru Parampara, and then understand what do these things mean. I mean, there are simple basic questions that these texts are trying to address, and Tattvartha Sutra can be a very good starting text for everyone and anyone to understand what Jain philosophy is.
Thank you.
But again, I would say that it's not something that one can make about on one's own capacity. It requires some help. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think this was our last presentation for today's first session. No, it's not present. So I think we can proceed with the conclusion.
Thank you, sir. I'm obliged to call Dr. Srinetra Pandey, sir, to facilitate. Professor Alessandra ma'am and Dr. Sumit, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Professor Alessandra ma'am to present a token of appreciation to our esteemed presenters. First, I request Dr. Mohit Jain to come up on the stage. Next, I request Akash Jain to come up on the stage to receive your token of appreciation.
Next, I I call Sangeeta Bipin Shah ma'am to please come. Next I call Dr. Jinesh R. Seth sir. Next I call Pradnya ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Moving ahead, may I request all participants and esteemed dignitaries to kindly proceed for a short tea break. The next section will resume in next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, hello.
We request all of you kindly be seated. We are about to start. Please be seated in your place. We are about to start. Thank you.
Before beginning the next session, let's felicitate our esteemed presenters. I request Dr. Ashisa Sir to present token of appreciation to Dr. Muskan Jain. Dr. Ashish Sir. Hello. Next, I request Dr. Aditya Jain to come up on the stage, sir. Dr. Aditya Jain to come up on the stage to receive your token of appreciation. Dr. Aditya Jain, we request you to come up on the stage.
Now I request Dr. Ghanshyam Parmar sir to continue with the felicitation. I request Dr. Sailesh Mehta sir to please come on the stage. Sir Dr. Sailesh Mehta. Next, ma'am Dr. Suman Bansal. Ma'am Dr. Suman Bansal.
We now start our next session. I would like to invite our chairpersons of the session, Dr. Purnima Mehta ma'am and Sharmila Oswal ma'am. Ma'am Dr. Purnima Mehta is the head of department for the Department of Jain Philosophy and Research at Sumandeep Vidyapeeth. She is a revered Jain scholar with over 30 research papers and several publications under her name. She has translated the Jain Shabdkosh and many more verses from Gujarati to English. She is a celebrated speaker who has conducted many seminars and workshops around the globe. We are proud to have her as our faculty and the chairperson for today's seminar. We will wait a moment for our other chairperson, Sharmila Oswal ma'am, as we continue our sessions for the day. Okay, so we should start? Okay.
Good morning, everybody, and I welcome you all for this session. We will start very soon because we don't want to run in short of time. So we will commence now. The first speaker, one second. Ashish bhai, just, number.
So our first speaker for second session is Dr. Malaya Kumar. His topic is Jain philosophy and interfaith dialogue for global peace and coexistence. I request Dr. Malaya Kumar to be on the stage.
One more request is, please, all the speakers, I request you to limit your talk with 10 minutes only. Thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Sharmila Oswal, ma'am. Sharmila Oswal is the founder and president of the non-governmental organization Green Energy Foundation and the chairperson of Jain International Trade Organization Women's Wing. She is also known as the Millet Woman of India and has led a revolution in sustainable farming and millet cultivation. Her research area of interest is around agricultural research and advocacy, Green Energy Foundation, and industry recognition. She has also been applauded by Sri Narendra Modi Sir, and at the 100th special episode of Man Ki Baat, Mrs. Oswal Millet story was signed by Sri Narendra Modi ji and was published in online coffee table released by Government of India. She was also honored with Rotary International Women's of the Year in 2007. Please welcome, ma'am. I welcome the next speaker. Please come, sir.
scholar and students present here. At the outset, I want to make it clear that I am not a follower of Jaina religion, but I am a lover of Jaina philosophy. I am Dr. Malay Kumar Bhoi. I am working as assistant professor in Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences, Bhubaneswar, Odisha. So, my topic is that Jaina philosophy, interfaith dialogue for global dialogue for foundation of global peace and coexistence. Here, I have taken nothing new. You all are learned scholar of Jaina philosophy and Jainology, but I am only learner of Jain philosophy. So I have tried to took the relevance of Jaina philosophy to the present context. So at the present time, in the age of globalization, there is encounter between the societies, the religion, culture. So in that we are getting so many good things. Also, we are facing so many problems. There are religious conflicts, bigotry, intolerance, and so many social unrest in the society. So in this critical juncture, I find something valuable, precious in the philosophy of Jainism. And those jewels, those core values which are befitting for the present day's situation. So in this paper, I have tried to make one presentation for interfaith dialogue and for global peace and coexistence in the society. So first I want to tell why Jainism is fit for global peace or fit for interfaith dialogue. First, I want to tell about Albert Einstein. He was a great scientist, everybody is knowing, but he was loving Jainism. Because Jaina philosophy is a coherent philosophy, scientific philosophy. It doesn't give importance to the divine command. Rather, it give importance to the karma. The jiva is considered as the active ethical agent. Secondly, Jainism is beyond sectarian boundaries. Jainism is very much scientific. The empathy, the humility, and understanding are the watchwords of Jaina philosophy. So these are the best thing, the precious values which are in Jaina philosophy, which attracts the thinker for interfaith dialogue. That which I have tried to focus. So I have taken 4 core concepts of Jaina philosophy. Those are of Anekantavad, Syadvada, Aparigraha, and Ahimsa. And all those concepts, how it is befitting in interfaith dialogue, that I am trying to focus. So Anekantavad deals with non-absolutism. That means the reality is so complex, multifaceted, and infinitely many dimensions that a single viewpoint and single perspective cannot exhaustively explain the reality. So, it is one type of epistemic humility. That means we cannot know the reality, accept the jina, or accept the Kevala Jnani. The individual cannot know the reality as such. So, here, dialogue, debate is not important, dialogue is important, mutual.
Thank you so much, Dr. Malaya Kumar. Let me tell you, your presentation was outstanding for the reason I will tell you. The world going through so much war, and I think the last two slides were the gist of the entire world. If they follows this philosophy, there will be no war. And being non-Jain, highly appreciated your efforts. What the presentation, and so sorry you didn't justify it in the time, and even I'm sure for the other scholars as well. Thank you so much. So let me invite the other speaker here. Confluence of naturopathy and Jain principles, ethics, ecology, and the science of self-healing by Robin Jain.
Jai Jineendra everyone, and good morning, respected chairperson, delegates, and all participants here. Myself, Robin Jain. I am currently pursuing research on holistic wellness through Jain principle and practices from Tirthankar Mahavir University. Today I am going to talk about naturopathy and Jainism. It is more like finding the similarities between Jainism and naturopathy and how both of them can come together and bring a solution for our healthcare. So basically, in today's scenario, if we see our healthcare system, traditional healthcare system, it is more about symptomatic treatment. We have a cardiologist for heart diseases. We have a different doctor for different problems. But naturopathy doesn't talk in this way. It is altogether a different thing. In naturopathy, what we deal is the body is as a whole, and we treat one body as a whole, and we treat the body, not the diseases. And we'll talk about naturopathy and Jainism and how can they work together. I'll talk about the materials and method used in this review, primary sources which I have taken, and there is no empirical data or human subjects involved. It's just a review. First of all, to start with about naturopathy, I would like to read 10 laws of nature cure. I prefer calling it nature cure rather than naturopathy, because it is not a pathy in itself. It is a kind of laws of nature which we should follow. So I would like to read those laws. First is, all diseases are the same and their causes are the same and their treatment is the same. This is the first law. Second law is, germs do not cause the diseases. Third is, acute illness is not enemy but a friend. Nature itself is a doctor. Treatment is not a particular disease but of the entire body of the patient. Diagnosis of the disease is not necessary. 7th point, it takes time to cure a patient suffering from chronic ailments. 8, suppressed diseases come to the surface through nature cure. 9, simultaneous treatment of the body, mind and soul. And 10th, no strong medicines should be given to the patient during the treatment. So basically, we are not treating the body. I'll talk about naturopathy in further slides. So in naturopathy, root cause is all same. It is like accumulation of toxins, which is due to the imbalance of our lifestyle, stress, diet, toxins. In naturopathy, we try to detoxify the body through nature cure and through various therapies. Our body is self-healing, and naturopathy is based on that. If we follow the laws of the nature, laws of the nature, doctor is our nature. The nature is the doctor, so we should follow the rules. We have talked enough about Jain philosophy. I'll talk in brief. that we should follow the code of conduct, the vratas, we should follow the karma theory. We believe that whatever the problems we are facing is due to Sata Vedni karma. We all know that physical problems. And the solution lies in the three jewels, Ratnatraya, Samyak Darshan, Samyak Gyan, Samyak Charitra. And Samyak, as ma'am told yesterday in one of the presentation, that Ratnatraya is also for this birth and even for the next birth. So our focus in Jain philosophy is about on Sanyam, Tap, Swabhav, on being inner self, on focusing on the inner self. The first perspective I'm going to talk is about ethics. The Jainism is based on ethics. We know Ahimsa, Man Vachan Kaya Ki Ahimsa, that we all know. Sanyam, Tap, all is Jainism. The core of Jainism is about Ahimsa. And when we talk about naturopathy curing treatment, it is also based on water-based treatment, air-based treatment, mud therapy, all those natural methods. And it is based on the nature healing. So, if I summarize, it is more about prevention is better than cure. So, rather than like treating the diseases, we should prevent the diseases. And it is both of them converge at like the point. It is more about conscious and purposeful living. Second point I'm going to talk about is ecology. We have heard so many times the renowned verse from Tattva Sutra about like the parasparop jivanam, mutual dependence on other jeeves. So Jainism talks about compassionate living, minimalism, aparigraha everyone is talking about. And if we actually implement aparigraha in reality, it is more about minimalism and sharing resources among all the population. And in terms of naturopathy, all the therapies, they are like environmental centric, and they follow the basic laws of the nature, the 5 elements. The next point is diet. So we are talking from yesterday about plant-based diet, like vegan things, that all we are talking, all the Bahirang Tap, Unodri, Ratri, Rasparityag, fasting, and we are talking about mindful and conscious eating. And naturopathy, fasting is also very important because it detoxifies the body, and whatever is the disease, like when we start fighting through fasting, the disease get reversed. Most of the diseases are reversible as per naturopathy. And like we heard yesterday about autophagy. So all these things are like the self healing mechanisms of the body. Next is about mental health. So we have already seen in various presentations that about discipline, about dhyan, like from Arth Dhyan and Raudra Dhyan, we should focus on the Dharma Dhyan part, and various yoga which we are seeing, Pratikaman, Samayik. I'll not talk much about Jainism philosophy because we are already listening to it. But when comparing to naturopathy, there we talk about stress management, we talk about mindful living, and we talk about yoga, various forms of yoga and exercise. So basically, both of the things, Jainism and naturopathy, they talk about mind, body, and consciousness. So if I summarize, both are governed by the laws of the nature. The focus is on ethical living, diet, mental purity, sustainability, sustainable ecosystem, and in naturopathy and Jainism, both are driven by preventive health care, both are sustainable for sustainable living and compassionate living. To conclude, I would like to tell that both as Jainism, like when I was not a Jain scholar, I used to believe Jain is more than a religion. It is a way of living. And today I am seeing that it's very true in today's context, because the laws of Mahavir are relevant to the laws of nature, and they are very more like they are very much required in today's world, when we are seeing that many of the diseases are like like they are more because of healthcare lifestyle issues. So the principles of Jainism are more relevant, and they are more aligned with naturopathy, and both of them can work together to be like live a healthy lifestyle. Thank you.
You have completed. Now we can have a few questions. Okay.
Yes.
I was facing various health issues till the age of 55. I tried everything. I got partial results. Then I understood nature science. I experienced and I got miraculous results. After that, I started reading Shastras. So my interpretation of Jainism is entirely different. And according to me, Bhagwan Mahavir Swami has exactly told us nature science. And I support this and I propagate this with as a healthy Jain diet system with supporting sutras. So there's no ambiguity. I show this is the sutra, this is the meaning, you practice and you get the results. So whatever the nature science says, Mahavir Swami has clearly said it, but unfortunately we have grossly decoded it in a wrong way. We have distorted and diluted it. That is why Jains are equally diseased like anybody else. But then there is a very clear science which says Mahavir Swami has also said the same thing, and I show it with the sutras. So I agree with you that nature science is the ultimate science, and everything is run by the law of nature, and so we have to follow the law of nature. And Bhagwan Mahavir Swami has also taught that in various sutras are there, multiple sutras are there, but
Right, sir.
unfortunately that are not bought in public domain. Thank you.
Yes, right, sir.
माइक देना उनको.
Thank you. We live in the world of science and fact-based evidence.
Yes.
Are there any case studies done to prove the point that you are making?
Sir, I am currently pursuing naturopathy diploma as well, and I see multiple cases getting resolved with nature cure.
Are they,
I'm trying to,
are they documented in public literature?
not, but I have seen many practical cases.
Okay. Second question, where is the best Jain naturopathy clinic in India?
Right now there are none.
Well, it's a challenge for Sumandeep to take it over.
Thank you.
That's the good one, Bhupen Kaka. Okay, thank you. And it was very nice. You finished before the time, so the scope was there for the questions. Sorry, the earlier speaker couldn't get the questions time. Thank you. So next speaker. Yeah, hello. So here we are inviting the next speaker, Dr. Mukesh Jain, who is going to talk about present on environmental thoughts in Jainism, my very favorite topic. So Dr. Mukesh Jain.
जी okay madam, I am here. First of all, Jai Janendra to everyone, respected chairpersons and all scholars. As my topic is environmental thoughts in Jainism, Jainism is founded on the principle of live and let live, that जियो और जीने दो, जो आज के समय की एक महती आवश्यकता है. And the core ethical doctrine of Jainism in Parasparo Upgraha Jivana, which is told in the Tattvarth Sutra. Most of important thing is that ecological interdependence. That is also that Jainism rejects the development that lays the foundation for human destruction. कि हम ऐसे किसी विकास में विश्वास नहीं रखते जिसके द्वारा किसी और को नुकसान पहुंचे. Jain definition of life. What is the Jain definition of life? Is that life is defined by consciousness, and one sensed being to five sensed being. Everything in Jainism is accepted with consciousness. संसारिण स्थावरा पृथिव्य अप तेजो वायु वनस्पतयः स्थावरा. चेतना लक्षणो जीव means earth, water, fire, air and vegetation, all are living beings. And there are some exceptions that, as told Bhagwan Mahavir, tanse ahyaye tanse abhoye, means water is also a live material. जे लोग अब खाई से अत्तानम अब बाई खाई, it's also told in Acharang. It means if we harm any agnikai jeev, it's just like to harm yourself. Environment itself falls within the scope of ahimsa. As ahimsa told in the Jainism that savve jiva vi ichanti jivitam savve pana piya hua susaya dukha padikula, means कि all beings desire life and happiness. harm to nature is ethically unjustifiable. We should nurture nature properly and exploit it in limited way, but not plunder and pollute it. What is the problem of today's life? That we are plundering the nature, and this is the root of all types of problems. So we should exploit it in limited ways, because everyone wants to live and everybody wants to live happily. Anarthadan, as told in the Jainism, that prayojanam vina papadan hetu anarthadan. Unnecessary digging, deforestation and wastage are condemned in Jainism. Jainism strictly prohibits purposeless destruction, as it is told, Shiti, Shalil, Dehan, Bhavana Arambam, Vifalam, Vanaspati Chedam, Sarnam, Sarnam Apicha, Pramad, Charya, Prabhashante, Ratnakaran, Shravakachar. So, there is mentioned all पृथ्वी अग्नि जल वायु आकाश वनस्पति सभी में जीवत्व की कल्पना की गई है, इसलिए हम किसी को भी नुकसान नहीं पहुंचाए, ऐसा यदि हम सोचेंगे तो हम सभी आपस में हैप्पीली इस अर्थ पर रह सकते हैं. एंशिएंट वार्निंग अगेंस्ट रेकलेस एक्सप्लॉइटेशन. Biodiversity and food chain. As I want to say that if Lord Mahavir were in today's era, he would have given Nobel Prize also, because he says that agam annayaram tasam panam hanmane anege jeev hanai, means harming plants also destroys many visible and invisible organisms. If we harm anything, उसके जो विपरीत परिणाम है वो कई स्थान पर होंगे. जैसे मैं खुद राजस्थान बाड़मेर से बिलोंग करता हूँ, तो वहाँ पे जैसे खेजड़ी का वृक्ष है वो धीरे धीरे खत्म हो रहा है, तो उसके साथ में जो उसकी दूसरी वनस्पतियाँ है, उसके आश्रित जीव है, वे भी खत्म हो रहे हैं. जैसे यदि टाइगर खत्म हो जाएगा तो उसके साथ में उसकी बायोडाइवर्सिटी भी एक साथ में खत्म हो जाएगी. तो ये बड़े आश्चर्य की बात है कि इन सभी चीज़ों के बारे में भगवान महावीर हमें पहले से ही बता चुके. वनस्यै विहिंसितो हिंसयु तयस्ये तसय विविहे पाणे चक्कू से च चक्कू से. ये सारी बातें उसी चीज़ को कह रही है कि यदि हम बायोडाइवर्सिटी को बचाना है तो हमें जैनिज्म को अपने लाइफ में अडॉप्ट करना ही होगा. वेजिटेशन एंड डिसऑर्नामेंट, जो कि आज के समय की सबसे बड़ी आवश्यकता है, कि जैनिज्म से दैट देयर मे बी वेपन्स सुपीरियर टू वन अनदर बट नथिंग सरपासेस नॉन वायलेंस. अत्थि सत्यम परेण परम नत्थि असत्यम परेण परम. केवल इस एक लाइन को अपना लिया जाए तो आज जितनी विश्व में समस्याएं दिख रही है वे सारी इरेडिकेट हो सकती है. और जो हमारा वेजिटेशन कॉन्सेप्ट है उसके बारे में भी हम देखें तो मीट ईटर कंज्यूम्स 10 times more plants than vegetarian. In America, 1 kg wheat requires 50 gallons of water, while 1 kg beef requires 10,000 gallons of water. We can look at the difference. Consuming root vegetables also endangers environment. And in a groundbreaking 2006 report, the United Nations said that raising animals for food generates more greenhouse gases than all the cars and trucks in the world combined. Our 5 great vows, truth, non-stealing, non-possession, celibacy and non-violence, serve as role models to protect environment. In Jainism, Bhogopabhog Parinam Vrat is a vow to limit the quantity and duration of sensual pleasures. And we all practice in our daily life. Who follows the Jainism? Shiksha Vrat is an important part of the 12 vows of a Shravaka. And if we see Jainism and ecosystem, then we find that after attaining enlightenment, Tirthankars preached sitting in Samovasharan, which by itself a complete ecosystem. कि वो केवल ज्ञान प्राप्त करने के बाद में चाहे पशु हो, चाहे पक्षी हो या कोई भी हो, उन सभी को एक समान ज्ञान प्रदान करते हैं. They all attained enlightenment below a tree. भगवान ऋषभदेव under a Ashok tree, भगवान महावीर under a salt tree, and on the bank of Rijupalika river. It connects us with the ecosystem of Jainism. Pratikraman meditation, a way to seek forgiveness for the bad actions in their daily activities towards also environment too. Aparigraha and sustainability, a lot has been told about the aparigraha, but I just want to mention a honeybee model, which is fostered by Jainism, take little, harm none. Honeybee takes nectar from one flower to other flower but harms nothing and transform it in a very sweet nectar. Just like that, overconsumption is considered a form of violation. So we should follow the Madhu Karayate model, and we are Jains and we are following that model. Aligning with, despite consisting only 20% of the population, consumes nearly 80% of the global resources. This is the hypocrisy of the developed nations. Jain text emphasizes on the concept of upyoga or utility in place of upabhoga or consumption. Today we all are on the concept of upabhoga and consumption, and we should go back to Jainism and adopt the concept of upyoga or utility, because it will never harm the environment. So what we want to say that use nature, do not exploit it. Jain Declaration 1990, Dr. L.M. Singhvi links ethics with ecology, and what they want to say that limit household food waste, employ energy efficient technologies, eliminate use of polystyrene and single use plastic, prioritize public transport, use highly fuel efficient vehicles, and it promotes vegetarianism, reduced consumption, etc. Anekantvad, as it was told that Anekantvad teaches us multiple perspectives. No single viewpoint explain nature fully. The seven folds of Anekantvad, yeah, I sum up it. Encourage inclusive and balanced solution useful for addressing complex environmental problems. Syat asti, syat nasti, syat asti nasti cha, syat avaktavyam. There are seven folds of Anekantvad. Conclusion that ahimsa, aparigraha, interdependence, self-restraint, and key text is जब इच्छसी अपनतो तम इच्छ परस्वभी, कि जैसा आप अपने लिए चाहते हैं वैसा ही आप यदि दूसरों के लिए व्यवहार करेंगे तो इस संसार में किसी भी प्रकार की कोई समस्या कभी हमारे सामने नहीं आएगी. आज हम सभी एक दूसरे की लिमिट्स को एनक्रोच कर रहे हैं, इसी कारण वही सारे प्रॉब्लम्स की रूट है. तो हार्मिंग नेचर इज हार्मिंग वन सेल्फ. Jain philosophy supports sustainable living. Once again, the essence of Jain philosophy is live and let live. Jio or जीने दो. Thank you very much.
We can invite one or two questions. If anybody interested, please ask the questions.
सॉरी, थोड़ा दूसरे भी प्लीज रेस करें हाथ. प्रदीप भाई, we would like to definitely give opportunity to others also. So first, please, प्रदीप भाई, एक थोड़ा सा उनको ले लेते हैं पहले, क्योंकि क्या होता है नए लोगों को भी चांस एंड अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलती है ना. या थैंक यू.
जय जिनेंद्र.
जय जिनेंद्र.
ऑल प्रिंसिपल्स दैट वर डिस्कस्ड हियर ऐसे ही सेम, मतलब ऑलमोस्ट सेम, कंप्लीटली तो मैं नहीं बोलूँगा, लेकिन ऑलमोस्ट सेम हिंदू टेक्स्ट में भी मिल सकते हैं, क्योंकि वो भी अहिंसा सपोर्ट करते ही हैं एक हद तक. तो फिर अगर हमें उनके टेक्स्ट से अपने आप को डिफरेंशिएट करना है तो फिर हम क्या पॉइंट्स रखेंगे?
नहीं, हर टेक्स्ट में मूल रूप से एक ही बात कही गई है कि जितनी भी चाहे कोई भी ग्रंथ है, वो ग्रंथ आपस में नहीं लड़ रहे हैं. एक्चुअली समस्या क्या है कि मनुष्य आपस में लड़ रहे हैं. एक अलमारी की सेल्फ पे रखी हुई गीता और कुरान आपस में नहीं लड़ रहे. लास्ट में जाके जितने भी मत है वो कहीं ना कहीं यही कंक्लूसिव रूप से कह रहे हैं कि हम सभी भी आराम से जिए और दूसरों को भी जीने दे. लेकिन जो बेसिक प्रिंसिपल था वो हमेशा यही था कि जैनिज्म के अंदर, मैं मानता हूँ ये कि हर चीज़ को स्टार्टिंग रूप से जैनिज्म में कहा गया है. और कोई भी व्यक्ति यदि जैनिज्म को रूट लेवल से पढ़ता है तो उसे ये पता पड़ेगा कि जो जैनिज्म है वो अपने आप में एक साइंटिफिक फिलोसॉफी है. जैसे मैंने कहा कि मेरी मतलब आज भी हम ये सोचें कि ऐसा कोई प्रावधान हो और कोई व्यक्ति भगवान महावीर को ढंग से पढ़े तो वो वास्तव में यदि नोबेल प्राइज़ के कोई पहले हकदार है तो हमारे लॉर्ड महावीर ही है कि उन्होंने ऐसी ऐसी चीज़ें बताई, चाहे बायोडाइवर्सिटी के बारे में हो, चाहे अहिंसा के बारे में हो. जैनिज्म थोड़ा कन्फाइन इसलिए हुआ कि ये माना गया कि टू रिजिड हो गया. जैसे बौद्धिज्म में कहा गया कि कुछ विशेष स्थितियों के अंदर मांसाहार को परमिट कर दिया गया कि यदि किसी को कोई हानि नहीं हो रही है, आप किसी मरे हुए जीव को खा रहे हो, तो वहाँ पे कुछ रिलेक्शन दी गई, लेकिन जैनिज्म के अंदर हम थोड़े से अपने सिद्धांतों पर काफ़ी अडिग रहते हैं। तो जैनिज्म एक रूट कॉज है कि महात्मा गांधी ने भी जो पंच महाव्रत लिए हैं, वो कहीं न कहीं उन्होंने जैनिज्म से अडॉप्ट किए हैं। केवल उन्हीं को अपने-अपने मत के अनुसार थोड़ा-थोड़ा उन्होंने चेंज कर दिया है और अकॉर्डिंग टू टाइम थोड़ा-सा परिवर्तन करके चले हुए सभी।
The backside, yeah, the student who is standing, this girl. You want to ask? Okay, Pradeep bhai. Keep it little short, huh? हाँ.
आपने जो बताया कि जो पंच तत्व है उसमें वायु अग्नि भी जीव है और उसका भी नहीं यूज़ करना है, महावीर स्वामी के क्लियर कट सूत्र है। महावीर स्वामी ने अग्नि पे पकाना भी नहीं और पका के खाना नहीं, वो भी क्लियर कट सूत्र है। लेकिन आज तक हम 100% पकाया हुआ ही खाते हैं, तो वो हिंसा की बात होनी चाहिए, वो जो जन जन तक पहुंची नहीं है। दूसरा, आपने जो है मांसाहार की बात की, हिंसा है, बिल्कुल सही है, लेकिन दूध और डेयरी की हिंसा की हम बात नहीं करते हैं। 5 करोड़ से ज़्यादा गाय भैंसों की हर साल कत्ल होती है। इंडिया इज़ द सेकेंड लार्जेस्ट एक्सपोर्टर ऑफ बीफ। तो ये हिंसा के बारे में हम क्यों कुछ बोलते नहीं है? क्या ये हिंसा नहीं है? हम
Pradeep
इतना
bhai, I think
लग्जोरियस
we
कंजम
need a session on this. तो आपका इनफैक्ट टॉक होना चाहिए क्योंकि ये क्वेश्चन में कवर नहीं
सर,
होगा.
मैं शॉर्ट में इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा कि हिंसा भी 2 प्रकार की है, आवश्यक हिंसा और अनावश्यक हिंसा। हम सांस भी ले रहे हैं तो इसमें भी कई जीव क्या हो रहे हैं, खत्म हो रहे हैं, लेकिन हम सांस लेना बंद नहीं कर सकते। तो मैंने यही मेंशन किया था कि कई लोग जैनिज्म को इसीलिए अडॉप्ट नहीं कर पाए क्योंकि मानते कि टू रिजिड है। हम यहाँ पर भी बैठे हैं तो कई काम ऐसे हो सकते हैं जिनको अवॉइड किया जा सकता है, लेकिन जो चलन हो गया है आज के समय का, तो हमको उसके अकॉर्डिंग थोड़ा बहुत चलना पड़ता है। लेकिन फिर भी हम सभी लोग ये प्रयास करेंगे कि जैनिज्म को जिस एक्सटेंट तक हम फॉलो कर सके फॉलो करें और दूसरे लोगों को भी मोटिवेट करें कि और भी आगे बढ़ाए।
Thank you, Dr. Mukesh Jain. Very well presented the gist and the philosophy of the environment and Jainism. And यहाँ पे सुमनदीप विद्यापीठ को स्पेशली एक इसके जरिए ये जो आपका प्रेजेंटेशन हुआ और इसके पहले one small assignment for you all. खाली हम जैन स्कॉलर ना रह के, अभी मैं जसवंत भाई एंड मनीष भाई जब आ रहे थे, बड़ौदा स्वच्छ बड़ौदा एक इतना कैंपेन आप कर लो, क्लीन बड़ौदा, पूरे रास्ते में प्लास्टिक, पूरे गाय वगैरह सब जो खा रहे हैं। सो ये जितने भी प्रेजेंटेशन है ये सिर्फ यहाँ पे सीमित ना रहे ऑन द स्क्रीन एंड ऑन द पेपर. सो सुमनदीप विद्यापीठ कैन सेट अ राइट case study and a model for the world. So thank you, Dr. Mukesh Jain, and let's go to the next speaker now. So here I invite Prashant Jain. He will be presenting on emotional intelligence and mental stress reduction, an analytical study on kashayas and karmas interpreted in Jain texts with special reference to psychology. Here we go.
Jai Jinendra, respected chairperson, delegates, and all the active listeners. Myself Prashant Jain, and I am very thankful for the organizing committee to be the part of this international conference. As presented here, my topic is emotional intelligence and mental stress reduction, with a special reference to Jain psychology and analytical study on kashayas and karmas. We all are here from yesterday and discussing on the holistic well-being from various aspects. My topic, which is on the kashayas and the karmas, is not properly on the medical study. It is a philosophical study. I can call it as an ancient medical study for the well-being, for the mental well-being. So I think you all consider it like that. First, so without wasting any minute, I am moving toward the topic. So first of all, I want to clarify what is emotional intelligence. So according to the Mayer and the Salovey, it's very famous. Emotional intelligence is a combination of emotional and social skills that enables individuals to recognize, understand and manage emotions, build relationships, adapt to change, solve personal and social problems, and effectively cope with everyday challenges. And this emotional intelligence is crucial for effective stress management by regulating emotions. As I am presenting here, that who have regulated emotions leads to adaptive coping, problem solving, and which results in the reduced stress and high self-efficacy. So why it is relevant to study emotional intelligence in the Jain perspectives? So I think my font has been disturbed. So Jains are widely recognized as one of the wealthiest and the prosperous economically successful communities, particularly in India and among diaspora. In US, Jains are identified for their independent lifestyles, entrepreneurship, business, and their culture. Today, the handful of Jain people created the special category of Jain food, which depicts their social identity. So it is very relevant to study the emotional intelligence because it is a practice of coping, problem solving. So it is very relevant to study the emotional intelligence in the perspective of Jainism. So my paper stands on the 4 pillars. The first is, what are emotions, where do they lie? Second, what are the getaways, the remedies, then the lifestyle changes. So first of all, what is the core conflict, that is self versus social identity? I am taking the soul identity Jeev as depicted by the Acharya Uma Swami in Tatvar Sutra Upyogo Lakshanam. The soul has the attribute of sentience, consciousness, or knowledge, but it is, as depicted by the Acharya Kunda in the Samaysara Sudpari Chidanu Bhuda Savvassa Vikama Bhoga Bandakaha Eyattassu Vilambo Navrina Suluho Vyattassu, Gatha number 4, that due to the habitual practices of the passions which leads that being are depicting it as the social identity, like they are creating that I am a research scholar or I want to be a professor. I am talking about myself because these are my goals. So I want to be a professor and I am a research scholar, I am working in the IKS division. So these are my social identity. So I am always indulging in these kind of phenomena. So this social identity leads why this social identities has been begun. So this consciousness manifests by the darshan and the gyan, and despite being a conscious identity, the state of soul is downgrading and destructing by their will to introduce as a self as an identity. So there are the 3 things that constitute social identity according to Jainism, namely no karma, then the dravya karmas, then the bhav karmas. No karmas are the tangible things that we can see, that we can feel, and the dravya karmas or bhav karmas are intangibles. So these dravya karma, bhav karma, and no karmas building the cycle. And as you are seeing here, we have the dravya karmas that accumulates with our past actions. These dravya karmas results in the no karmas, the objects that we are dealing with, and because the belongings, our belongings is the no karmas, and due to the attachment and aversion of these no karmas, we are always indulge in the act of bhav karmas by the attachment and aversion, and these bhav karmas again accumulates new dravya karmas, then these cycles go on. So where do emotions lie? In this cycle, where do emotions lie? Soul get affected by the presence or absence of pleasurable materials and indulge in the act of bhav karma and aversion towards belonging, consequently acquiring new dravya karmas. Due to this ignorance, the cycle of bondage is becoming eternal for worldly beings. And to be emotional intelligent is to be cautious towards the bhav karma. Activities motivated by the passions result in long term of bondage inflow, where action performed without passions lead to instantaneous bonds. So now we see the problem that we are in the bhav karmas. So Tatvar Sutra in the Tatvar Sutra, Acharya Uma Swami said that there are 2 types of bondage. One bondage can be created by the passions and the second by the yogic, the actions. The bondage which has created by the passions is the real cause of miseries, or we can say is the emotions, and the bondage that has created by the actions is going also in the arihantas. So this is not the thing to consider. So the kashayas, when we are calling the kashayas the emotions, the Jain Shastras presented the various types that we can divide, categorize kashayas. one can be attachment or aversion, rag or dvesh, or krodh, man, maya, love, or something. Anantanubandhi, pratyakhan, apratyakhan, संज्वलन और हास्य रति रति शोक भय जुगुप्सा स्त्रीवेद पुरुषवेद नपुंसकवेद etc. So we are taking the broadly the four: krodh, man, maya and lobh. So these four kashayas has been further divided and presenting the tool for the emotional intelligent behavior by the Acharya Uma Swami in the Sutra Adyam Samrambha Samarambh Arambha Yoga Krit Karit Nu Anumat Kashaya Viresh Tris Tris Chatush Cha Ikshaha. So this is the measuring the vigilant behavior. So the work which you are doing can be seen in the three stages, that is intention, preparation and commission. And these three stages work can be performed by the action of body, by speech or by mind, which leads into 9 types. Then these 9 types of actions are performed by 3 categories of acts, that is directly by the individual, carried out by the others and the individual instigation, performed by others but met with individual approval. That leads into 27. And these 27 types of actions can be done by the 4 passions: anger, pride, desire and greed. In my paper, I want to create the questionnaire based on this tool, which will helpful for study the emotional intelligence, the model of emotional intelligence according to the Jain perspective in ancient times. So I created 27 questionnaires. Do I have the intention in my mind to express anger? Do I have the intention in my mind to order others to express anger? Do I have the intention in my mind to appreciate others performing their anger? And so on. So full of questionnaires is presented in my paper, so you can go through there. Now this is with our emotions, but there are something that Jainism go beyond the emotions and try to see our things in this, our actions. So in the actions, when we are studying the 6th chapter of Tatvar Sutra, there Acharya Uma Swami listed the actions that are causes for the karmic accumulation. And in these actions I presented full of list of actions in my paper, but here are some actions that you may consider, that if your behavioral input is of deceitfulness, then you will be an animal lifespan. If you are a virulent aggression, possessiveness, then infernal lifespan. So these can be used as the tool as depicted in the mixed model of emotional intelligence that fosters self-regulation. So though both these tools, the tools of emotions and of the karmic bondage, can be used to measure our emotional intelligence. So till now what I presented what are the emotions, where do they lie, and how can we learn our emotions. But what are about the remedies? What can we do? So I can note why the font has changed. So the art of detachment instead of control. I shared it as a PDF, but I cannot guess why it's look like that. So the art of detachment instead of control. I want to convey that Jain philosophy advocated the art of detachment, not instead of control of emotions. Why I am saying about the control and detachment? Why I am bifurcating these two theories? Because if you are controlling your passion, your emotions, you are means to indulge in the karmic particles. By neglecting self-conscious identity, when the soul is attached in the act of deluding karma, then passion arises. To control passions means to indulge in the act of delusion, of ignorance, in other words. So the major cause behind the emotions is ignorance, and the ignorant self-conscious identity is the main cause. So I have to conclude my words. So I am concluding.
I request you to give the remedies in about 2 minutes, please.
Yes, yeah.
Very interesting.
Okay.
And this is the need of the day.
Yeah.
So 2 minutes you focus on remedies.
Sure. So the remedies I presented with the reference of Acharya Kundkun presented in the Samaysar, they presented the Appayo Nananta Mudhadu Pravida Ke Jivam Ajavasam Kambam Chataha Praventi. Whole gathas are from 39 to 42. I am skipping to reading that. They presented that the ignorant being, what they said that I am mental states, I am karmas, I am intense mild karmic effects, I am no karmas, I am the rise of karmas, I am the natural nature of karmic effects, and this leads to the bondage. But the remedies are, he presented that the soul does not perform the result of karmas or no karmas and is considered a knower or a knowledgeable person. Lasts. The doer, identified with the emotion, tried to control result, more bondage. So he clearly says, I am saying that the Bhed Vigyan, the technique of Bhed Vigyan, do not modify, do not assimilate, simply know. The process of detachment we are founding in the Hindu tradition also. That is, karmanyevamadhikarasya ma phaleshu kadachana. But here is the difference in the Jain concept of detachment and the Hinduism concept of detachment, as presented in the verses number 76 to 79 by the Acharya Kundkund in the Samay Sara. Navi parinamadi na ghinnadi uppadina paradavvo pajjahe. Do not modify, do not assimilate, simply know. But what are the things we have to do not modify, do not assimilate? They presented that the knower himself certainly knows material karmas of many kind. First thing, we have to know material karmas. The second thing, knowing his own thought activity of many kinds. And the third, knowing infinite kind of fruition of material karmas. So the result is on the third step. But before the fruition, we have to know the karmas and also the activity. Means not only the results, we have to knower of our actions also to be an emotionally intelligent being. So this is the inner change. But for this inner change, there may be something that we need. So this is the cause and also the manifestation of this inner change. The fourth thing I take in here, there can be more listing, but they are mainly the four bases: Samaik, Anekant, Ahimsa and Aparigraha. I have stated in my paper that these four are the cause and also the manifestation of this inner change. The Samaik, viewing all beings, events as equal. Anekant, why I am taking Anekant? It teaches us acceptance, respecting multiple viewpoints to remove rigidity. Ahimsa, why I am taking Ahimsa, harmony in thought, word and deed, and also Ahimsa means Pramat Yogat Pranavyogram, means unawareness is Hinsa, and when you are aware, it is Ahimsa. So awareness of emotions is depicted by Ahimsa. Aparigraha, non-possessiveness, minimalism, limiting needs to reduce anxiety, and this can be balanced by the Alochana, Pratikraman and Pratyakhyan, which is depicted in the Samaik, like acknowledging mistake without defense, from determining to prevent repetition, asking forgiveness to clearly emotional burden. So this three-step protocol and the four pillars of Samaik, Anekanta, Aparigraha, Ahimsa with internal change can lead to an emotional intelligent person as depicted by the Jain philosophy. And so this is the paper, the presentation of the tool and also the remedies. So thanks.
Very nice presentation. Just one question. I invite only one question. We are running short of time, but it's a very interesting paper. So, yeah, please.
Corina.
Corina, yes, you
Thank
can
you
ask.
for an amazing paper. That's a subject that is really touching me, and I would like to know much more of this.
Yes.
I have a question that I can personally not answer very well. We were talking about emotions and kashayas and how to apply Veda Vijnaya to them. What about emotions and triggers and trauma how do you say trauma-induced emotions that we are not aware of, that direct us without that we are really aware of them leading us in a way, maybe to many more suffering?
Yes, I get your point. You are trying to say that the traumas or anything else that we are indulge very deeply in some emotions and we cannot aware about the soul identity also. So there are two aspects. The first aspect is that Jain philosophy always says about to be a knower of everything. So if you are practicing the Bhed Vigyan or be a knower, then the situation cannot arise. But the same simultaneously, it also says that if you are indulged in such of a deep emotions, So then there is a theory that if you are in the sea and if there are high tides, so can you swim? So what is the better way? Just go with the tides. But when sea gets silent, then you have to be a best swimmer. So you can get my point. Like if you are in the high tides, like if you are very indulged in the deep emotions, then go with it. But when, because everything cannot be perpetual, it transform and is change. And when it's low tide, then you have to the theory, the tool with you that now I have to swim and get over this. So kind. Thanks.
One question, please. A lady from there had raised her hand. Please, you can put forth your question. Yes, yes, please.
So this is the answer which ma'am has asked. I am a psychologist, so I would like to answer this, that generational traumas and the traumas which you're asking, it is very difficult for a person to come out from that trauma, and it takes intense amount of time and energy for a person to come out from that trauma, because it's a deep-rooted grief. So it will take time for them, and there are lots of practices which I will be sharing in my presentation. Thank you.
Good, good. Yeah.
So just adding to your presentation in the beginning you showed, so I feel all scholars here must refer to the case study published by University of Harvard on EQ, IQ and SQ. Why it's highest in the Jain community? Because it leads to that Jain community all over the world, why they are richest and why they are traders and why they are successful business community, depending on their EQ, IQ and SQ. So do refer to this study. So let's go for the next speaker.
Thanks.
The next speaker is Paras Jain. He will be presenting on mental peace through aparigraha in the digital age. Please come.
Namah Shri Vardhamanai, with the blessings of Tirthankar Mahavir and the respected chairpersons and delegations, Sadar Jai Jinendra. My name is Paras Jain and I am working with the Indian Knowledge System, Ministry of Education, Government of India, and I am glad to be here to present my research paper, Mental Peace Through Aparigraha in the Digital Age, through the stage of the Sumandeep Vidyapeeth. I am thankful to the organizing team. Let's start the paper. So what is the problem of the today's era? That this is the digital paradox, means efficiency versus inner peace. Main problem is the technological promise, means digital technology has revolutionized life through smartphones and constant connectivity, offering unprecedented convenience and consumer efficiency. So what is the psychological effect towards this? This simultaneously intensified mental unrest categorized by anxiety, dissatisfaction, aggression and emotional volatility. So what would be the solution for this digital age? So the aparigraha is the key, is the remedy to make a remedy for the digital age. So what is the definition of aparigraha? Aparigraha means the absence of parigraha itself. In order to understand aparigraha, it is essential to first understand parigraha, because aparigraha is nothing but the negation or absence of whatever constitutes parigraha. The definition of parigraha is stated in the Dhavla text written by the Veersen Acharya in 8th century AD, that what is taken or possessed according to this derivation, external objects such as land, etc., are called parigraha, and according and the mental disposition or modification means parinam, which becomes the causal factor in the appropriation of external object, is termed parigraha. So the parigraha is not only the material poverty, it's only the external feature of the aparigraha. It shifts the focus to the psychological freedom. If we don't have the psychological freedom in our mental, in our mind, then we can't gain the material poverty or the full state of the aparigraha. So the main route beyond the parigraha is the murcha. What is murcha? Murcha is the intense mental clinging and the sense of mindness, means mamatva. There is a word in the Jain text, we always see the mamatva. Merapan. We always face the this is mine, this is mine, I have this, I have this. I may want to say that the objects are remain same for all of us, but the visions, the intentional visions of our eyes get changed towards the objects. So the murcha is ultimately the intense mental clinging towards the objects. So the when we have the murcha, then the two features arises, that the rag and the dvesh. So what is parigraha according to murcha? There are two types of parigraha, can be two types of parigraha. There was the traditional parigraha, which we shown as the objects, land, wealth, clothing, tangible accumulations, physical protection of assets. Now we are facing with the digital parigrahas, digital possessions, such as the objects, profiles, followers, and our reach, and the intangible constructs of identity. So these digital parigraha means same root but with the new soil, which while objects have shifting from physical to virtual, the underlying murcha means inner emotional dependence remains exactly as prescribed in ancient texts. So this is the data of the digital users. What is the data? Data as of October 2025, that there are 6.04 billion people who are online every time and 5.66 billion who are active on social media identities, and they spending their 18.5 hours average weekly time spent on platforms per users. So this is all over data, which among them we are also a people who are spending our time on the social media. So this is the main theme of the paper. Let it be simple in its own language in Hindi, that this is a cycle of reaction of rag और द्वेष. What is happening? The ऑब्जेक्ट्स, द पदार्थ, जो कुछ भी है वो हमें हमारे सामने दिखाई देता है हमारे पुण्य और पाप कर्म के अनुसार. सपोज वी आर सिटिंग हेयर और हमें यहाँ पर आप लोग सब दिखाई दे रहे हैं, सोफा, फैन, एसी, सब कुछ दिखाई दे रहा है. ये हमारे पुण्य या पाप के अनुसार हमें आज मिला है इन द प्रेजेंस ऑफ दिस टाइम. बट अब होता क्या है कि अब हम अपनी इंद्रियों को आगे लाते हैं. जो हमें पूर्व कर्म के उदय से मिलना था वो तो यहाँ मिल चुका, परंतु अब आगे हमें जो दिखाई दिया विजन से, हमारी आई साइड से, जो हमें सुनाई दिया कानों से, जो हमें टच करने पर फील हुआ, या हमें जो कुछ भी हुआ, अब हम उसमें आगे बढ़ जाते हैं कि अब हमें जो कुछ मिला अब उसमें हमने सेंस ऑर्गन्स हमने अपने लगाए और उसमें किसी चीज को तो मैंने एक्सेप्ट करना चाहा कि ये मुझे मिल जाए, तो उसके लिए उसमें क्या है, राग, अटैचमेंट. आई फील द अटैचमेंट टुवर्ड्स दैट ऑब्जेक्ट विच वी वांट, विच आई वांट टू वी हैव टू मी. सो अटैचमेंट आगे खड़ी हो जाती है और उन्हीं में से कुछ ऑब्जेक्ट ऐसे होते हैं कि जिसमें हम ये चाहते हैं कि ये मेरे पास ना हो. सपोज अभी सर्दी है तो मैं चाहता हूं कि मेरे पास पंखा ना हो, और यदि कोई फैन ऑन कर दे तो मैं क्या चाहूंगा, आई वांट टू ऑफ द फैन बिकॉज आई डोंट नीड द फैन. सो आई फील द एवर्जन टुवर्ड्स द फैन. सो ऑब्जेक्ट इज रिमेन सेम बट some another people which is staying with in my room with me, he can be want the fan in the winter, even in the winter also. So that this is the illusion of our mind, and this illusion can brought the stress in our mind. So the attachment and the aversion means the rag and the dvesh is the second stage, which is the immediate judgment after getting the objects in the vision of my. Then what happens, restless action. मैं भागता हूं फिर, मतलब कि अगर अब राग हुआ, द्वेष हुआ, तो मैं उसको पकड़ने के लिए जाता हूं कि अब ये मुझे मिल जाए, या मैं उसको छोड़ने के लिए जाता हूं कि अब ये मुझे छूट जाए. और हमारी पूरी लाइफ, जो भी हमारी डे टू डे लाइफ है, इसी चीज में निकलती जा रही है. और सिर्फ एक यही कारण है कि पदार्थों को देखने के बाद, ऑब्जेक्ट्स को देखने के बाद जो उनके प्रति अटैचमेंट और एवर्जन होता है, फिर उसके बाद उनको पाना है या उनको छोड़ना है, इसमें हम निकलते जा रहे हैं, जाते जा रहे हैं. उससे फिर क्या होता है, the karmic bondage, it results to the karmic bondage. Our actions ultimately results to the karmic bondage. तो दोबारा कार्मिक बॉन्डेज होती है, फिर दोबारा उन्हीं से ही, उसी कर्म के उदय से फिर वैसे ही तत्व, वैसे ही सब्जेक्ट, वैसे ही ऑब्जेक्ट फिर से आते हैं और हम फिर से अपने सेंस ऑर्गन्स को लगाते हैं विद द मन, विद द आईज, विद द नोज, एंड फिर दोबारा हम इन सब चीजों में जाते हैं. तो यही सारी साइकिल आज हम देख सकते हैं कि डिजिटल एज में स्टूडेंट्स आर फेसिंग, इवन मी is also facing, that we got the some pop-up or the notification on our screen that here is a new song of the Arijit Singh or any one of the singer, and we have to download the link and just go to the web page and listen the song. So we react according to our man. What does the man say? What does man say? And we go to reaction immediately. So if we like it, then we click the button, bell button or the like button, and if we are going to dislike it, and then we automatically immediately give our reaction to the dislike. So this will results to the karmic bondage. So पुराने हमारे जो कुछ भी परिग्रह थे वे बदल चुके, परंतु जो वर्तमान में आज परिग्रह है वो डिजिटल है। कहते हैं मोबाइल क्या है कि कर लो दुनिया मुट्ठी में। पुराने आदमी के पास तो करीब एक, कहीं कह सकते हैं कि एक घर है, 2 गायें हैं, एक बुलक कार्ट है, ये सब कुछ है, परंतु आज हमारे पास क्या क्या है? हमारे पास आज मूर्छा इतनी ज्यादा है कि मेरे पास एक साइकिल भी नहीं है, परंतु फिर भी मैं रॉयल एनफील्ड चलाने के सपने देखता हूँ, और मैं सपने में रॉयल एनफील्ड चला लेता हूँ और गेम में रॉयल एनफील्ड पे ड्राइव कर रहा हूँ। BMW रेसिंग कार में चल रही है मेरी, आने वाली कभी जो आई भी नहीं है ऐसी कार फरारी को मैं अपने साथ खेल रहा हूँ। तो ये सब चीजें क्या है कि पुराने जमाने में तो चीजें आएंगी बाद में, परंतु यहाँ अभी जो हम अपने दिमाग से जो खेल रहे हैं वो सबसे बड़ा परिग्रह है। मूर्छा इज रिलेटिव टू द मेंटल स्ट्रेस, and the murcha is the basic root of the parigrah, and parigrah becomes to the stress ultimately. So the main disease of the human being is the stress. After stress all the diseases are arising, so the mental remedies is necessary, and the mental remedies is generated from only from the aparigrah siddhant, which is given by the Lord Mahavir. So aparigrah, in parigrah what is happening, the 4 kashayas are emerging. Number 1, क्रोध means anger, मान मीन्स प्राइड, माया मीन डिसीट, लोभ मीन्स ग्रीड। अभी हमने क्या देखा कि हम चाहते हैं कि कोई चीज मुझे मिल जाए और उसको प्राप्त करने के, उसको पाने के मैं नए नए तरीके ढूंढूंगा, चाहे उसमें मुझे किसी को थप्पड़ मारना पड़े, चाहे मुझे एंगर करना पड़े, चाहे मुझे माया करनी पड़े या मुझे लालच करना पड़े, पर मैं उसको पाके रहूंगा उसके बिना रिजल्ट्स जाने हुए। तो ऑटोमेटिकली या तो क्रोध आएगा या मान आएगी या माया आएगा या फिर लोभ। तो ये सारी कषाएं अल्टीमेटली अराइज हो जाती हैं कहां पर, जब यदि हमारे दिमाग में ये हो जाए कि मैंने मोबाइल में ये चीज देखी, मैंने अपने लैपटॉप में, सिस्टम में, वेब पे ये देखा और मुझे ये चीज पानी है। और ऑटोमेटिकली ये चीज तब भी खड़ी हो जाती है जब मैंने मोबाइल या नेटवर्क में ये देखा कि ये चीज मुझे अच्छी नहीं है, तो मैं उसको दूर भगाने के लिए, अभी जैसे हम कहते हैं कि आपको सुबह उठ के गर्म पानी नहीं पीना चाहिए, और हम पीते थे, हमने एकदम नेट पे देखा, रील में, अब हम क्या करेंगे, इमीडिएट रिएक्शन हमारा क्या होगा, हमारा माइंड क्या कहेगा कि अब कल से मैं वो पानी की बोतल भी फेंकूं, गर्म पानी भी फेंकूं, हम अपनी किचन पे भी ताला लगा देंगे कि अब गैस यूज ही नहीं करेंगे। क्यों? क्योंकि अब हम उसके प्रति आकर्षित हो गए, अट्रैक्ट हो गए उस चीज को लेकर, और वी आर फॉलोइंग द अट्रैक्शन एंड द एवर्जन टूवर्ड्स द सब्जेक्ट। तो ये सब चीजें हमारे साथ हो रही हैं जिससे हमें स्ट्रेस निरंतर फील हो रहा है। फिर परिग्रह को 2 प्रकार से बांटा जा रहा है। आप ये कह सकते हैं मुझे, यू कैन अराइज द क्वेश्चन दैट हाउ द मेंटल स्ट्रेस इज अ परिग्रह और द डिजिटल इज अ परिग्रह, बिकॉज इट जस्ट a 2 kilo weight of the device. How can it considered as a परिग्रह? Because it is a परिग्रह. 1 minute more please, sorry. That there are 2 types of परिग्रह, internal and the external परिग्रह. External are of 10 types, जैसे पंखा, दास, दासी, बर्तन, भांड इत्यादि जो हमें कुछ भी दिखाई दे रहे हैं, और इंटरनल हमारे अंदर का क्रोध, मान, माया, लोभ, मिथ्यात्व, और इन सबको लेकर हास्य, रति, अरति, शोक, भय, जुगुप्सा, भय ये परिग्रह है। जुगुप्सा आप एकदम शॉक्ड हो जाते हैं, ये परिग्रह है। तो निरंतर हम अगर रील देख रहे हो और एक्सीडेंट हो गया, तो ये क्या है, ये परिग्रह, इसको ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए था, ये क्या, व्हाट इज दिस, दिस इज अ परिग्रह, दैट immediate reaction of the mind towards the objects, towards the subject which the net is giving to us is the parigrah, and our reaction. So this is the endless cycle of dissatisfaction, that the fire analogy means, उदाहरण क्या है ये कि जैसे आग में जितना भी ईंधन डालेंगे वो सबको जला देगी, ऐसी अगर हमारे पास मूर्छा होगी तो हम जितनी चीजें भी देखना चाहेंगे सब में मूर्छा उत्पन्न हो जाती है। तो हमें कंट्रोल करना है मूर्छा को, हमें कंट्रोल करना है अपने माइंड को, मेंटल स्ट्रेस, तो हमारा मेंटल स्ट्रेस कम होगा। सो द रेमेडी अकॉर्डिंग टू अपरिग्रह इज कि हमें अपरिग्रह सिखाता है एकत्व, अन्यत्व, जो 12 भावनाओं का कॉन्सेप्ट है वो मैं अपरिग्रह सिखाता है कि मैं अकेला हूं, एकत्व, कि मैं खुद हूं, कोई दूसरी चीज मैं नहीं हूं और दूसरे में मैं नहीं जा सकता। तो ये अपरिग्रह में सिखाता है। जब ये चीज हमें समझ में आ जाएगी कि आई कांट डू एनीथिंग ऑफ द अनदर मैन एंड ही कांट डू, इवन ही कांट डू टूवर्ड्स टू मी, सो द फिलोसॉफी व्हेन इट इज अराइजिंग then automatically we get the resolution or the solution from the अपरिग्रह कि मैं किसी का कुछ नहीं कर सकता, कोई मेरा कुछ नहीं कर सकता, ये पदार्थ आज है कल नहीं रहेगा. It is not a perpetual objects, they are the क्षणिक. So why are pushing me to having all the objects with me? So the aparigreh is the path to the digital freedom, and it also impactful for the ecological, for the digital ethics and the social harmony and the global justice. So this is the research and which I did for the mental distress stage and to be the mental freedom. Any questions? I welcome to the questions, and rest to listening me very thankful. जय जिनेंद्र.
पारस जी वेरी वेल प्रेजेंटेड एंड स्पेशली एक चीज मैं आपके नोटिस में लाना चाहूंगी, IKS. हमने कई जन यहाँ बैठे हैं इंक्लूडिंग मनीष जी एंड फ्रॉम द जैना ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. IKS का जो सिलेबस पब्लिश किया तो उसमें नास्तिक दर्शन का खाली एक ही उपखंड प्रेजेंट किया गया, क्योंकि आप अगर एसोसिएटेड है, काम कर रहे हैं IKS के साथ, तो जो जैन दर्शन है, मतलब उनका जो नास्तिक दर्शन का खाली एक ही उपखंड, इतना अनलिमिटेड आपके प्रेजेंटेशन में देयर इज अ एबंडेंस ऑफ जैन दर्शन. सो इसके ऊपर कुछ काम हो रहा है या आपका कुछ योगदान उसके ऊपर?
एक्चुअली मैम, आई हेard योर नेम ऑन द ग्रुप UGC क्रिएटेड बाय द अनेकांत सर. सो ऐसा है कि मैं वहाँ एम्प्लॉय हूँ, तो मेरी वॉइस इतनी वहाँ पे, मतलब आप समझ सकते हैं, इतनी इफेक्टफुल नहीं है. यदि कोई बड़े प्रोफेसर्स, यदि जैनोलॉजी के जैसे जैना है या कोई भी है, यदि वे जस्ट ईमेल भी करेंगे तो वो इफेक्टफुल होगा. देन आई कैन डू एनीथिंग वट एवर यू वांट, बट बिफोर द रिएक्शन ऑफ द प्रोफेसर्स और द बिग फाउंडेशंस आई कैन डू एनीथिंग.
एक सजेशन और है, हम जैन हैं और EQ IQ पहले का जो था, तो मैं बिल्कुल कहना चाहूंगी कि ये थोड़ा हम जैन स्कॉलर्स भी डेवलप करें. भले आप वॉइस नहीं बने, पर पीछे जो है जिसको हम गनीमी या हम जिसको कहते हैं नीतियाँ, रणनीतियाँ, तो थोड़ा आप अगर उसमें कंट्रीब्यूट करेंगे तो आई थिंक दैट विल बी हाईली अप्रिशिएटेबल. थैंक यू सो मच. और एनी वन क्वेश्चन?
Okay.
We have a talk before 3-4 days also.
Yes.
As all of the scholars जो भी यहाँ पे आए हुए, their topic is relevant to the IKS. And I have seen that Indian government is so much supporting to the IKS. So I just want to know that you have, title of topic of all of us. If anyone is interested in this, how we can work with the IKS grant purpose?
Okay. There are some parameters on the iksindia.org website. There are several programs organized by the IKS India. There are the minor programs, and they conclude the 17 themes in the minor program. And I am facing that there are not any course given by the Jain professors to the IKS division. So this is the first priority, to give the course as a minor course of 4 credit or a 2 credits or a 10 credits or a 24 credits as a elective course or a core course, foundation course, which we will run through the IGNU platform, and for the students to learn the Indian traditions. And so you can give the minor course in the 17 themes. There are 17 themes such as the fashion, cognitive, philosophical, and several other themes also there, historical, geographical, another themes there are, and we can build up the 20 more themes or the 21 theme. This is not a problem.
My question is regarding the how we can get a support from the IKS, especially in terms of fund for the research purpose.
First write up the proposal. What will you give to the IKS, to the country, according to the Jain philosophy, and mention the synopsis of the whole document, and just mail to the NC of the IKS, and then after they will create the interview with you. This is very informal, basically informal, because this is in the phase of the development, so we require all the things.
So I think Sumandeep के लिए let's say here we propose right away, because अभी कहने में करने में देखेंगे time नहीं है. We have already lost a lot of time. So Ashish, I think immediately on this conference you should propose to IKS. The post this conference, and here every scholar must write to IKS and Ministry of Education. And definitely we are a democratic country, so here things will be considered, and he can be the...
What was my idea was, we just take ideas from the scholars let be compile at a one stage, and then we connected with IKS.
Now already UGC and I think they are working on the letters sent by all the organizations, including Jaina, Manish and me, and we are all together working on this, because एक बार late हो गया तो हम सिर्फ ऐसे ही conference करते रहेंगे और IKS में कहीं जैन दर्शन आएगा ही नहीं.
Rightly said.
So we will be deprived of showcasing and communicating Jain darshan to the world.
यानी नीड जो है वो माइनर प्रोग्राम की है.
मनीष
माइनर हम अपने आप दे सकते हैं रिकॉर्डेड लेक्चर्स एज अ सीआई और टीसी, तो वहां पर हम कुछ कर सकते हैं.
Thank you. Yeah, we will be in touch, sir.
Yeah, Jai Janendra. Sorry, I asked Srinetra Bhai Sahab if this is something that ISJS can be leading the charge on, because they have the entire academic background to do it. It pointed out to me that there are at least 2 Jains who are on the committee or in some knowledge commission that needs to take the lead, and maybe we need to pressure them, push them a little harder. Dr. Jitubai Shah, Shrut Ratnakar, and Professor Anikant Jain, I believe. So we have to work together, engage them, but we need to use the power of the community to move things along faster. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Sir, I also feel that...
Just quickly what Manish mentioned here, because I want Ashish, you also to know, and you also to know. Anekanji, I had a very elaborate discussion. So now you know how here Indian academics works. So I think all here Jain scholars, including Sumandeep, I think we propose right when now it is a suitable atmosphere politically. Now we have to push hard. So I think Sumandeep and along with all Jain scholars here must write to IKS and Ministry of Education. It will be counted. Trust me. So let's take this forward.
अभी यूजीसी क्या है, बाइंड अप हो चुका है और एक
डिसॉल्व हो गया है,
तो आईकेएस अपने आप में एक पूरी अथॉरिटी है. आप डायरेक्ट मेल आईकेएस को कर सकते हैं, तो इट विल बी बेनिफिशियल फॉर द कम्युनिटी.
ऑन द ग्रुप लेट्स शेयर द आईकेएस ईमेल अगेन, यूजीसी एंड आईकेएस. आप भी थोड़ा सा इंटरनली हमें अंदर से मदद करिए.
मैं पूरा सपोर्टिव हूं. अभी हमने एनसीईआरटी की नया कोर्स बनाया. फ्रॉम मार्च यू विल सी द न्यू बुक्स ऑफ द एनसीईआरटी, एंड आई पर्सनली include the 30% weightage of the Jainism in the NCERT as the Indian knowledge study.
Very good, nice, very good.
So आप जो अब देखेंगे, आपको वहाँ पे महावीर आचार्य का परिचय पूरे एक पेज में मिलेगा. श्रीधर आचार्य का एज अ जैन मैथमेटिशियन आपको पूरा एक परिचय वहाँ पर मिलेगा. और बहुत सारी चीजें, हिस्ट्री ऑफ फ्रैक्शन आपको वहाँ पर देखने को मिलेगा.
And last thing, if any of the scholar wants to project their research project also, Sumandeep in a position to help them. At least for the review purpose and guidance purpose, as we are already working with so many kinds of ICM and related projects. So if any scholar wants help to project their research projects to the IKS, we can be as an intermediator also.
I think this is great to begin with. I think the conference, the largest success here comes from the Ashish just now, because this will give us the accomplishment of what we are talking so far through the Indian knowledge system.
I am very supporting to this. And ultimately I am a student of Professor Anikant Jain. Under his guidance I did my PhD. So I am on the way, and I assure that I will be very helpful for you.
Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Priyadarshini, last question we will have, and we will go to the next speaker.
It's not a question.
Okay,
it is an addition to what your suggestion is. I would like to draw the attention of the august audience towards one thing. We have the MOOC and the Swayam portal of the Government of India. Massive online open programs are done by the Government of India. You all can look at it. It is called a Swayam portal. So it is education for all, free for all. Anybody, anytime, anywhere can study. So it's my suggestion through this seminar to all the stakeholders, if we all can design something and do something and promote Jain study modules on the Swayam portal, on the MOOC platform, that the whole world can have access to it, and we, through that portal, we can tell people, hey, log in, all things are here, you can study. Whether it is all aspects of Jainism, right? From the physical to the emotional to the scriptural to the philosophical, everything can be done. If we can initiate this project, it will be a great idea, I suppose, to start with.
Yes.
Jinesh wants to say something. Yeah. So we need to do many courses. Like all the birds, like one sparrow cannot make spring.
Right.
We all have to chirp together to take Jainism to the world.
Yeah, rightly said, ma'am. It is really, really very good suggestion. And if you Swayam portal generally accepting from the university directly. So if we are working together, we have a studio facility, we have that kind of a facility, we can start here with the affiliation of Sumandeep, we will project to the Swayam also. That we can do also. So this is open to all. As per your suggestion, we'll go further. Thank you.
Ma'am, just one which I had been waiting for your permission. For IKS for 2026, the
Hello.
date is over. But yes, those guidelines can be used for 2027. And I have those with me. If we have time in the evening, I can give you a presentation based on that. What IKS is funding for and how we can go for it. As a individual, it won't be possible. It will have to be through an organization. So yes, we can do that. And if you are interested, please let me know. I will give the PDF which can be circulated, and then you can take it forward.
With this, I want to add here a very good suggestion you have given. Here is a request to all of you. Along with ISJ, Sumandeep has just now initiated. यहाँ पे कॉन्फ्रेंस रूम में आके हम प्रेजेंटेशन कर रहे हैं. अल्टीमेटली हमारा मोटिव क्या है, ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या है? ऑल जैन्स कमिंग टुगेदर फॉर द पर्पस. तो अगर ये पर्पस हमें अकम्प्लिश करना है तो हमें ये वो कहते हैं ना TTMM, ये थोड़ी सी लड़ाइयाँ कन्फ्लिक्ट्स छोड़ के, कल से हम प्लान बेस पे लड़ रहे हैं, ये नहीं होगा होगा, वो सब छोड़िए. अब थोड़ा लार्जर ऑब्जेक्टिव रखते हैं और सारे एक होके. प्लेटफॉर्म्स हमारे पास है. सुमनदीप हैज ओपन देयर आर्म. ISJs हमारे पास है, जैना हमारे पास है. सो लेट्स ऑल कम टुगेदर एंड वॉइस टुगेदर. ये बोल के चलेगा ही नहीं कि नहीं होने वाला है और अकेले लड़के बैठ के नहीं होने वाला है. सो आई थिंक टुडे ओनली लेट्स गो विद दैट प्लेज that let's come together and fight it out. Yes. Our mentor and Bhama Shah.
Jai Jinendra, one that you propose, if this audience is interested, at the end of the day, we can have a session. If the audience either has no time, then I would like to get your PDF presentation, and if you want it, I could circulate to some group of the people so that we can initiate a dialogue with you and other people who can help. Number one, Dr. Priyadarsana mentioned about the IKS platform through which we can move forward. We would like to get more information, how to do it, where to contact the people. So we would like to get that information. And as Sharmila ji mentioned, that we have some initial government contacts. She has been instrumental. We have an institution, ISJS, Jaina. We all have to come together, and we must be like some other community in the world that is doing it. I will say Jewish people, they have money, they want the power. We are Jains, we want the seat at the table. Yes. We want our minister at the cabinet level. We're going to fund your election, but we want our voice. You want to hear us. It will not happen if we are all not together. Each one of you have to become an ambassador of Jain way of life. Ahimsa is a universal value. Mahatma Gandhi made this country independent. So we want to help a human mankind. We want to help the government. But we want to let everybody know we want the seat at the table, and you have to hear us. I tell you, this is how, for good or bad, the world works. We don't want to be taken an advantage of. We just want to be assertive that these are our values and please listen to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jaswant Bhai.
Just one more sentence to add to this session. It was a very good discussion, and I think we all should come forward very soon, and we should work in quick steps so that we can represent at the higher levels. Thank you, Jaswant Bhai, for your good support for this session, as well as for organizing and being one of the sponsors of our international conference. And I'm thankful to ISJS also. Now we invite the next speaker, Vinita Jain, who will present the paper on role of mind and mental well-being in Jaina philosophy. I'm happy to state that she is our department student of PhD.
Thank you, ma'am. पंच परमेष्टि को नमन, आराध्य गुरु भगवंतों को नमन एवं वंदन. And I respect, I truly, I'm so thankful to each and every delegate and the chairpersons who are all over here. I'm not audible, it seems. Okay, is it audible at the back? Okay, thank you. So my name is Vinita Jain. I am from Chennai. I am a psychologist, life coach, healer and hypnotherapist. So you, right from day one, from yesterday onwards, हम बहुत सारी interesting सी चीज़ें सुन रहे हैं, समझ रहे हैं. And the first session was really mind-boggling, which was taken by Dr. Varsha Jain. So adding to all those thoughts, adding to the thoughts of Preetam Jain, Sangeeta ma'am, I am coming up with another perspective. Some of you may know about it, some of you may be listening for the first time, and some of you will carry lots of understanding after this presentation. So I'm starting with my presentation. So the topic of my today's presentation is mind and its processes for mental well-being in a Jaina perspective. Mind is such a beautiful thing that all of us are really in such a thing कि हम सबको जानने और समझने की हर किसी के अंदर एक वो उत्साह होता है, एक उमंग होती है, and we are all really curious to know about it. And that was the only one thing which have made my mind also to take this topic as my PhD thesis. So I am in my initial beginning of my thesis. So I'm sharing whatever I have understood from my own learnings and experiences. So being a psychologist, every single day I am taking cases on different concepts such as stress, anxiety, phobias, depressions, OCDs, all these things. When I was continuously taking these sessions, one thing which made me really curious to know about it, कि हम दिन भर बीमारियों के बारे में बातें कर रहे हैं, what is the solution? And being a Jain and a true follower of a Jain, this made me really to think about it कि जैनिज्म के पर्सपेक्टिव से जो सारी साइकोलॉजिकल चीज़ें हम सीख रहे हैं हमारे प्रोफेशन में, how I can understand this from a Jaina perspective, and that has made me to stand here and take this topic as my PhD thesis. So we all know that we are all human beings, and we as a human being we are all made of 4 bodies. So the first body is the physical body, जिसके बारे में we have understood from Dr. Varsha Jain. She has really shared very deep insights related to the physical body. So the physical body is nothing but जो हमारा शरीर है, जो हमारा स्थूल शरीर है, which is made up of with bones and flesh. तो इस फिजिकल बॉडी के साथ में ही हमारा जो पूरा शरीर है वो बनता है, और ये जो एक साधन है which is there, this tool is there for us to help us to really attain moksha or liberation. Now entire world I can say is din or raat, the entire day, entire thing, entire thought process or of every human being is there कि हम अपने शरीर को कैसे अच्छा रखें, हमारा शरीर कैसा स्वस्थ रहे. शरीर के लिए हम सुबह उठ रहे हैं, एक्टिविटी भी कर रहे हैं, फिजिकल फिटनेस के लिए भी वी आर ऑल सो मच कंसर्न. एंड देयर इज अ वंडरफुल पर्सन इन इंडिया, सौरभ बोथरा, and this person has reached each and every house by teaching yoga. And even I myself follow his yoga practices and really like him so much, because इतने simple तरीकों से उन्होंने अपने physical body को
को जो हमारा सेडेटिव लाइफस्टाइल होता जा रहा है उसको वो एक ग्रेस दे रहे हैं. So the physical body is being taken care by each and every single body by a major understanding लगभग if we see on an average. But now comes the most important thing is the next, the mental body. The mental body, I would like to ask each one of you, do you all know that how many thoughts do we have on an average every single day? Any kind of assumptions do you have? Billions, trillions, but can we bring it into some numbers? Is there anybody who has approximately any thought process of it? अमेजिंग. सो ऑन एन एवरेज धर्म में तो क्या कहा है कि बहुत सारे अध्यवसाय प्रति क्षण हमारे दिमाग में हो रहे हैं, बट व्हेन ब्रिंगिंग इट टू द साइकोलॉजिकल पर्सपेक्टिव एंड इन द फॉर्म ऑफ रिसर्च, साइंस प्रूव्स दैट ऑन एन एवरेज वी ऑल हैव 60 to 70,000 thoughts every single day, and the biggest truth of is 80% of our thoughts are negative and 95% of our thoughts are exactly repetitive. तो आप जो सोच रहे हो, हम जो सोच रहे हैं, हम किस प्रकार से सोच रहे हैं, the way how we are conditioned right from the day we have come into the womb of our mother. So उससे लेकर के हमारा डेवलपमेंटल स्टेज कैसे क्रॉस हुआ, हमारी अपब्रिंगिंग कैसी हुई, हमारा कल्चरल इन्फ्लुएंस कैसा रहा, हमारा एनवायरनमेंट कैसा रहा, where we have studied and with whom we are there right now. So all these things plays a very, very important role, and on top of that, everybody, every soul comes with their own sanskaras, and from those sanskaras we come with lots and lots of cognitive biases in our mind. So in psychology they say that there are maximum 10 kind of differentiation of thoughts which has been shared in psychology, which is called as all or no thinking. यानी वो व्यक्ति या तो right देखेगा या wrong देखेगा, उसके लिए बीच में ग्रे मैटर कुछ भी नहीं होता है. एंड देर आर सम पीपल, आप अपने अंदर इन चीज़ों को सोचने की कोशिश करिएगा. देर आर फ्यू पीपल दोज हैव अ पर्सनैलिटी ऑफ पर्सोनिफाइंग सिचुएशंस. एक छोटी सी इंसिडेंट को लेकर के उस इंसिडेंट को इतना एग्जैजरेट करते हैं और दिन रात उसी मेंटल लूप में वी कॉन्स्टेंटली वी आर बीइंग इन दैट लूप. Okay, and there is one kind of an personality which is called as catastrophizing. One small event has been made such enlarged, and the entire life that person lives with the same pattern how he has made in his mental mind. So there are different kind of thought process how we are being trapped by our own cognitions. So जब तक इसको हम नहीं समझेंगे ना, हम अपने spiritual body की ओर यानी अध्यात्म की ओर आगे नहीं बढ़ेंगे. So all of us should understand what are the cognitive biases which are there in our body, in our mind at same time. And the third part is the emotional body. So which has been beautifully said by Preetam Jain. He has explained emotional intelligence. आप सबसे मैं ये पूछना चाहूँगी, अगर फिजिकल बॉडी हमारी अच्छी है तो मुझे एक भी व्यक्ति ऐसा बता दे कि उनके दिमाग में या उनकी ज़िंदगी में कोई तकलीफ नहीं है. It's not possible because we are seeing even athletes, even Olympics में जो खेलने वाले हैं, even chess players, those people in spite of having good diet, good exercises, but still they are not ready with their mind. They are not prepared in their mind, and due to those situations, that point of time when they are standing at the end final session, they lose the game. Why? Because their mental body is not at the right place. So the emotional body is what we have to know our emotions, what are the different types of emotions and how to handle those emotions. So I would like to invite each one of you to know about your emotions. हमारे emotions क्या है? यानी हमारी भावना कैसी है? Happiness, sorrow, sadness, excitement, these are all different emotions, and every emotions plays different kind of brain changes, chemical changes which happens into our mind, and each emotions brings a chemical change in our mind. So you would have heard dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, endorphins. Each chemical has a huge impact on our emotional body, and the spiritual body is none other than हमारा अध्यात्म. किस प्रकार से हम सोच रहे हैं, किस प्रकार हम ग्रंथि भेदों को समझ रहे हैं, क्या हम ज्ञाता दृष्टा भाव से जी रहे हैं. So different kind of things comes to the spiritual, which all of us we know about it. Coming to the next thing, the silent crisis which is happening in the entire world where I want to talk today is none other than depression. One out of every 8 person is suffering from some other mental health condition. Do you know what is mental health? Yes. सो आप लोग सोच रहे होंगे कि फिजिकल हेल्थ के बारे में तो हम बहुत सारा सुनते हैं, लेकिन व्हाट इज मेंटल हेल्थ? मेंटल हेल्थ कंस्टिट्यूट्स ऑफ ऑल दीज 4 थिंग्स विच आई हैव अर्लियर मेंशन. सो मेंटल हेल्थ हर दिन हमारे लिए बहुत ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण होता है. बीइंग अ प्रैक्टिशनर, practicing psychologist, every single day we deal with different cases on thoughts, on cognition, on perceptions, and how they are sensing those thoughts in their brain, in their mind. So the external pressure, which we all know, कि overexposure to technology, which one of my colleague Suman has also beautifully said that कि किस तरीके से with all technology, what are the things which are happening with us. So the constant pressure which is given by the society, given by the college, given by the institution, and definitely we cannot avoid those situations. So being a part of this community, we have to be in those kind of situations, but the mental coping mechanism is very important. So these external pressures leads to internal fractures, and those are the disorders, those are the things which happens in our mind. So every single day, hundreds and millions and thousands of people are being diagnosed with stress, anxiety, other disorders, different spectrum of disorders, I would say, mood disorder, personality disorder, anxiety disorder, schizophrenia, delusional disorders. These are seeming to be very simple, but I can vouch you for that. These disorders, when we work with these people, we can really figure out it is very difficult for them to really process their thoughts. But here I would like to tell you that let's understand, I will share all the solution at the end, but let's understand the mind theory about what all other religions or other ग्रंथा सेज अबाउट इट. सो सांख्य दर्शन में मन के बारे में बताया गया है कि संकल्प विकल्पात्म मन है. हर दर्शन मन के बारे में बात कर रहा है, हर दर्शन मन को समझने की बात बता रहा है. आगे योग दर्शन में आप देख सकते हैं, न्याय दर्शन में देख सकते हैं, जैन दर्शन में हजारों सूत्र, हर एक आगम भरा पड़ा है. उत्तराधियन सूत्र में बताया गया है कि मन प्रणिधान का क्या फल है, मन गुप्ती से क्या होता है. जैन दर्शन में जगह जगह पे मन की बात बताई है. इनफैक्ट एवरीडे प्रैक्टिस जो हमारा प्रतिक्रमण है, वहां पे भी काया वचन का उपयोग नहीं किया गया है, मन वचन काया की बात कही गई है. 3 योग में भी मन को सबसे पहले लिया गया है, 10 बल प्राण में भी मन को लिया गया है, 9 पुण्य में भी मन को लिया गया है. तो समझिए मन कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है, हाउ इंपॉर्टेंट रोल अ माइंड प्लेज इन आवर लाइफ, राइट. कमिंग नेक्स्ट टू द द्रव्य मन एंड द भाव मन, जिसने जो प्रीतम जैन ने बहुत ब्यूटीफुली समझाया है. जो द्रव्य मन है विच इज इंटेंजिबल, जिसको हम चेंज नहीं कर सकते, बट जो तो भाव मन है वो प्रतिदिन सब्सटेंशियल इवेंट्स व्हेन इट अकर्स इन आवर माइंड, इन आवर लाइफ, टू दोज स्ट्रेसर्स इट अफेक्ट्स टू आवर टेंजिबल माइंड, to our intangible mind. So now we have to work on those stressors. Every single day we are going through with lots and lots of situations in our life, but we are not able to understand those situations and how to contemplate in those situations. So Jain Darshan, how we have to understand from Jain Darshan, but before that let's understand from a psychological perspective that this is the process which happens when a situations occurs in our mind. It may seem to be very simple and very silly, but it is really important for one of us, each one of us to know. हम जब एक विचार हमारे जीवन में आ रहा है, उन विचारों के साथ कितना प्रोसेस चलता है, हम इंद्रियों के द्वारा उन सेंसेस को हमारे दिमाग में ले रहे हैं. देयर इज सम परसेप्शन which we are creating with that attention, हमारा जो उपयोग है वहां पे लग रहा है, एंड देन आवर थिंकिंग एंड मेमोरी उसके साथ कनेक्ट हो रही है. देन वी कम टू अ रिएक्शन. तो देखिए जब एक विचार अंदर आता है और रिएक्ट होने में इट टेक्स जस्ट फ्यू फ्रैक्शन ऑफ सेकेंड्स, बट इट्स सच अ डीप प्रोसेस विच टेक्स सो मेनी प्रोसेस इन द मिडवे, and then it comes to the decision making and then the response and the learning feedback. So from the beginning till the end, these many processes are being done when a thought occurs in our mind. So coming to the Jain dharma, Jain philosophy, what it says, paristitiyan, situations will come, as I have told that, what are we supposed to do? So when a situations occurs in our life, first thing is the awareness.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
Just
It's
2 more
16 minutes.
Just
So
2 more
just
minutes.
conclude
Yeah.
it now.
Yes, sure.
Yeah.
So when a situation arises, I'll come to this, the solution one. So we
Vinita, one request, 1 minute on this and 1 minute sum up and conclude, please.
Okay, ma'am. Sure. So the mind. So these are the four things: उपयोग, भाव, क्रिया and karma. सबसे पहले whenever we get a thought process in our mind, we need to really think मेरे ज्ञान और दर्शन में इसकी state कहाँ है? Where I am standing in that situation, we need to bring in our awareness. What is that which is happening? What is the भाव? मेरे भाव उसमें किस प्रकार से जुड़े हैं? What is the kriya action which I am taking, and then what is the imprint which has been there in my life? And this is the mind and body connection. We all know that mind, body and consciousness, all these three things are connected with each other. So when a stress happens in a body, we get different things happens in our body at the same time. The sympathetic nervous system activates, the cortisol and adrenal spikes, and the heart palpitation starts. Anxiety becomes very, very fast. And then the opposite when we are into the Jain perspective in our life. So if the person is very, very positive, he will always try to be relaxed in whatever situation it is, and he will train his mind towards that. So due to that, being positive in that framework, so the person will be in his parasympathetic nervous system, so he'll be positive towards it, and obviously the happy hormones will release serotonin, oxytocin, and the resilience will help the person to create a better cognitive functioning, thinking, feeling and expressing the thoughts. So these are the different helpful tools and techniques which every single being, if they practice in every single day, and these people can be more aware to their thought process and be more happier towards their life. So coming to the very, very important tool which all of us over here can take away today with us. So when a situation, when a Dravyaman is doing something with us, we need to know this simple practice with each of us. Observe, just first settle the body. I would like to answer ma'am's question. So first settle your body, recognize your awareness, observe the bhav and return to upyog, what has happened to you, and then closingly you resolve what has happened. I am not the knower, I am not the doer, I am just a knower, sorry. So do this. This is a prescription which I can give as a psychologist. This practice this every single day, 3 times in a day. Definitely you can create a better awareness in your brain, in your mind. So may I, every day you can suggest this thought as, may I respond from awareness and not reaction. May my inner states remain non-violent. That is ahimsa.
Thank you so much, Vinita ji. It was a wonderful presentation. Sorry I had to interrupt you, but
Sure.
just a suggestion next time, because you have a beautiful contents, you know, on the international forums, if you are presenting, please be crisp so that you don't lose marks on your, you know, extending. But it was a
Sure.
wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
So we will take one question. So Corina
Hello.
had something. Let's first.
Yeah, sure. Reference you can see from the abstract, ma'am. One second. Yeah. Thank you.
And Ashok ji.
Huh. So,
sir.
Vinita ji, it was a wonderful presentation. Congratulations, first of all.
Thank you, sir.
And this is the need of the day for each and every individual. So, is there any model or you suggest that or any PDF so that by reading that, because we cannot make it available the counselor to all individuals.
Yes.
But now in Western, definitely it's a custom and everybody is just accessed. But in India, do you suggest any models which
Yes,
can be made
definitely.
available?
I feel till my experience till now date, I feel that journaling is one of the best solution for every single body, because जब आप जर्नल कर रहे हो, इट्स इंडीड अनुप्रेक्षा, तो आप अपने विचारों की अनुप्रेक्षा कर रहे हो. आपने जो स्वाध्याय किया उसकी यहाँ पे अनुप्रेक्षा की बात नहीं है. कमिंग हियर इन साइकोलॉजिकल पर्सपेक्टिव, अपने विचारों की अनुप्रेक्षा करनी बहुत जरूरी है. व्हाट आर द क्वालिटी ऑफ थॉट्स विच आई एम लिविंग एवरी सिंगल डे, एवरी सिंगल मोमेंट. आई हैव सीन मेनी पीपल every time carrying a thought book with them, thought journaling with them, and then writing what are they actually thinking. So that is a really beautiful way for a person to really think what kind of a life they are living. And I am in my initial stage of my PhD, so definitely I am planning for that, sir. Thank you so much.
Vinita, one more
Yes, ma'am.
suggestion. I would appreciate if you can include some case studies before
Yes,
and
ma'am.
after the orientation of Jaina thoughts.
Sure.
So please include that also.
Thank you so much,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Thank you.
Yes.
Wonderful paper.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
I would like to have more questions
So,
afterwards.
yeah,
Thank you.
I think you do share your presentation also. And as Jaswant Bhai said, many scholars shared to us that they didn't get the opportunity. Please share your presentations, including Dr. Priyadarshini and Trapti Jain. And I think, yeah, you didn't get the opportunity in the discussion. So everybody can share the presentation. So we get the opportunity to see all the scholarly work. So concluding this second session of the day today, I think it was very productive, very constructive, very meaningful, with the motivation by Jaswant Bhai and inspiration for coming all of us together. So this session, yeah, Jaswant Bhai words. Yeah, Mike.
I just want to make one comment that any presenter who will share their PPT with the organizer or with one of us, it would be for their personal use, for the spread of Jainism. And if you do mention that content into somewhere else, please give a credit to where you got it and who prepared it. I think it will be fair. The person who has done a bibliography study and created a presentation, that you give a credit that, okay, I am presenting this and I'm saying this, but the source of my information has come from this. I think it will be fair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jaswant Bhai. Group will be opened by this Ashish Bhai, in which you all can share the presentation. Concluding this second session, let me thank all of you, especially started with from our Jain scholar from Bhubaneswar. He spoke about the Jain philosophy and the interfaith religion. I mean, Odisha is the best place for the case study. Then we had the naturopathy, environmental thing, and the Jainism. And the last three presentations were on mental anxiety. Whole world need it. So I think it was a fabulous, it was amazing. Time constraint were definitely there. Your all scholarly work just not able to get summarized in this 10 minutes presentation, but I think you have left your footprints and we all are onto the thought provoking. So definitely in the lunch time, do network with us, do discuss, and let's go together further. And with Sumandeep and ISJS, today we have decided Swachh Baroda campaign. You have promised already. Students, you all are in. Scholars for Swachh Baroda. We had all the presentations, so lively, let's do it. Jaswant Bhai.
I also want everybody to know that I had a personal great discussion with Dr. Mansukh Bhai Shah, and he has pledged his full support to this conference, and in the future, any conference you want to do it, he said, I'll give you a blank check signed. And I also want everybody to know that yesterday he graced the occasion of an event at another institution, Sri Jain Vidyapeeth, last evening. And when he came there, he pledged the support for one trust seat on a boys' hostel and one trust seat on a girls' hostel, which is, I think, many lakhs of rupees. And that was just on the spur of moment. So please, please appreciate that and anumodna to Mansukh Bhai, and thank you very, very much. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Jashwant Modi, sir, to felicitate our session chair Sharmila Oswal, ma'am, and Dr. Purnima Mehta, ma'am. I request all the presenters, Dr. Malaya Kumar Bhoi, Robin Jain, Dr. Mukesh Jain, Prashant Jain, Paris Jain and Vinita Jain to be ready for receiving their token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. I request Sarmila Oswal ma'am and Dr. Punima Mehta ma'am to hand over the token of appreciation to our presenters. Dr. Malaya Kumar Bhoi, Dr. Malaya Kumar Bhoi, Robin Jain, Dr. Mukesh Jain, Robin Jain sir, Dr. Mukesh Jain, Prashant Jain, Paris Jain, Vinita Jain, Dr. Shailesh Mehta, Dr. Shailesh Mehta, Dr. Suman Bansal,
Thank you, ma'am. We shall now conclude the session and proceed for a lunch break. It is in the same hall as we had our breakfast. I request all the delegates to kindly assemble here at 2 p.m. as we commence our next session as scheduled. I request our special invitees to be there in the cafeteria for your lunch. Thank you. I request everyone to be here at 2 p.m. as we commence our next session as scheduled. Thank you. I request everyone to proceed for lunch so we can commence our next session on time. Please, I request our VIP dignitaries to be at cafeteria and others at the next hall for lunch. I request all the dignitaries to proceed for lunch. Yes, we'll commence the next session at 2 p.m.
Hello, check, check, 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, check, check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, check, check. Hello, hello, check.
Distinguished delegates, good afternoon. They say that conversation is the food of the soul, and I hope your discussions and over lunch were as stimulating as the sessions on stage. The morning sessions have set a high benchmark for our discourse, and as we reconvene, we aim to carry that same intensity forward. I would like to take a moment to introduce our next chairpersons of the sessions, Dhruti Ghia ma'am and Dr. Priya Darshana Jain. Dhruti Ghia ma'am is a research scholar specializing in ancient Indian history and Indology. She has presented papers at esteemed forums such as the International Symposium on the Dating of Mahavir Nirvana and the Rush Bhayan. She currently serves as the vice chair and staff editor of the Jain Digest, a publication of Jaina, a federation of Jain associations in North America, where she regularly contributes articles on Jain art objects in museums worldwide. Her work has also been featured in the ISJS newsletter. She is also involved with the Jainism Says blogspot. Her academic interests include ancient Indian history, numismatics, trade, finance, linguistics, and reincarnation. She has lectured on Jainism as a visiting faculty member at Virginia Commonwealth University and has actively participated in interfaith dialogues and academic seminars. Dhruti ma'am has been invited to speak at graduation ceremonies and Rotary Club events, where she discusses the philosophy and relevance of Jainism. She recently completed her MA in history and is currently pursuing a PhD in ancient Indian history. Previously, she has completed an MBA in finance and worked in consulting companies for management and information technology. We welcome you, Dhruti, ma'am.
Ma'am, Dr. Priyadarshana Jain, PhD, is the professor and head for the Department of Genealogy, University of Madras. She also serves as the coordinator for Prakrit Studies at the Research Foundation for Genealogy. She is teaching Jainism and life skills effectively for the past 2 decades. She is a practitioner of Jainism and naturopathy for the past 2 decades. Ma'am is guiding research in Jainism and allied subjects and giving discourses on Jainism and holistic health for the modern minds. She has traveled extensively, presented papers at seminars in India and abroad, conducted seminars and workshops related to Jainism and allied subjects. We welcome you, Priyadarshana ma'am.
We also welcome Sir Dr. Ashok Jatawat, the coordinator of our conference, as the chairperson of this session.
Hello. Better? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. We just want you to be more cheerful for the speakers because you have the energy since you just had lunch. So be more attentive, and we're going to change the order of the participants because there's some people who need to catch the train. So on the request of the participants, we invite number 17 presenter L. Ashok, who's going to talk to us on the 12 contemplations and their impact in internal peace and happiness. And in view of the fact that everyone would want to catch the train, request them to just limit your discussion to the time allotted to you. Thank you. Good luck. Yeah, I think 10 minutes with 10 with 2 for question answers. 12 is fine.
Perfect.
Total.
Yeah,
Thank
sure. Thank you so much, and Janendra, good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for having me here, and a big thanks to Sumandeep Vidyapeeth doing such a wonderful job and hosting all of us here. I come from a IT background. I've been in an IT industry now for about 35 years, run my own IT company, and I've attended several conferences in IT, but this is my second conference in Jainology. I've done recently one, and the second one I'm just coming and doing it here. So without wasting much of your time, let me move on to the subject. I'm going to talk today on the modern day problem. My job has become very easy, and I'm going to run through the slides faster because last 2 presenters, Prashant Jain and the Paras Jain, and supported by Vinita ji, have spoken about the psychological problem one has today because of the material world we are all in. How intense we are attached to the material world and thinking that that's going to give us the break, but too much. Directly opposite, we are having actually the problem of psychological problem. So I'm going to touch upon that and how 12 contemplation, the Bara Bhavna, originally it is known as Bharasa Anuveka, which is I'm at least able to find the route to Kundakundacharya in 1st BC, where he has documented Bharasa Anuveka in his 90 verses beautifully well. And I'm taking that as a source work, and then I've referred other work, and I'm presenting my papers. Now coming specific to I'm looking at Bharasa Anuveka purely from a perspective of how it has an impact on a psychological, in specific, how it is going to help in a modern day stress. We talk about stress everywhere. When we go out, we do anything, we find a stress comes along as a part of the deal. And which is very clearly mentioned. Today, 18% is mental disorders we could see. And you could see about 300 billion is what annually costing in US because of the work-related, performance-related issues. And the psychological impact is going to be profound. I'm not just going to spend because this we all know, and last 2 presentations is spoken in detail. And I just want to touch specifically here. There's a recent survey which at least about a few years back has done. Human attention has come down to 8.25 seconds. This is done a research by an advertising agency. If they need to sell anything to us in an advertisement, they need to capture our attention in the first 8 seconds. Otherwise, they missed selling the particular product to us. So which means that we all got used to go to a school and attend the classes for about 40 minutes, 1 hour. And today, 8.25 seconds is attention span. Anything beyond that, it's just going to be a kind of a bouncer. So cognitive overload, which primarily comes in because of several digital inputs, what we are actually getting into, multiple screens. And we can also relate it to a TRP rating. Today, every news channel talks about a TRP rating because they want to give a very sensation message, and rest 2 hours we are listening whether the Trump is going to go after Iran, or stock market is going to do well, or gold is going to go up, or stock market is going to, we just kind of tracked based and trapped on all those ratings, and they do deeper psychological research on us than actually we realize. So that's a problem. So what is a result? We as a humans, beings, the pure soul, get completely disconnected from the self towards an external world, everything possible other than our own self. Yesterday, beautifully, the doctor was talking about how no medicine can help if one cannot realize that where we primarily originate from, which means no medicine, nothing can help. So that's a result. There's a problem. So what's the solution? I found a solution in the 12 contemplation. The 12 contemplation is primarily documented both for Sravaks and for the Munis, but primarily used by Munis to stay steadfast in the path of liberation. So they're supposed to practice 24/7 on the Bharasa Anuveka, primarily to stay steadfast. This works like an anchor of a large ship to ensure the large ship is our mind, and it helps us to just get anchored into a specifically without any wavering. And I found that, and I've been practicing personally for last almost about 3.5 years or so. And that motivated me. Why can't I probably go deep dive? And that was the time I came in contact with Dr. Priyadarshana, who's my guide and a teacher. And I did an MA with her, and then I went and told my idea, and right I'm here. Now, what is a specific problem we are facing? Completely misidentification. We are a pure soul, which comes with the infinite knowledge, perception, right? Potential. But we forgot that we are a pure knowledge. We think that we are a body, and we think that whatever required for the body, we start getting into indulgement in 24/7. From the food to a material, you talk about any consumptions, anything, we spend all the time there. And over a period of time, that becomes our habit, and we do more and more. And that at some point in time, it starts chasing us. From then, we become a victim, and we completely forgot and unrealistically, we're just running behind that. So how does this help? I'm just quickly tabulating. I'm not going to go through all the 12 in considering the time. I'm just going to take a couple of bhavnas, and I've just plotted it. What's a philosophical purpose, and I put it in the last column. What's a psychological effect? For example, Anitya Bhav. Everything is changing. We all know that. Nothing is going to be permanent in the world. Is anybody here can challenge that statement, which is written so many years back, and it got documented. We all know everything is impermanent. But what we are trying to do, we are trying to hold on to it. We're just continuously looking at holding on to something which we know it's an impermanent, and more stronger you hold, more stronger we become tired. More stronger you hold, more we become completely worn out. That's Anitya Bhav, and that's what it does. And Asharan Bhav, the best doctors in the world, can they save themselves? The best equipments can't save anybody, which is the fact, which is the reality. And all the 12 contemplation is nothing but a reality. If you look at it, it will be very simple, but we don't understand, we don't practice it. So what does it mean? We all know that the theory of karma we have been discussing and beautifully charted by several people, but how many of us actually know that we practice it? If anything coming to me, it's not because of anybody else in the world, it's because of my own thoughts, words, and the deeds. I know that, but do I practice it? Do I act on it? Now, how do why am I not acting? I ask this question. I know that it's quite simple. It doesn't require a large thesis to tell me that the complete reaction, whatever happens to me, is because of me. It doesn't require that. But then why am I not doing it? Purely because we are a creature of habits. Every muscles, every cells is programmed over a period of time for certain habits. Unless we reprogram ourselves, remove the bad programs and put a good program back on the chip, it's not going to behave. So what is the programming language we're going to use? I prescribe the 12 contemplation. When you do every day, we come to reinforce ourselves continuously that I am not this. Beautifully yesterday, Dr. Shailesh was talking about Veda Vidyan. Fantastic it is. And how do I know, how do I develop that Veda Vidyan within me? Programming language. You have several programming language for the computers, and this is the programming language for the humans. And what we did is I created a framework, and I've actually created a script. When we went in for an audio recording in English and Tamil, since I come from that part of the world, and we allowed a participant to get, I also listened to it, and the voice is given by Dr. Priya Darshana in the English, and for Tamil we took somebody, and those audio, it's a suggestive meditative thing. We just go listen to it. Continuous reinforcing that I'm not this removes us a intense attachment and creates an equanimity in the self. So this is my research. I've done this with about 75 people, various walks of life, from Jaina studies to a non-Jains to a different belief systems. They come from Christian, they come from different belief system. We brought them there. We put them in a workshop for a day. Before they actually went through a workshop, we took a response that becomes a baseline. After the thing, we have actually collected the response. Then we correlated it, and we found fantastic results.
Ashok, sorry to interrupt. You have 2 minutes to conclude.
Fine.
Yeah.
So I'll go straight here. This is a figure which says that how it increases the equanimity and growth mindsets, and how it reduces the stress. So quantitative findings, some of this is primarily people felt that how they felt after the workshop, what helped them, So I'm just going to go right here. Qualitative finding I'm skipping, and reframing detachment also I'm skipping, because this is primarily spoken by everybody. I'm coming to a conclusion. The problem is attachment, parigraha, attachment onto a non-self. That's a problem, and the solution is moving away from that. It's very simple statement, but yet very difficult to practice. For that we need to go through a reprogramming, and that reprogramming language is the 12 contemplation. And how it could be done? It is, how many of us believe that we are souls? Just raise your hands. Fantastic. So if you all believe souls, then why do we get attached to a non-soul? We believe I am a soul, then why am I getting attached to a non-soul? Then people can come and debate from a scholarly world that this is a Nikshya Niyadi and this is a Vivagara Niyadi, and a Vivagara Niyadi, you need to go through all these things, but then these two are parallel track. All this can be done for satisfying us. But are we practicing it? What we believe, are we practicing it? How strongly we believe that we are not the body. The more stronger we believe, the more stronger to ourselves, that gives us the result. With that, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Normally, I don't step over the time, and I think I'm up within the time. So I will probably stop here. Any questions, there is a time I can take. Otherwise, we can take it in the after.
Thank you, Ashok. It's wonderful to hear about the 12 bhavnas in a new way, and I look forward to more research from you. I'll give it to Dr. Jain to more come.
First of all, I would like to say, L. Ashok is a Tamil-speaking Digambar Jain. And there is so much of Tamil Jain literature, and down south, the Acharyas have contributed so much to Jainism. And coming from a Jain background, the Tamil Digambar Jains also did not know so much of Jainism. So the Department of Jainology catered to their needs, and he is one of the very fine products of the Department of Jainology. And he assists me in the seminar that is to be conducted in March. So we look forward to seeing you all in Chennai in March. Thank you, Ashok, for the wonderful presentation. Of course, the time was limited. Thank you.
Other Are there any questions from the audience? We can take maybe one or two. All right.
Either I'm too clear or I confused all of you.
Yeah, wonderful suggestion, Pradeep bhai.
We would like the organizers to take note of this suggestion, request all the participants to give their presentations and papers so that it comes in one place and it can be accessed by all people. Yeah. So I'll
Here
request
they
the
can give you a full
organizers-
presentation with details, so members can also leisurely multiple times listen to you.
Sir, I have requested, and first we need to take the permission because I am submitting my conversation. So we need to take the permission from the author, and if they permit, definitely we will upload it. Thank you, sir.
So I've already submitted my full paper, full articles I've submitted, and I've also submitted my presentation right there. It's all in the central repository. I'll be very happy to share. None of this is my idea. I'm only reflecting. These are all done by the great omniscience descended from, time immemorial. So I don't create, I don't carry any patent for any of this. I'm only instrumental. I'm standing in front of you, sharing the knowledge. I'm only a conduit to deliver it, sir.
Anyhow, since our group for conference now right now only admin is means empowered to give the message, but in the evening it will be open for all. So whoever wants to contribute their PPT or papers for others, they are requested to please put it in that particular WhatsApp group, please.
I suggest you make it simpler. We will put everybody's paper on organizer's site, and we presume that you have a consent. If you do not want to consent it, you contact him. Otherwise, it will be on the website, so it will be simple. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well said.
Thanks, Jason bhai, and we will follow as per your instruction. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashok. And now I invite participant number 16. It is Jain Sanyam Manoj Kumar, who's going to talk to us on Samagra Kalyan, Jain दृष्टि से मनोवैज्ञानिक आत्म परिवर्तन की एक दार्शनिक समीक्षा.
Hello. नमो अरिहन्ताणं नमो सिद्धाणं नमो आयरियाणं नमो अजायाणं नमो लोए सव्यसाहुणम्. तो मेरा नाम हिंदी में बोलूँगा मैं, क्योंकि हम भारतीय भूमि में खड़े हैं और ज़्यादातर हमने जो पढ़ा है वो हिंदी से ही पढ़ा है और वो भाव भी हमें हिंदी में ही आएगा, इसीलिए सॉरी टू मैम. ठीक है, हिंदी. तो आज हम बात करने वाले हैं हॉलिस्टिक वेलबींग, मतलब कि समग्र कल्याण. समग्र कल्याण में 3 चीज़ें आ जाती हैं. उसमें सबसे पहले आता है मानसिक विकास, फिर शारीरिक विकास और फिर आध्यात्मिक विकास. एक स्टेप आगे जाते हैं तो हमें मिलता है कि आध्यात्मिक विकास क्या है. उसमें भी हमने एक टॉपिक रखा है कि हॉलिस्टिक वेलबींग जैन पर्सपेक्टिव. इसको मैं थोड़ा सा चेंज करके ये बोलना चाहूँगा कि ऑथेंटिक पर्सपेक्टिव. क्या? क्योंकि जैन हम शब्द लगाते हैं तो वो एक जैन समुदाय विशेष पे ही तक रुक जाता है कि जैन जैन ये मानते हैं और अजैन ये नहीं मानते. जैन पर्सपेक्टिव हम बता तो जैन पर्सपेक्टिव से रहे हैं, परंतु उसे हमें हर जन तक पहुंचाना है. इसलिए ऑथेंटिक पर्सपेक्टिव मतलब ऑथेंटिक सभी के लिए वास्तविक कल्याण क्या है. तो उसके लिए सर्वप्रथम प्रशांत जी और पारस जी, भाई आदित्य, विनीता जी, सब ने बता दिया कि भाई मानसिक कल्याण क्या है. मन में जो 60,000 थॉट होते हैं उनमें से 80% नेगेटिव होते हैं, 95% कुछ ऊपर नीचे होते हैं. हमारे आदित्य भाई ने बताया कि कैसा सात्विक आहार लेना चाहिए. अब ये बात आती है कि ये सब कर सकते हैं क्या. क्या बात आती है? ये सब हम कर सकते हैं क्या? एक बहुत ही बेसिक सा प्रिंसिपल है जैन दर्शन में कि सभी द्रव्य भिन्न भिन्न है। क्या प्रिंसिपल है? सभी द्रव्य भिन्न भिन्न है, एक द्रव्य दूसरे द्रव्य का कुछ कर ही नहीं सकता। यहां से एक बहुत ही बड़ा सिद्धांत का जन्म होता है जिसका नाम है अकर्तावाद। अकर्तावाद एक ऐसा टूल है, एक ऐसा यंत्र है जिसको प्रयोग करने से सारे दुखों का सॉल्यूशन मिल जाता है। मैं भाई प्रणव जी को बोलूंगा। प्रणव जी हमारे बहुत ही अच्छे फिजियोलॉजिस्ट हैं, फिजियोलॉजी कर रहे हैं, तो उन्हें बहुत ही अच्छे से पता होगा कि हड्डियां कैसे मूव करती हैं, मांसपेशियां कैसे मूव करती हैं, हम जो सिग्नल देते हैं वो कैसे मूव करते हैं। आप सभी से मैं ये चाहता हूं कि एक बार अपना हाथ ऐसा करें, सीधा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। अब सीधा करके एक बार मोड़े, तो सबने अपने दिमाग से सिग्नल दिया, न्यूरोलॉजिकल सिग्नल दिया कि भाई एक बार हाथ मोड़ो, और अपनी हड्डियां मांसपेशियों ने ये काम किया। पर अब मैं वही बात करता हूं कि ये हाथ को उल्टा मोड़ के बताओ, क्या मोड़ सकते हैं? हम वो सिग्नल दे रहे हैं, हम वो चाह रहे हैं कि हम ऐसा करें, तो भी हम वो नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। इसका मतलब ये है कि ये शरीर हमारे हिस्से में नहीं है, हम इससे भिन्न हैं, और ये सोल, प्योर सोल, इससे भिन्न है। तो क्या हम अकर्तावादी बन जाएं? हैं? अभी हम कर्तावादी थे, फिर हम अकर्तावादी बन जाएं, ऐसा है क्या? तो ऐसा भी नहीं है। क्यों नहीं है? देखो, अनादिकाल से ये अज्ञानवश दुखी है, और मूलभूत एक ही है कि यह जीव कर्तृत्व, ममत्व, एकत्व और भोक्तृत्व बुद्धि में पड़ा हुआ है। इसका कारण सिर्फ 4 है कि यह जीव दूसरों से, पर द्रव्यों से खुद को ऐसा मानता है कि मैं इसका कर सकता हूं, मैं ये भोग सकता हूं, ये मेरे हैं और मैं इनसे एकत्व में हूं। तो क्या ये कहां तक सही है? देखो, अब अकर्तावाद, हमने एक प्रश्न उठाया था कि क्या हम अकर्तावाद बन जाएं, तो ये कोई सही बात नहीं होगी, क्योंकि यह जीव अकर्ता स्वभावी है। ये पहले से ही अकर्तावाद को लिए हुए है, ये हम बन जाए ऐसी कोई चीज नहीं है। आपको एक एग्जांपल देता हूं। आप सभी एज्यूम करो, इमेजिन करो कि भाई आपके पास कोहिनूर हीरा है। क्या है? कोहिनूर हीरा बहुत ही ज्यादा प्रीशियस है, बहुत ही ज्यादा महंगा है, उसे हम खो नहीं सकते। हम जा रहे थे और धोखे से कहीं से बच्चे ने बॉल मारी या किसी के बैट से बॉल लगी और हमारे हाथ से गिर गया और वो नाली में जाके गिर गया। हम कितनी देर तक उस नाली को देखते रहेंगे कि यहीं पर गिरा हुआ है? कितनी देर तक? कोई वेट नहीं करेगा, एकदम से गिरा और हाथ डाल के निकाल लिया है। अब वो हीरा दिख नहीं रहा है, वो हीरा हमें दिख नहीं रहा है। सारी तरफ, चारों तरफ गंदगी है, विष्टा है, पता नहीं क्या क्या है, और हीरा दिख भी नहीं रहा है। तो भी हमें क्या महसूस हो रहा है कि हाथ में हीरा है। सबको क्या पता है? हाथ में हीरा है। वैसे ही हम जल्दी से जाके धो लेंगे और पता चल जाएगा कि हीरा है। वैसे ही जो हमारी प्योर सोल है, हमारी जो शुद्धात्मा है, वो हमेशा से शुद्ध थी, है और रहेगी। बस उसे हमें पहचानना है, उससे हमें इंट्रोड्यूस होना है, बस उसे हमें ये मानना है कि ये अकर्ता स्वभावी है ना। अभी हमने एक छोटा सा वो करा था कि हाथ सीधा करो और ये बंद करो, तब हमने देखा कि हमारे वश में ये शरीर नहीं है, हमारे वश में ये शरीर नहीं है। और तब भी हम चाह रहे थे कि ये हाथ उल्टा हो जाए, और उस चाहे की वजह से हम दुखी हो गए, उस चाहने के वजह से हम दुखी हो गए। इसी प्रकार जो दिन भर के अजीब अजीब से विकल्प रहते कि मैं गाड़ी चला रहा हूँ, मैं स्कूल चला रहा हूँ, मैं इसको सही, इधर पर ज़्यादातर डॉक्टर है, तो डॉक्टर को मैं बहुत ही ग्रेट, मतलब मेडिकल साइंस ने आज बहुत प्रगति कर ली है, लेकिन जब डॉक्टर ये कहता है कि मैंने सही किया, तब जाके ये बहुत बड़ी दिक्कत होती है कि आपने कैसे सही किया। क्योंकि एक द्रव्य दूसरे द्रव्य का कुछ नहीं कर सकता। अब इसी लाइन को मैं दूसरी बार रिपीट करूं कि यदि सब कुछ डॉक्टर ने ही किया तो वो भी एकदम 100% सही है। क्यों? क्योंकि इसी के बाद एक सिद्धांत आता है अनेकांतवाद। कौन सा सिद्धांत? अनेकांतवाद। कि भाई एक फल इधर रखा है, बीच में रखा है, हमने इस साइड से देखा तो वो कुछ अलग नजरिए से दिख रहा था, इस साइड से देखा तो कुछ अलग नजरिए से दिख रहा था। पीओवी, हम सब रील में देखें ना, पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, पर्सपेक्टिव, अलग अलग नजरिए है। वैसे ही अनेकांतवाद कहता है कि ऐसे बहुत सारे नजरिए हैं जिससे एक ही चीज, वही इंसान एक बार को पिता बन जाता है, एक बार को वो बेटा बन जाता है, एक बार को दादा बन जाता है। वैसे ही अगर मैं यहाँ पर कहूँ कि उस डॉक्टर ने ही उस व्यक्ति को ठीक किया था, तो हाँ 100%, अगर वो डॉक्टर नहीं होता तो क्या पता वो हार्ट अटैक के कारण मर जाता, अगर वो डॉक्टर नहीं होता तो क्या पता आईसीयू में भर्ती नहीं हो पाता, कुछ भी हो सकता था। लेकिन यहाँ पर मात्र एक चीज समझने की कोशिश करें कि इसमें निमित्त नैमित्तिक संबंध है। क्या है? निमित्त नैमित्तिक संबंध है। निमित्त नैमित्तिक संबंध हमें समझाने की ज्यादा कोई जरूरत है नहीं कि हम पत्ता गिरा ताली बजाई तो हम कहते हैं कि हमारे ताली बजाने से पत्ता गिरा, लेकिन वो पत्ता हमारी ताली बजाने से नहीं गिरा, हमने उसी समय ताली बजाई और उसी समय पत्ता गिरा, तो हमें ऐसा लगा कि वो पत्ता हमारी ताली बजाने से गिरा। इस प्रकार मेरी प्रेजेंटेशन थी। और एक बार हम समस्या और वैश्विक समाधान, इसको और एक बार देख लेते हैं। हाँ, ये वाला। इसमें आप चौथा पॉइंट नोटिस करें तो उसमें लिखा है पुरुषार्थ की दिशा में समीचीनता आती है। मैंने यहाँ पर अकर्तावाद को समझा दिया और सब यहाँ पर अकर्तावादी हो गए तो ये दुनिया नहीं चल पाएगी। क्या आप कहोगे हमने ये कॉन्फ्रेंस आयोजित करवाई, कर्तापना। मैं बोल रहा हूँ, मैं यहाँ पर बोल रहा हूँ, कर्तापना। मैं बोल रहा हूँ मैंने यहाँ प्रेजेंटेशन बनाई, ये कर्तापना है। आप कहोगे और अकर्तावाद क्यों बोल रहे हो, अकर्तावाद क्यों बोल रहे हो? तो पुरुषार्थ की समीचीनता आती है। इसका मतलब यह है कि जो अंदर बैठा हुआ है ना कर्तापना, अंदर श्रद्धा में, वो अकर्तापना का नाश होता है। और जो बाहर में जो व्यवहार चल रहा है वो व्यवहार तो चल ही रहा है। ये व्यवहार को समझने के लिए एक छोटा सा एग्जाम्पल है। एक बच्चा था, वो मंदिर गया, पंडित जी के प्रवचन सुने और पंडित जी के प्रवचन में आया कि मैं आत्मा हूं। क्या सुना? मैं आत्मा हूं। और वहीं पर उसी दिन उसने आधार कार्ड सेंटर में जाके आधार कार्ड बनवाना था। तो आधार कार्ड वाले ने पूछा तुम्हारा नाम क्या है, तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? तो उसने बोला आत्मा है। क्या बोला? आत्मा है। तो ये व्यवहार और निश्चय का दोनों का मिक्स हो गया, ये गलत है। लेकिन अब उससे बोलेंगे कि भाई तुम्हारे पापा का नाम क्या है और तुम्हारा नाम क्या है, तो व्यवहार ने से वो क्या बोलेगा कि मेरा नाम संयम जैन है और मेरे पापा का नाम मनोज कुमार जैन है। और फिर अगर उसके मन में है, उसके अंदर है कि मैं आत्मा हूं, मैं अजन्मा हूं, मैं अकर्ता हूं, तो वो असली सिद्धांत है जैन दर्शन का, और इसी से सभी दुखों का नाश हो सकता है। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू संयम, आपने टाइम में सबमिट कर दिया। किसी के क्वेश्चंस हैं? वी कैन टेक 1 or 2 क्वेश्चंस। मैं ये कहना चाहूँगी कि आपने मुझे श्रीमती राजचंद्र जी की याद दिला दी। वो सोनी बाजार में बैठते थे, बोलते थे ये बाहर का काम चल रहा है, अंदर में अकर्तावत में जीता हूं।
बहुत अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन था। आई जस्ट वांट टू आस्क योर व्यूज़, आपके विचार। अगर इसको प्रैक्टिकली लाना है तो फिर कैसे करें? फिलोसॉफी एक अलग बात होती है और प्रैक्टिकल एक अलग बात है। मतलब हमारा अल्टीमेट एम है कि समाज में ऐसी व्यवस्था बने या ऐसी विचारधारा बने, तो प्रैक्टिकली कैसे लाए इसको?
आपका प्रैक्टिकली का मतलब क्या है कि हमारे अंदर प्रैक्टिकल कैसे हो कि बाहर कैसे प्रैक्टिकल हो?
दोनों साइड। आंतरिक तो होना चाहिए, वो हमारा फर्स्ट एम है, बट बाह्य होगा तो आंतरिक आएगा। अभी ऐसा ट्रेंड चल रहा है, तो कैसे दोनों का सॉल्यूशन ला सकते हैं?
मोदी जी ने एक सबसे पहले आते ही साथ एक अभियान निकाला था, स्वच्छ भारत अभियान। तो उनने साफ सफाई करना शुरू नहीं की थी। उनने पहले क्या बोला कि आप अपने आप को साफ करो, अपने आसपास की जगह को साफ करो, देश अपने आप साफ हो जाएगा। और ये हमने देखा कि वडोदरा के स्टेशन में कचरा नहीं है, वडोदरा की हर सड़क एकदम साफ है। जहां हर जगह वो नहीं मिलता है, वो मोदी जी के देश में, वो मोदी जी के राज्य में वो देखने मिल रहा है। वैसे ही अगर हम देखें, वैसे ही हम अगर देखें कि अकर्तावाद अगर हमारे श्रद्धा में आ रहा है तो वो हमारे व्यवहार में भी आएगा, व्यवहार से हमारे आसपास के लोगों पे भी फर्क पड़ेगा, और फर्क पड़ने से पूरे राज्य में, देश में दुनिया में फर्क पड़ेगा ही पड़ेगा, इस बात को। और कोई? हाँ,
संयम मनोज कुमार ने, मैं बोलूँगी छोटा पैकेट बड़ा धमाका, राइट, वेरी गुड प्रेजेंटेशन। और आपका जो क्वेश्चन है आशीष भाई, बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट क्वेश्चन है, उसका आंसर मैं देना चाहूँगी टू सपोर्ट हिज प्रेजेंटेशन। कि सबसे पहले तो आपका जो क्वेश्चन है ना कि प्रैक्टिकली हम इस चीज़ को कैसे अप्लाई करें, तो उसके लिए हमें 5 समवाय का सिद्धांत समझना होगा कि स्वभाव, पुरुषार्थ, काल, नियति और भवितव्यता के अनुसार ये पूरा यूनिवर्स चल रहा है, किसी के चलाने से नहीं चल रहा है। इसलिए जैनिज्म में क्रिएटर गॉड कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं है। द होल यूनिवर्स इज uncreated, indestructible, but creation, destruction is happening at the atomic level, at the spiritual level, at the body level, at every level. Utpad, Vyay, Dravya is happening. First answer. Second is हमारे सिद्ध भगवान, वो आत्मा का ध्यान करके हमें क्या बता रहे हैं कि ये जगत अकर्ता है, तुम भी सब कुछ करते हुए भी तुम अकर्ता हो। सेकंड, और इन्होंने जो 2 संबंध की बात बताई, एक तो ज्ञाता दृष्टा संबंध, एक निमित्त नैमित्तिक संबंध। तो ऐसे ही अगर आप जैन आगम की स्टडी करेंगे तो उसमें आपको 50-60 प्रकार के संबंधों की बात मिलती है। जब आप ये सारे संबंध समझेंगे तब आपको अपनी आत्मा का क्या डीएनए है और यूनिवर्स का क्या वर्किंग है वो सब समझ में आएगा। चौथी बात है कि भगवत गीता में आता है कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्ते मा फलेषु, यानी कर्म करो फल की इच्छा मत करो का अर्थ है कि ये तुम्हारा भवितव्य, तुम्हारे कर्म का उदय है, तुम्हें इसको करना ही पड़ेगा। और अगर तुम अपने को अकर्ता मानोगे तो तुम्हारे उससे रिलेटेड फल का अनंतानुबंधी कषाय का बंद नहीं होगा। ये मेरा इंटरप्रिटेशन है उस श्लोक का, तो आपको चिंता करने की ज़रूरत नहीं। सो कृष्ण महाराज को हम योगी मानते हैं, तो वो जैन फिलॉसफी को मानते थे, फॉलो करते थे, और इस तरीके से एक ही बात को वैदिक और श्रमणिक परंपरा में 2 रूप में हमारे सामने आया। सो दिस इज व्हाट मेक्स इंडिया विश्व गुरु। सो दीज आर माय सपोर्टिव स्टेटमेंट्स फॉर हिज प्रेजेंटेशन। एनीबडी हैज एनी क्वेश्चन?
एक
वन मोर वी कैन।
एक पीओवी ये भी है कि हम जब अकर्ता होने लगते हैं, जब श्रद्धा में आने लगता है, तो चारित्र में अपने आप डेवलप होने लगता है। ऐसी बात है नहीं, जब हमारे आप सभी पिता बने होंगे, तो जब हमारे बच्चे होते हैं तो अपने आप वो अलग से अंदर से ही क्या बोलते हैं उसे, पुवर्टी आने लगती है, समझदारी आने लगती है, और वो समझदारी हमारे आचरण में भी दिखाई देती है। वैसे ही है कि अकर्तावाद अगर अंदर में आएगा तो आराम से ही हमारे 5 व्रत, 5 अणुव्रत, महाव्रत और सारे व्रत पल जाएंगे।
वन मोर थिंग इज, इफ आई कैन एडमिनिस्टर, जो मैस्लोज लॉ है, यू अंडरस्टैंड, ऑल ऑफ यू नो द मैस्लोज, तो उसमें जो सेल्फ एक्चुअलाइजेशन है वो वैसे रीच आउट नहीं होगा, लेकिन आप जैन फिलॉसफी फॉलो करके सेल्फ एक्चुअलाइजेशन से अपनी यात्रा शुरू करो तो सब मैनेजमेंट हो जाता है। उसमें सेल्फ मैनेजमेंट, कषाय मैनेजमेंट, हेल्थ मैनेजमेंट, रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट, सब मैनेजमेंट आ जाए। दिस आई कॉल एज भगवान महावीर का मैनेजमेंट फिलॉसफी। आई थिंक विल
हाँ, क्या है कि
call for the next person.
I'll just add to Ashish's question. Ashish, read about Srimad Rajchandra's life. As a jeweler, he was always working in his profession. People asked him, how are you separate? But he said, internally, even if I'm doing my job, I'm always thinking that I'm separate from what I'm doing. And that person didn't live so far behind. He was just 100 years more older than us. So if he could do it, we could all do it, that way. Thank you, Sam.
May I? या आई जस्ट वांट टू नो वन थिंग, मतलब मैं हिंदी में ही पूछती हूँ। इसमें जैसे आपने कर्तावाद बोला, तो वो कर्तावाद बाहर एक्शंस में वी कैन फाइंड कि हम इस चीज़ में कर्तावाद लगाते हैं, ये मैंने किया, ये मैंने किया, बट जो हम भावों पे लगाते हैं, जब अपने परिणामों पे लगाते हैं, तो हम जिनागम में सीखते हैं कि वो टू ग्रेट एक्सटेंट, मतलब वो पिछले भाव हैं या पिछले संस्कार हैं जिसकी वजह से वो थॉट ऐसे आ गया उस टाइम पे, बट उस पे काम कैसे होगा? अगर आप अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन और उस चीज़ के माध्यम से बता पाएं। आ गया, हमेशा वो आ जाता है हाँ, बट उस पे काम कैसे करें कि वो आए भी ना?
2 प्रकार की चीज़ें होती हैं, एक विचार और एक विकल्प, 2 होते हैं। ये हमेशा इसमें बहुत लोग डिफ्रेंशिएट नहीं कर पाते हैं। विचार होता है जो हम कर रहे हैं, कि मैं बोल रहा हूँ तो आगे हमें क्या बोलना है, आगे हम किसको बोलें, हम किसको देख के बोले, ये विचार है। और विकल्प जैसे सपने, कि हम सोच कुछ और रहे थे और सपने में कुछ और आ गया और हो कुछ और गया। ये विकल्प है, विकल्प को कोई कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकता, विकल्प को कोई कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकता, लेकिन विचार को हर कोई कंट्रोल कर सकता है। इसीलिए माणिक्यानंद आचार्य ने लिखा
We will have to conclude now. Sorry, but it's very interesting topic you brought up. Thank you very much. I think
Thank you.
there's some change in the program. We're going to have some felicitation, as I was told. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Ashok Jetawat, sir, to present token of appreciation to Dr. Trapti Jain, contributor for panel discussion. Next, I request L. Ashok, sir, to be ready. L. Ashok, sir. Sayyam Manoj Kumar Jain, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, now we announce Dr. Sachidanand Snehi to come and share his presentation on Jain conduct and its contemporary relevance, a textual and applied study of non-violence and livelihood.
A very good afternoon to all. मोक्षमार्गस्य नेतारं हेतारं कर्मभूभृतां ज्ञातारं विश्वतत्त्वानां वंदे तद्गुणलब्धये। जैन तर्क भाषा के इस मंगलाचरण के साथ मैं अपने प्रेजेंटेशन का आरंभ करना चाहूँगा। मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन का विषय है जैन आचार एवं इसकी समकालीन प्रासंगिकता, अहिंसा और आजीविका का विश्लेषणात्मक एवं व्यवहारिक अध्ययन। मैंने पीपीटी को बाइलिंगुअल तैयार किया है और अपने रिसर्च पेपर को भी बाइलिंगुअल तैयार किया था, इंग्लिश और हिंदी दोनों में ही। तो ये लगभग 37 पेज के आसपास हो गया था। 10 मिनट में तो इसको बताना कठिन होगा, लेकिन जितनी बातें आपने सुन ली हैं उनको स्किप करते हुए जो मेन पॉइंट्स है उसके बारे में बता देता हूँ, क्योंकि हम संस्कृत इंस्टीट्यूशन होने के नाते टेक्सचुअल स्टडी को बहुत प्रमोट करते हैं। मैंने खुद भी पीजी में तत्वार्थ सूत्रा पढ़ा है और जैन तर्क भाषा पर एक वर्कशॉप भी किया है। इसके अलावा शादवाद मंजरी हमारे पीजी के सिलेबस में लगा हुआ है और आईसीपीआर के थ्रू हम लोग ऐसी टेक्स्ट रीडिंग वर्कशॉप आयोजित कराते रहते हैं हमारे कैंपस में। तो ये थोड़ा सा ब्रीफ इंट्रोडक्शन था। उसके बाद मैं नेक्स्ट स्लाइड पर मूव करता हूँ। नेक्स्ट। तो ये टॉपिक है, टॉपिक के बारे में थोड़ा सा बता दूं। अहिंसा और इथिकल लाइवलीहुड, ये दोनों चीज़ें आपस में जो है कॉन्ट्राडिक्टरी हो जाती हैं आज के समय में, क्योंकि जो पहले अहिंसा का सिद्धांत बताया गया था अहिंसा परमो धर्म सूत्रों में, वो आज के जो हमारे व्यवसायी जगत है, जो ग्लोबलाइजेशन का युग है एलपीजी का, उसमें जो कृषि और जो मांसाहार जो मत्स्य क्षेत्र से जुड़े हुए लोग हैं उनके लिए एक बहुत प्रॉब्लमेटिक सिचुएशन हो जाती है कि वे अहिंसा का पालन कैसे करें। सिमिलरली डेयरी उद्योग में भी ये समस्या है और ये एक प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट के रूप में हर जगह आता है। जहाँ भी आप अहिंसा को प्रमोट करते हैं तो वहाँ पर इसका विरोधी तर्क भी आ जाता है कि हम अपनी लाइवलीहुड के लिए क्या करेंगे फिर। तो एक बात है, मैंने तत्वार सूत्र को ही थोड़ा आधार बनाया है और फिर उसकी विश्लेषणात्मक और व्यवहारिक अध्ययन करते हुए समग्र कल्याण की ओर हम लोग बढ़ेंगे। नेक्स्ट, जैन नैतिकता की जो आधारशिला है वो कल मैडम ने बताया भी था। सम्यक दर्शन ज्ञान चरित्राणि मोक्ष मार्ग, ये तत्वार सूत्र का पहला सूत्र ही है और ये भी अपने आप में होलिस्टिक व्यू को ही बताता है। इसमें से अगर हम एक पार्ट भी छोड़ देते हैं तो ये होलिस्टिक नहीं होगा। तो सम्यक दर्शन भी हमें चाहिए, ज्ञान भी चाहिए और चरित्र भी चाहिए। और सम्यक चरित्र के अंतर्गत ही ये जो 5 हमारे महत्वपूर्ण प्रतिज्ञाएं हैं, वोव्स हैं, जिन जो मुनियों के लिए महाव्रत कहे गए हैं और गृहस्थ के लिए अणुव्रत कहे गए हैं, वो आ जाते हैं। और ये भी अपने आप में पारिभाषिक शब्द है। हम इसको लोक व्यवहार के दृष्टिकोण से सम्यक दृष्टि को राइट विजन समझ लेते हैं, लेकिन ये राइट विजन नहीं है क्योंकि ट्रांसलेशन की ये प्रॉब्लम है। सूत्र कहता है तत्वार्थ श्रद्धानम सम्यक दर्शनम, तत्वों के प्रति सम्यक श्रद्धा रखना सम्यक दर्शन होता है। और तत्व वहाँ आचार्य जी ने 7 बताए हैं, जीव, अजीव, आश्रव, संवर, बंध, निर्जरा, मोक्ष। और ये सारे जो प्रकल्प हैं वो मोक्ष के लिए हो रहे हैं। होलिस्टिक वेलबींग जो है वो हमारे जीवन का एक महत्वपूर्ण लक्ष्य है, लेकिन जीवन के परे क्या है? जीवन से परे मोक्ष की भी एक अवधारणा शास्त्रों में बताई गई है और वहाँ से ये चीज़ें निकल कर आ रही हैं। नेक्स्ट, तो ये 5 प्रतिज्ञाएं, इनके बारे में आप वैसे सभी परिचित हैं। अहिंसा का मतलब है मन, वचन और काय से किसी भी प्राणी को कोई पीड़ा न पहुंचाना। और ये बहुत बड़ा लार्जर कॉन्सेप्ट है, इसके बारे में यहाँ पर बहुत सारी चर्चा हुई है, लेकिन जो कुछ विषय वहाँ नहीं आए हैं उसमें उन्होंने जैन दर्शन में समितियों की चर्चा की है। ये 5 प्रकार की समितियाँ हैं जो अहिंसा को जो है मजबूत करती हैं। ईर्या समिति, भाषा समिति, ऐषणा समिति, आदान निक्षेप समिति और उत्सर्ग समिति, ये आचारांग परंपरा में ही है। तो इसमें यह है कि समिति का जो अर्थ है, ईर्या समिति का मतलब है चलते फिरते सावधानी रखना, क्योंकि हम लोग जब चलेंगे फिरेंगे और असावधानी से, प्रमाद से चलेंगे तो उसमें बहुत सारे जीवों के हानि हो जाने की संभावना रहती है और जीव हानि न हो, ये जैन दर्शन का सबसे प्रमुख सिद्धांत है। दूसरी है भाषा समिति। भाषा समिति जैन दर्शन में संकल्प जा हिंसा है उसको भी बहुत गहराई से माना गया है। अगर हम वचन से या मन से या चिंतन से या संकल्प से भी किसी को पीड़ा पहुंचाने के बारे में सोचते हैं तो वो भी भाषा समिति की भावना के अनुकूल नहीं है। ऐषणा समिति का अर्थ है आहार एवं साधनों में शुद्धता और संयम, जिसके बारे में बहुत सारी बात हुई है, शाकाहार के बारे में, जैन मील के बारे में, ये बातें हैं। एक है आदान निक्षेप समिति। इसमें वस्तुओं को उठाने रखने के समय में ये ध्यान रखना है कि उससे कहीं किसी जीव का हनन तो नहीं हो रहा है। और उत्सर्ग समिति ये है जब हम वेस्टेज को डिस्पोज करते हैं तो उस समय में जीवों का नाश तो नहीं हो जा रहा है, तो ये उत्सर्ग समिति है। और इसके अलावा 3 वहाँ पर गुप्ति भी बताई गई है, काय गुप्ति, वचन गुप्ति, मनोगुप्ति। तो मन, वचन और काय तीनों पर ही नियंत्रण रखना होगा, तभी अहिंसा की जो मूल भावना है उसका पालन हो सकता है। ये जो अहिंसा है इसके अंतर्गत जो बाकी 4 जो महाव्रत हैं वो ही आ जाते हैं, अर्थात जो अस्तेय और सत्य और ब्रह्मचर्य और अपरिग्रह की जो बात कही गई है वो अहिंसा को परिपुष्ट करने के लिए ही कही गई है। तो अहिंसा इसीलिए परम धर्म बनता है वहाँ पर जाकर। और अगर हम अहिंसा को पालन करना चाहते हैं तो इसके लिए फिर हमें सत्य को भी अपनाना होगा, ब्रह्मचर्य को अपनाना होगा, अपरिग्रह को भी अपनाना होगा। इसमें से अगर हम किसी भी एक पार्ट को छोड़ते हैं, स्किप करते हैं, तो वो अहिंसा की मूल भावना के अनुकूल नहीं कहा जाएगा। इसीलिए ये जो तप है ये मुनियों के लिए तो सहज हैं, तो उनको वहाँ पर महाव्रत की संज्ञा दी गई है, उसके लिए एक अलग मार्ग बताया गया है। उसमें किसी भी प्रकार की छूट नहीं दी गई है, लेकिन गृहस्थ के लिए इतने सारे कठिन नियमों का पालन करना संभव नहीं होता है, तो उसमें से कुछ छूट देकर अणुव्रत आंदोलन के रूप में उसको बताया गया है। सिमिलर कॉन्सेप्ट योग दर्शन में भी प्राप्त होता है, वहाँ पर यम के रूप में इसको बताया गया है। सत्य अस्त्य ब्रह्मचर्य अपरिग्रह यमाह, अहिंसा सत्य अस्त्य ब्रह्मचर्य अपरिग्रह यमाह, योग सूत्र इसमें है, मैंने पेपर में कोट किया है, सारे उसमें लिखा हुआ है। उनसे क्या क्या लाभ होते हैं, जैसे अहिंसा अगर करेंगे तो उससे वैर भावना का त्याग हो, ये सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है आज के समय में, क्योंकि हम देख रहे हैं कि ग्लोबलाइजेशन के इस युग में हर जगह वॉर हो रही है और सबको पीस भी चाहिए, लेकिन पीस बिना अहिंसा के तो हो नहीं सकती है। तो अगर हमें अहिंसा चाहिए, हमें शांति चाहिए विश्व में, वॉर को ख़त्म करना है, तो हमें अहिंसा के सिद्धांतों की ओर लौटना होगा। जो मोदी जी ने कहा था उस समय में कि ये दौर जो है युद्ध का नहीं है बुद्ध का है, उनका तात्पर्य वहाँ पर यही था। वो बुद्ध से भारत की जो अहिंसा परंपरा है उसको बताना चाह रहे थे, महात्मा बुद्ध और जैन के वचनों को बताना चाह रहे थे, और वैदिक फिलॉसफी को भी बताना चाह रहे थे। मैं यहाँ एक बात स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूँ कि वैदिक फिलॉसफी और जैन फिलॉसफी या बुद्ध फिलॉसफी कुछ सिद्धांतों में अलग हो सकते हैं, लेकिन ओवरऑल जो है उनमें बहुत सारी समानताएं हैं, और उन समानताओं के कारण उनको हम ये जो सिद्धांत हैं अहिंसा और सत्य अस्त्य ब्रह्मचर्य और परिग्रह के, ये सर्वतंत्र सिद्धांत के अंतर्गत आते हैं। तो ये सर्वतंत्र सिद्धांत है, इसीलिए सबके लिए स्वीकार्य है और ग्राह्य है और यूनिवर्सली एक्सेप्टेबल है। इसमें मैंने योग सूत्र और इसके कंपैरिजन भी किया है। देन 5 प्रकार की हिंसाएं भी वहाँ बताई गई है। 2 मिनट में मुझे ख़त्म करना है। तो उसमें संकल्पज हिंसा की बात कही गई है, आरंभज हिंसा की बात कही गई है, उद्योगज, विरोधज और प्रायश्चित, ये 5 प्रकार की हिंसाएं बताई गई है, और उनके द्वारा लाइवलीहुड के लिए क्या किया जा सकता है समाधान। तो ये समाधान 2 प्रकार का हो सकता है। अपनी बात को यहाँ इसमें ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि एक तो जागरूकता के स्तर पर जब अहिंसा का विकास होगा या जागरूकता फैलेगी सब जगह, तो उससे अहिंसा के प्रति लोगों का आकर्षण होने से शाकाहार की ओर लोग शिफ्ट होंगे, तो ऑटोमेटिकली डिमांड कम हो जाने से सप्लाई पर भी असर होगा, और लोग जो है उन जो जिन मांसाहार आदि या मत्स्य पालन आदि जो व्यवसाय हैं उनकी ओर आकर्षित नहीं होंगे। वहाँ पर डिमांड नहीं रहेगी तो सप्लाई की भी आवश्यकता नहीं रहेगी। और दूसरा विषय यह है कि न्याय दर्शन में एक सिद्धांत है, जानाति इच्छते यतते, जब हम जिसको जानते हैं उसके बारे में इच्छा करते हैं, उसी का हम प्रयत्न करते हैं। तो लोगों के पास जानकारी ही नहीं है जैन दर्शन के प्रिंसिपल्स की, धर्म क्या है और अहिंसा क्या है, क्या बताया गया है। तो जब उनको जानकारी नहीं है तो उनमें इच्छा भी नहीं है उस चीज़ के प्रति, और उसके प्रति उनका प्रयत्न भी नहीं है। तो जानकारी क्रिएट हो, सब जगह ये संदेश प्रसारित हो, शाकाहार को प्रोत्साहन मिले, तो ऑटोमेटिकली आजीविका के संबंध में जो संकट हैं उनका समस्याओं का समाधान हो जाएगा। समय की अल्पता है, इतना ही कहकर मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूँ। और एक बात है, न्याय मंजरी में जयंत भट्ट जी ने कहा है, कुतो वा वयम नूतनम उत्प्रेक्षितुम क्षमा वशो विन्यास वैचित्र्यम अच्चर विचार्यताम। इसका मतलब है कि हम नया क्या आपको बता देंगे, जो शास्त्रों में पहले ही कहा गया है उसका वचन विन्यास ही हम लोग कर रहे हैं, उसको थोड़ा सा डिस्क्राइब कर रहे हैं, व्याख्या कर रहे हैं, उसमें अपने उदाहरण जोड़ रहे हैं और अपनी तरीके से। तो हम अपनी आचार्य परंपरा, ग्रंथ परंपरा और शास्त्र परंपरा का संरक्षण कर रहे हैं, विकास कर रहे हैं। मैंने कुछ भी अपनी तरफ से नया नहीं बताया है, उसमें कुछ त्रुटि हुई हो तो आप मुझे क्षमा करें। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर स्नेही जी, आपने बहुत अच्छा बताया। अहिंसा का महात्म्य में सारे धर्म के लक्षण आ जाते हैं, तो बहुत अच्छा। किसी को कोई एनीवन फॉर क्वेश्चंस? वी कैन टेक वन क्वेश्चन। यस।
Thank you. Just a very simple basic question. Like, yeah, it is, मतलब ऐसा माना जाता है कि ये अहिंसा और जो 5 व्रत है ये हिंदू परंपरा में, योग दर्शन में और भी जगहों पर है। इनमें अंतर क्या है? कोई अंतर है या नहीं है?
अंतर थोड़ा बहुत सिद्धांतों का अंतर है। टेक्सटुअल व्याख्या में जब टीकाओं में जाते हैं तो उसकी व्याख्या में अंतर आ जाता है, लेकिन बेसिक जो सिद्धांत है, जो सभी भूतों के प्रति अनविद्रोह होना, पीड़ा न पहुंचाना, मन वचन और काय से किसी को दुख न पहुंचाना, ये सीधा सीधा आस्ते का सिद्धांत है। और उसके जो तत्वार सूत्र में लक्षण भी है 7.13 में वहाँ आया है, प्रमथ योगात हाँ अहिंसा तद विपरीता अहिंसा। उसके बाद कंटिन्यूएशन में वहाँ सूत्र आते हैं, मैंने ये पेपर में कोट भी किए हैं, टाइम नहीं था, नहीं तो मैं आपको
मे बी वी कैन हैव अ लुक एट योर पेपर डॉक्टर स्नेह जी,
हाँ,
क्योंकि जाना है। थैंक यू।
हाँ, मिथ्या भाषण को वहाँ अनृत कहा गया है और ऐसे सारे लक्षण आए हैं। ये जो ब्रह्मचर्य की बात भी होती है कि ब्रह्मचर्य क्यों कह रहे हैं सबके लिए, कोई शादी नहीं करेगा तो फिर आगे संतति कैसे चलेगी, लेकिन उसका हम लोग बहुत मोटा मोटा मीनिंग लेते हैं। वहाँ पर बहुत डीप फिलोसफिकल डिस्कशन हुआ है। और अपरिग्रह के विषय में भी है कि अगर अपरिग्रह सारी वस्तुएं हम इकट्ठे नहीं करेंगे तो जीवन में उन्नति कैसे होगी, तो वो भी डिस्कशन वहाँ पर है। टाइम का अभाव है, नहीं तो मैं उस पर चर्चा करता। धन्यवाद।
कंटिन्यू फॉर द अदर सेशन। थैंक यू। नाउ विल इनवाइट
thank you, sir. I would request Dr. Ashish sir to felicitate Dr. Sachitanand Snehi sir as he has to leave. Thank you, sir. We'll proceed with the further.
Next to talk to us is Ved Prakash Saini, who is going to be talking on Preksha meditation and the science of yoga, a holistic framework for psychosomatic health and global well-being.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, respected chairperson, all distinguished delegates and fellow researchers. Myself, Ved Prakash Saini, I am working in ESIC, Ministry of Labour and Employment, as a senior pharmacy officer. My background is pharmacy, but after that I completed my bachelor in arts, then master in yoga, and after that PhD in Preksha meditation. And my topic in Preksha meditation is how impact in anxiety, stress and memory improvement. And before going to this, I 4 or 5 neurological patients at NMO positive, mostly here doctors, so they can understood. Their NMO positive patients, I gave them this Preksha meditation and some food change and some thought process, working on their thought process, and their mycophyt and prednisolone reduced 4 times to 1 time only. And one patient came to me, she was suffering from oral lichen planus, and I modified her lifestyle and some food and meditation, and without medication she managed her life daily routine. Thank you. Now I come to this my topic, Preksha meditation and science of yoga, a holistic framework for psychosomatic health and global well-being. So right now we can see psychosomatic disorders are rapidly arise, and they are the due to time shortage, so I explain very fast. There are the disturbance in man and breath. There is disturbance in man and breath, then psychosomatic disorders are arises. And what meditation do? Meditation increase the alpha brain waves that reduce anxiety, improve alertness and calm awareness. And most of studies show that after meditation emotional balance is very good. better focus and enhanced mind-body interaction. And some interesting facts I would like to share here, that meditation effect just like opium-like receptors in our brain that activated through the meditation. And one fact is also there that there are in CPG sites, cytosine, phosphate, guanine sites are in our DNA. That basic structure there, these sites are without change in DNA. There is some chemical change, and we can say epigenetic changes are there. So they also modified or change our behavior or our reverse our disease or maybe prevent. Jubiet et al. Said that activation of endogenous opioid system is associated with reduced pain and enhanced positive effect during internally regulated mental state. When mental state is calm and we are in deep stillness, then pain also reduce, and the emotional well-being is also very good. In Panchakosa Siddhant from the Taittiriya Upanishad, I can correlate here that the last stage, there are 5 kosa: Annamaya kosa, Pranamaya kosa, Manomaya kosa, Vigyanmaya kosa, and Anandmaya kosa. So we are when in deep stillness in the meditation state, then we are in the same Anandmaya kosa. The endorphins are released and we feel blissful. Now, I directly come to objectives of PM Preksha meditation. PM is Preksha meditation. It improves self-awareness, stress reduction, emotional balance, improved concentration. Most and important aspect is spiritual growth. That is the final need of the human being. Physical health and memory improvement. All others are by default came during the process. Preksha meditation is developed by Acharya Sri Mahapragya ji. And the main components of Preksha meditation is Kayotsarg, Antaryatra, Swas Preksha, Sarir Preksha, Chaitanya Kendra Preksha, Lesha Dhyan, Bhavna and Anupreksha. The core techniques that in Preksha meditation is purification of perception, holistic well-being, mindfulness and awareness, meditative visualization, transformation consciousness, internalization जो particles हैं they are also change, breath control techniques and regular practice. And psychotherapeutic impact is anxiety reduction, depression relief, aggression and optimistic enhancement. How Preksha meditation work in the brain, alpha waves, attention control, scientific and neurophysiological aspect we can see ki, through meditation prefrontal cortex activities increase and amygdala activities decrease, and there is enhanced interoceptive awareness. So there are some studies I review that brain plasticity and neurophysiological correlates of meditation in long-term meditation that increase. There is the during meditation versus baseline show enhanced activity in the brain region. There is some changes in cerebral glucose metabolism. And one other study from Preksha meditation effect on DNA methylation that also show how the DNA sites is changes through methylation and improve the awareness, prefrontal cortex, improve the executive command, personality center, and responsible for processing emotions also. And again, Preksha Dhyan meditation induce alteration at the transcriptome level. The study is done by done on 140 improvement in hematological profile also. The hematological parameters, hemoglobin, RBC, WBC, platelet counts are also improved through this practice. And effects of combining Preksha meditation on short-term memory also shows that Mahapran Dhoni and Leshya Dhyan, when both are given combinedly, then effects are very good. 8 weeks regular practice, improved attention and concentration, better short-term memory, increased positive emotions and reduced negative emotions, enhanced overall well-being. So cognitive and emotional benefits, and clinical evidence is also there that 93% pain improvement and 47% is complete resolution are there. So there is the future direction. We can set up clinical trials, epigenetic research and personalized protocols for different kinds of any psychosomatic disorder, any chronic disease. And lastly, this is my finish. Longitudinal study, policy implementation, that sir said we can set up some wellness center, and there are many scopes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
वंडरफुल प्रेजेंटेशन सर. सर एक क्वेश्चन था, इफ़ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग, मेडिकल साइंस ये बोलती है कि अल्जाइमर, अगर क्वेश्चन रिलेटेबल नहीं हो तो आप प्लीज़ बोलिएगा, मैं बाद में पूछ लूँगी. अल्जाइमर का मेडिकल साइंस कोई वो नहीं देती है कि वो ठीक, मतलब नॉन क्योरेबल डिजीज़ बोली जाती है अल्जाइमर, पर क्या एक्स्ट्रा मेडिटेशन या एनी सॉर्ट ऑफ मेडिकेशन प्रूव्स कि अल्जाइमर जैसी चीज़ को कंट्रोल किया जा सकता है?
बिल्कुल, जो सिनेप्टिक जो क्लेफ्ट है उस पर जैसे ड्राइवर होता है, ड्राइवर यदि वो ड्राइविंग करता है अच्छी, उसका ब्रेन बिल्कुल अलर्ट मोड में रहता है, जो प्रोफेशनल ड्राइवर्स हैं. इस तरह से यदि हमारा ब्रेन एक्टिव रहता है लास्ट स्टेज तक, तो अल्जाइमर्स मतलब काफ़ी हद तक मैनेजेबल रह सकता है. ये तो नहीं कह सकता ठीक होगा या नहीं होगा, बट मतलब ब्रेन की एक्टिविटी पे डिपेंड है. और कुछ अपने जो बोलते हैं ना कि जो केमिकल बायोकेमिकल जो चेंजेस हुए हैं बॉडी में, अब वो कितना मैनेज हो पाता है, क्या पैरामीटर्स हैं, वो क्लिनिकली पैथोलॉजिकली वो सब देखने के बाद ही उसके बारे में एक्सपर्ट बता सकते हैं ज़्यादा. बट मेडिटेशन डेफिनेटली कुछ ना कुछ हेल्प करेगा. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू मिस्टर सैनी.
नमस्कार सर.
नमस्कार सर.
Sorry, I'm just have to limit the time for everyone.
Okay.
Thank you. Sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now we'll invite Chintamani Nanal for Freedom Without Departure.
Is it okay? Yeah, fine. Jai Janendra everyone. My name is Chintamani Nanal and I am a research scholar from Gujarat University. So today's topic is freedom without departure, the Jain way to ultimate well-being. Now we are talking about holistic well-being, but how many of you think that we are all well-beings? We are all human beings. You all are agree with me, right? But how many of you think that we are well-beings? Are we all well-beings? I think we are all unwell beings, and that's why this conference has been organized, right? So how Jain philosophy can cure our unwell-beingness, that I will show you. And I am not talking about holistic well-being. Holistic well-being is a part of my topic, but I am going to talk about ultimate well-being. See, well-being nowadays has been treated as something which has all the dimensions: spiritual, physical, psychological, mental, everything, right? But my presentation will go from psychological well-being to spiritual well-being. How psychological well-being sets a stage or it becomes a ladder for spiritual well-being. it will go like this. And you might have been confused that what is freedom without departure. So we depart means we go from this world to the next step. But we have to be free in this world. But how is this possible? Freedom is a very vague concept. But we have to be free in spiritual sense, in psychological sense, in physical sense as well. Am I audible to you all? Yes. Okay. So we talk about kashayas, right? There are 4 kashayas in Jainism: anger, greed, maya, and anger, greed, maya, and I'm sorry, I'm forgetting. Yes, ego. Right. So first of all, if we talk about anger, just now what happened to me was when I was having my lunch. Then there was some undhiyo or something like that, and because of some reason, the one who was giving me uh, just spoiled on my koti. So if it's in my hands how to react to that thing, right? If I uh, uh, will spread my anger towards that person, then there is no point of me talking here about anger issue or management, right? So whatever happens or whatever situation we are facing, they are happening to us, but it's upon us how we are reacting to it. Rather, we should respond, not react to any situation. So in every religion, not only Jainism, I am not a Jain, but I feel that to take birth as Jain or not is not in our hands, but we all should have a conduct of Jains in our actions, right? And there is a thing in psychology, mainly we talk about awareness. What is awareness? Are we aware right now, or are we thinking about what might have been done in today's budget, what Nirmala Sitharamanji has said? If we are not here right now, there is no point. We are physically here, but we are mentally somewhere else. So there is no point of we being here just now. Rather, we should be there. Okay. And there should be equanimity in our living. Samyak, that is what Samyak is all about. Samyak darshan, Samyak, we thought it is right faith, right knowledge, right conduct. But with rightness, there is a balance. Okay. That I will tell you in my next slide. So we say that Jiv is blissful and it's all pervasive. All those good qualities are in Jiv. But we don't see in our practical life like that. We all are miserable living beings, isn't it? How many of you feel that you all are total blissful, as this is said? You all are Jivs, right? We all are Jiv. How many of you are totally blissful all your life? It's not possible. Because why this is not possible? Because we are surrounded or we are binded by our social circumstances. Social circumstances define us. Rather, it should be opposite. It should be upon us how we are reacting to our social circumstances. So there are 3 basic principles of Jainism: ahimsa, aparigraha, and anekantvad, right? So there is a brief story about ahimsa. Many of the speakers told us about ahimsa. So there is not anything new I am going to tell about ahimsa, because the concept remains the same. But I will tell you a short story that in a village, one villager was there and one Jain monk was there. That villager used to he used to insult the Jain monk. Why? Because he was just doing his meditation and everything. To that villager, he was like, I am doing so much of hard work and earning money, and what this Jain monk is doing, he is just doing his meditation. So what that villager used to say that Jain monk was, he used to insult. That Jain monk told that villager only 2 sentences, or rather 1 sentence, that your anger is your, not mine. It is as simple as that. not a big rocket science or not many philosophical thing, right? If you will understand this much, then the anger is dissolved, not a big deal. But what we do is, if someone would have insulted you in place of that Jain monk, what would have you done? It's not that easy. It is that easy for that Jain monk, but not for us. We have to prepare for it. That Jain monk has prepared himself for years to be at that stage, isn't it? Then we have heard about the story of this blind man and elephant in Anekantwad. But Anekantwad, I'm not going into that story because we all of us know that. But even in our constitution, we have the right of freedom and expression. What is that expression? It is our fundamental right, right? 19.1, article number 19.1. That expression of belief or expressing our thoughts, which we are doing right now, is Anekantwad only. What we are seeing from yesterday morning is Anekantwad. We are telling our perspectives on many things. Then we talk about aparigraha. There is a very much of a misconception about aparigraha. Many people think that aparigraha is like we should not possess so much of things, but it's not like that. It is basically non-possessiveness. We should not possess a thing. That's not right. Even if we possess many things, but if we are not attached to that things, so that thing must not possess us. We should not be possessed by that possessed thing. That's what is aparigraha. So even if we have so much of cars or so much of bungalows, it's very much fine. But if we are attached with that thing, then this miserable thing happens. But if we are mentally that stable, that it's okay. And what happens with this? So if we have so much of things, but if it is not with us after a point of time, but if we have followed aparigraha in a great manner, or if it's in our mind, then what happens is, if it is not with us after a point of time, then also we are very much fine. That it's okay. It was with me for some time. Now it's not. So that what this concept of Jainism talks about. And lastly, I would like to bring your attention at the concept of Pancha Parmeshthi. Pancha Parmeshthi has Sadhu Sadhvi in the lower rung, then Upadhyay, then Acharya, then Arihant, and then Siddh. Now you must all have been confused that in our Namokar mantra, firstly we talk about Namo Arihantanam, then about Namo Siddhanam. But in this ladder, we have on topmost is the Siddha. Why it is such that? Now we will go from start. And one sir was asking that philosophical things are okay, very much okay, but if it's not in practicality, what's the use of it? Then I would like to answer that from Sadhu Sadhvi, we can learn discipline. They are very much disciplined in following these 5 Mahavrats, right? From them we can learn how we can be disciplined in our day-to-day routine. Then from Upadhyay, who are Upadhyayas? Upadhyay means a teacher, right? From where we are talking all this, where we have gone this agams and this the things we are talking about, the scriptures. Yes. So from Upadhyay, we should learn that we should be very selective in taking the chapters or the topics which are useful to us, that the Upadhyay taught us. Then Acharyas are the leaders of that Sangh. So we should learn from Acharyas what? Ethical leadership. Then Arihant. Arihant itself means, Ari means an enemy and Hant means to destroy. One who destroys inner enemies is Arihant. We call Mahavir as Arihant or Tirthankar. So, and by following this concept of Jainism, we call Gandhiji as Mahatma. So the one who conquered inner enemies, we call him Mahavir, and the one who conquered outer enemies, we call him Mahatma. just by following this concept of Jainism only. And the upper stage is of Siddha, the one who resides at Siddha Shila, we call it. Siddha is not some person or embodied being. Siddha is an avastha or a state of being. So if we follow this thing in our day-to-day life, we also can reach to this stage of Siddha. And with this, I conclude that this was my topic of ultimate well-being. So by following our psychological path, we can reach to spiritual well-being and we can reach to the top as well. It is a misconception that we are just human beings and we should not reach the stage of Siddha. But Mahavir was in the form of body as we are, and he reached, then we also have the potential to reach the ultimate state. And finally, yesterday only ma'am was saying that these three are very much important. Samyak Darshan, Jnana, Charitrani, Moksha Marga. These three, as I mentioned in my slide. So, right faith is described by Sadhu Sadhvi. Then right darshan is described by Acharya, and how we should act. I'm sorry, right darshan is yes, knowledge with Upadhyay, and Acharya is of Charitra. So with this concept only, it is very much clear that these beings used the concept which is in Tattvarth Sutra 1.1. You don't have to read the whole of Tattvarth Sutra. Just this one sutra, if you read very clearly or if you imbibe, then that's it, isn't it? This is in this only it is said it is moksha marga. You can be enlightened, but it should not be like I am just talking and now you feel for 5-10 minutes, then wow, what he is talking, and then we are at home and we just forgot. It should not be like that. But if rigorously, if we are able to follow, then we can also reach the state of ultimate enlightenment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chintamani. Thank you, Chintamani. It was wonderful to hear you talk. Any questions from the audience? There's one hand at the back.
Thank you, sir. Very
Welcome.
nice presentation.
Thank you.
Sir, I have one question. So, ahimsa is only associated with anger, or
No.
Yeah.
Anger in the sense, it's not physical anger, right? Mentally also, if I am thinking about someone in ill manner, it is also ahimsa. So what's your question? Yeah.
So while we had lots of session on well-being, like a tattva, what is inside our body, and how we are interpreted based on that. So is it anger is some sort of a nature or tattva in our body, and how we can control that?
See, we can see from the lives of these great beings only. No human being is born without or with anger, right? It's just that how we are responding or reacting to that thing. So it is that tattva is in us only, but we have to use or not to use. That's the thing.
Thank you.
Mr. Abhijit.
Nice presentations.
Thank you,
I
sir.
just want to enlighten that anger is not a it is a simple expression part of our emotions. जैसे love एक expression पास है, anger also the same.
True.
But it is an emotion, and that particularly depends on individual constitution, how that person express. जैसे आपने बताया था that your expression, that is your constitution.
Right.
That is your constitution.
Yes, sir. And I also want to add one thing, that love is an emotion such that anger is also an emotion. But love is not harming any person. If that emotion is harming someone, then it's harmful.
But the content in same.
Content in same, of course. Yes, sir.
इससे ही जोगी बनते, इससे ही भोगी बनते और इससे ही उग्रपंथी बनते हैं, सब एक ही है.
बिल्कुल.
Love. Everything is love.
Yes, in excess everything is harmful. Yes.
Mr. Chintamani.
But we should not, you know, take this thing in anger. We should not do anger, right? We should not say that excess in anger is harmful.
So I have a question
Yes,
for you.
yeah, ma'am.
I just want to know whether anger is permitted in Jainism or not.
It is
Anger is
permitted.
permitted in.
It is permitted. See, we say ahimsa paramo dharma.
Yes or no? Only then my second question. Yes or no? Anger is permitted or not?
I guess anger is not permitted in Jainism.
Okay. I'm happy you gave that answer.
Yes.
Because
As
as
per my knowledge.
I would like to say anger is permitted.
Okay.
According to the Gunasthan, the anger will happen. Okay? According to the Guna, you should.
But
know
how
the
anger?
Gunasthan,
Yes.
you
but
have so many shades of anger.
True. True.
Right? You spoke about ultimate well-being.
Yes.
And you spoke about the Pancha Parmeshti. So without realizing that we all are living beings and not doing beings like Siddha Bhagwan,
Yes.
that is anger towards our own self.
But do we all
First,
not
that
know?
anger will go, only then the other forms of anger will go. This is what the Gunasthan theory in Jainism teaches us.
True.
So anger is permitted till 9th Gunasthan.
Okay.
But perversion, Mithya Darshan Gnan Charitra is not permitted.
Okay.
And Gyan Darshan Charitra is there in all the jivas.
Right.
Gyan Darshan Charitra is there at the micro level, at the ants, elephants, all creatures have Gyan. But it is not Samyak. To make it Samyak, we need the Panch Parmeshti, only then the ultimate well-being can happen.
Yes. Okay. I will
So
keep this in
anger
mind.
is permitted, don't worry.
Okay.
A child has justification for his crying.
True.
He
true.
knows how to channelize his
For
his,
that point,
need.
it's fine. But
Yes.
as we are knowing these things and then also we are doing, that I think is.
One more thing that I would like to tell you, because very humbly you said you come from a non-Jain background. I really appreciate the presentation.
Thank you so much.
With all the humility that you have spoken about the Panch Parmeshti and freedom from departure. We need to understand that anger towards the self first has to be eradicated.
Yes.
And that can happen only through self-realization. That is the beginning of the ultimate well-being. That is what I think you were trying to hint at.
Yes.
I have a question. Freedom from departure. You did not address that part of your title of your
That's
paper.
what I was trying to say. That
Departure,
because of
freedom from what departure? Departure.
that moksha is not something very metaphysical thing.
Yeah.
We
It's here and
are
now.
moksha. We are free, but we are minded by ourselves only.
It's here and now.
Yes, it's here and now. Thank you so
Moksha is
much.
not a
I will.
place that you have to
I will
travel
keep this thing in mind, and thank you so much
Very
for guiding.
Very lovely
Thank you so much.
presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, audience, for your interaction.
Sorry for the interruption in the session. I request Ma'am Dr. Dhruti Rathi to felicitate our esteemed presenters with a token of appreciation. I invite Ved Prakash Seni sir to the dais to accept the appreciation. Next, I invite Chintamani Nanal sir for appreciation acceptance. Thank you, ma'am. We would further proceed with the session.
We would like to invite Madhvi Prasad. Madhvi Prasad is here. Madhvi Prasad, yeah. Title on Kayotsarg and Vairagya, comparing Jaina and Vedic Upanishadic meditative practices. Please stick to the time. Child, please stick to the time. Madhvi, please stick to the time.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Jai Jainendra, everyone. The topic for my presentation is Kayotsarg and Vairagya, and it is about comparing Jain and Vedic Upanishadic meditative practices. So let us begin. I am Dr. Madhvi Prasad, Assistant Professor, Jain Studies, Jain University, Bangalore. Before I start, I would like to sincerely thank the organizing committee of the International Conference on Holistic Wellbeing Jain Perspective, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, for giving me a valuable platform for scholarly dialogue. And I'm also grateful to Dr. Chenraj Joychand, Founder, Chairman and Chancellor, Jain University, for his visionary leadership, and to Dr. Trapti Jain, Head of the Department of Jain Studies, Bangalore, for her guidance and support. I would also like to make an apology that if I unintentionally hurt any religious sentiments, I'm very sorry. I'm not from the Jain community, but I approach this work with great respect and dedication as a Jain scholar. So let us begin. So my paper, it basically talks about Jain meditation, that is Kayotsarga, with Upanishadic and Vedic spiritual practices. In Jainism, we know very well that Kayotsarga is detachment, and Umaswati in the Tattvata Sutra mentions about Kaya, Vak, Mana and Yoga. So here we can see the Kaya has been mentioned first. The body has been mentioned first, and that is the basic of the spiritual practices that I would like to discuss further. In contrast, Vedic Upanishadic traditions focus on Vairagya, that is detachment, with the aim of purifying the impure form of karmas. And this study will like to adopt the comparative, analytic and descriptive methods for the further interactions. Now, let us talk about the meditative practices in Jainism. So we know very well that it dates back to Bhagwan Mahavira, and we know very well that Kayotsarga represents a kind of physical stillness along with mental detachment. A well-known example I would like to mention is about Bahubali, who was the son of Bhagwan Rishabh, who attained liberation after 12 months of uninterrupted Kayotsarga. And Kayotsarga is the fifth of the 6 Avashyak practices. The Avashyak Sutra further clarifies that Kayotsarga means a conscious withdrawal from identification with the body, a kind of conscious withdrawal. So that is a point we should always keep it practice. And in Anuyoga Dvara Sutra, Kayotsarga is a way to heal from the harms that is caused by the attachment and emotions. Further, I would like to focus on the historical development. We can see the first period, considering from Mahavira to Kunda, we have Kayotsarga and Bhavana practices as meditation, and later on we have moved towards scriptural codification. In phase 3, that is Haribhadra to Yashovijay, we have Acharya Haribhadra, who systematically compared Jain Yoga with Patanjali Yoga, and from Yashovijay to present, we have Bhakti influences, and which is very much trending these days. Now, here we can see few images. So, in the first picture, we can see Mahavira in Padmasana as well as Kayotsarga. Also, at the extreme to the left of me, you can see the Lohanipur torso, which was discovered during the excavation of Sindhu Ghati, which is very oldest, and this also reflects the Kayotsarga. Now, what is basically Kayotsarga in Jain philosophy? Let us focus on that. So, Kayotsarga is an experience that is a state beyond the body, and this conscious withdrawal of identification from the body brings meaningfulness and alert. So, Kayotsarga has a dual focus, that is renunciation as well as concentration on the mind. Also, I would like to focus on very good practice which is not just mentioned in the Jain philosophy but also in the Bhagavad Gita, that is Mamatva Bhava, and let us focus on what it is. So Mamatva Bhava means possessive identification with the body. We all have this possessive identification with the body, and how we can deal with it, that is mentioned in the Kayotsarga practices. So we have the feeling that this body is mine, and this attachment creates karmic bondage. So Kayotsarga helps us to eliminate this Mamatva Bhava, and this is also mentioned in the Vedic yogic traditions, which explain bodily impressions as samskaras and vasanas, which is a kind of deep habits formed by past actions and emotions. So we have very good practices like yama, niyama, asana, pranayam, pratyahara, which help to reduce bodily identification. We have other practices like dharana, dhyana, samadhi, which helps us to distinguish between purusha, that is self, from our body. Now moving further, what is the goal behind all these things? The goal is transformation. Like what kind of transformation? From the perspective of the I am the body, mind, we have to move towards I am the witnessing consciousness. And according to Acharya Kunda Kunda in Samaysar, it is I am the soul, not the body. So also Haribhadra Suri in Dhyan Satak describes Kayo Sarga as a gateway to higher form of meditation, that is Shukla Dhyana. Now you can see this posture. I'm just briefing about how this practice works. So this is Tirthankar's and this is a motionless standing posture. You can see a straight arms which are held at the side, and you can closely observe it. Hands are not touching the body. Even this should be practiced very mindfully, that there should not be any connection with the body. Even a body should not have a connection with the other organ. And you can see the straight position, the spine is erect, but it is not stiff. And this is like arms are facing loosely at the sides, not touching the body. It is unmoving, and you can see the feet. It is approximately 4 angulas, and it is to maintain the stability and balance while standing. We can practice at any time to feel connected, not just with the universe, but also with the dharti, the ground, the earth. Now let us move further. Is Kayotsarga a posture or physical stillness? So according to Jain text, this Kayotsarga is not just the bodily immobility, but it is more than that. It is a kind of inner detachment. And why is detachment from the body central to liberation in Jainism? So the body is a major source of passion, fear, pride, pleasure and pain, and Kayotsarga weakens this identification, which allows the soul to remain in its pure form, which stops the new karmic influence. Now, what are the two fundamental types of Kayotsarga that is described in text? So we have two categories: Dravya Kayotsarga, which is complete stillness of the body, and Bhava Kayotsarga, which is withdrawal of consciousness from the bodily identity. Now, how is Dravya Kayotsarga practiced? So we have these 4 postural modes for the practice of this Dravya Kayotsarga. First is Uthita, that is standing, standing. Second is Uthita Nivishta, that is standing, sitting. Third is Upavishta Nivishta, that is sitting and sitting. And fourth is Upavishta Uthita, that is sitting and standing. So Jain teachers mostly they focus on physical, they don't just focus on the physical stillness, but they focus on this bhava, karma, bhava kayotsarg also, which is a kind of, kind of superior they feel. So here practitioner internally affirms that I am not the body, but I am pure consciousness. And this kind of practice leads to karmic shedding. So further, we have this 8 types of karmas. I'm not going in the detail. I know we are all the Jain scholars, so we are quite aware of all these 8 types of karmas. We have Jnana Varniya, which obscure true knowledge of the soul. We have Darshan Varniya, Mohaniya, Antaraya. So all these karmas we can get, we can have some kind of practice where we can deal with all these things. So let us move further. Again, when we talk about When we talk about Bhavakayutsarga, we have Kasayakayutsarga, which deals with passions. We had Samsarakayutsarga, which deals with our existence in this world, that is Dravya, Kala and Bhava. We have Karmakayutsarga that I just mentioned about eliminating 8 karmas. Now, how this is related to dhyana? This related to dhyana because it creates a condition for dharma dhyana and shukla dhyana, and that is why it makes sense. Now, moving further, we can see a kind of difference between Jain Kayotsarga and Vedic or yogic detachment. So, in the first practice, we see that the focus is at the renunciation of the body, awareness of the soul. In the second, we have discipline as a major practice. In the mind, when we talk about the mind approach, Kayotsarga focus on the withdrawal and detachment, and Vedic Upanishadic practices focus on concentration. When we talk about the karma, in Kayotsarga, it is about stopping the karmic influence, but in Vedic, it is about the transformation of the karma. The technique in Kayotsarga is stillness of body. In Vedic, it is about the meditation and self-inquiry. Goal for both the practice is one and the only thing, that is moksha, but the path that has been mentioned is quite different. So overview, I would just mention few of the reference. Acharya Bhadra Bahu Swami states that Kayotsarga increases mental power. It helps to attain the alpha state of mind, which leads towards dharma dhyana, that is contemplation on truth and righteousness, and shukla dhyana, that is perfectly pure, passionless awareness that destroys all karma. So at last, this is my last point, how we will connect it with the today's practice. So why it is relevant for today? So Kayotsarga is relevant for today because it helps in mental health and stress management. Also, it helps in ethical and psychological transformation. Plus, it helps in mind-body integration. And in we are talking a lot about the wellness center, meditation center, all these things. So here also, in professional practices, students, layperson, they all can practice Kayotsarga. It just requires our attention, connection with the body, so that we can really feel it, that how we are losing the bond that we have formed so far. So this was my presentation regarding the Kayotsarga and Vedic practices. So with this, I just want to end my presentation and would like to thank you everyone for giving me this opportunity here. Jai Jinendra.
Thank you, Madhvi. Does anyone have any questions? Yeah. Any questions? Then Dr. Jain has some summarization.
I have 2 questions for you. Can you go to the previous slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Hello. The previous one.
This one?
Yeah, here. Acharya Bhadrabhahu Swami states that Kayotsarga increases mental power. No problem with that. It helps attain alpha state of mind. Bhadrabhahu Swami would not have told.
Okay.
When you're quoting, you cannot quote like this.
Okay.
First thing, okay?
Okay.
Please, because you're a researcher, you're a scholar, so
sure,
we should
sure.
keep all these things in mind. Second, come to the last part. Not last part, the next slide. Here, you're giving only Preksha Dhyan details. Why is Kayotsarga still relevant today? Only references from Preksha Dhyan. You have lot of agamic references, lot of other Vitarag Yog Dhyan, and lot of other things are also there. Second thing. Third thing, when you started with Kayotsarga and Vairagya. That same Tattvartha Sutra also talks about Vairagya. Jagat Kaya Swabhava Samvega Vairagyartham. When you look at the Jagat Ka Swabhav, you will get Samveg. And for Kaya, to develop the Vairagya, you look at the Kaya. And you started with Kayotsarga in Jain tradition and Vairagya in Vedic tradition. But both are there in both the traditions. So if you publish this paper, please keep these suggestions in mind.
Sure.
So these are only suggestions for your paper, not questions per se.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it? Okay.
Neha Jain, we can have next on internalization of aparigraha. lived experience and psychological well-being. Neha ji. Please stick to the time. Otherwise, we'll have to ring the bell again and again.
जय जिनेंद्र, मेरा नाम नेहा जैन है एंड आई एम अ PhD स्कॉलर फ्रॉम यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ कश्मीर, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ साइकोलॉजी. So my topic is internalization of aparigraha. So contemporary context, we are all aware that stress is rising and mental health crisis. So I will not talk much about it. I see aparigraha as a response to all mental health crises we are seeing facing nowadays. So when I was researching about it, I noticed कि बहुत सारा we have theoretical and conceptual work, but empirical studies were very limited. And if we see that we have to convert it to intervention programs or therapeutic programs, तो empirical studies तो ज़रूरी हैं. So I decided that we should take it forward. So this is a qualitative study, and for this we were asking two questions कि जो अपरिग्रह अभी प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं currently, how do they experience it and how do they relate it to their sense of well-being. Methodology, we were following qualitative exploratory study. हमने 5 जो जैन प्रैक्टिशनर्स हैं अपरिग्रह को प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं कॉन्शियसली, उनके साथ इन डेप्थ इंटरव्यू किए और उनको फिर हमने रिफ्लेक्सिव थीमेटिक एनालिसिस के थ्रू एनालाइज करने की कोशिश की. As a result, we got 3 themes. So first, these 3 themes are interconnected, and first theme is from ethical ideal to internalized value, then self-regulation and inner reorientation, and well-being as a lived outcome. In the first theme, participant initially described aparigraha using Jain philosophical languages. Most of our participants were familiarized with Jainism through their families or through पाठशाला from their childhood. तो उनका इनिशियल अंडरस्टैंडिंग यही था कि जैन फिलोसफिकल लैंग्वेजेस में ही वो समझ रहे थे. जैसे कि पार्टिसिपेंट्स कहते हैं ये महापाप है, सबसे ज़्यादा बड़ा पाप तो परिग्रह ही है. तो उन्होंने अपरिग्रह को एक एथिकल मैंडेट की तरह वहाँ पे पोजीशन कर दिया. एंड ग्रेजुअली एज दे मूव फॉरवर्ड ऑन दिस पाथ, तो उन्होंने उसमें उसको साइकोलॉजिकली आइडेंटिफाई करने की कोशिश की. वहाँ पे वो आसक्ति के थ्रू उसको समझ रहे हैं कि आसक्ति ही रूज कोट है एक्यूमुलेशन का. हमें चीज़ों के साथ जो सब लोग बात कर ही रहे हैं कि हम उसमें आसक्ति लाते हैं तो हम चीज़ें एक्यूमुलेट करते हैं. इसके बाद पार्टिसिपेंट्स ने उनको इंटरनलाइज करना शुरू किया कि वो एक्सटर्नल से इंटरनल की तरफ भी बात करते हैं. जैसे वन पार्टिसिपेंट सेट कि मुझे अपनी क्लिंगिंग कम करनी है, चीज़ें तो छोड़ दी हैं लेकिन क्लिंगिंग अभी भी है. तो इसमें दिख रहा है हमें कि बिहेवियरल रिस्ट्रेन टू साइकोलॉजिकल सेल्फ रेगुलेशन, तो वो डीपर इंटरनलाइजेशन की तरफ मूव हो रहा था. प्रैक्टिकली वो उसको कैसे अप्लाई कर रहे थे? बाय क्वेश्चनिंग, सेल्फ क्वेश्चनिंग. कॉन्स्टेंटली दे वर आस्किंग कि खुद को क्वेश्चन करना है कि ज़रूरत है कि नहीं है. तो थ्रू दिस दे वर प्रैक्टिसिंग इट. एंड इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ इज़ कि इंटरनलाइजेशन ये ग्रेजुअल था एंड डेलिब्रेट था, एफर्टफुल था. तो जैसे कि पार्टिसिपेंट्स मेंशन्ड, ऑल ऑफ दोज मेंशन्ड कि धीरे धीरे थोड़ा थोड़ा अपने ऊपर काम करने से ही हो रहा था. एंड वन पार्टिसिपेंट मेंशन दैट कि मैं हमेशा कॉन्शियस रहती हूँ अबाउट माई पोजेशंस. सो एंड कम वेरी लाइक फाइनल, जब ये कंक्लूसिव इसका इंटरनलाइजेशन प्रोसेस का एक पार्टिसिपेंट ने वहाँ पे बोला कि अपरिग्रह अब हमारे अंदर फीड हो चुका है. तो दैट मीन्स दैट वाज द फाइनल स्टेप कि अब वो उनके अंदर फीड हो गया है, ऑटोमेटिक हो गया है. सेकेंड थीम, सेकेंड वॉज अबाउट सेल्फ रेगुलेशन एंड इनर रीओरिएंटेशन. तो इसमें सबसे ज़्यादा तो जो इंटरनाइजेशन था वो इट वॉज अकम्पनीड बाय चेंजेस इन हाउ डू दे इवेलुएट themselves in relation to other and their life circumstances, and how do they respond to it emotionally. तो पहले की जैसे पार्टिसिपेंट्स वर डिस्क्राइबिंग, पहले मैं दूसरों को देख के हर समय दिमाग में बेचैनी रहती थी. तो शी वॉज कंपेयरिंग हर सेल्फ टू अदर्स. दूसरे अनदर पार्टिसिपेंट मेंशन दैट मैं बहुत परेशान रहती थी कि मैं किस पोजीशन पे हूँ अपनी लाइफ में. तो एंड देयर accumulation or their materialistic growth was not satisfying them. जैसे one participant mentioned, इनकम डबल होने लगी, काम बढ़ने लगा, तब भी मुझे संतुष्टि नहीं मिल रही थी. So this is how they realize that जो इच्छा है, डिजायर है, वो दुख का कारण है. वन पार्टिसिपेंट मेंशन दैट इच्छा है वो दुख का कारण है. और आफ्टर दे शेयर्ड दैट जब से उन्होंने परिग्रह को कॉन्शियसली प्रैक्टिस करना शुरू किया है, तब से दे वर एक्सपीरियंसिंग चेंजेस. जैसे अब मैं अपनी जर्नी इंडिविजुअली देखती हूँ. अब मुझे हमेशा ये नहीं रहता कि किसके पास क्या है, होगा तो होगा. वन पार्टिसिपेंट मेंशन्ड दैट मजबूती आई है, दृढ़ता आई है, और मैंने अपने मन में विजय पा ली है. वी आर mentioning that conquering ourselves. तो वो जो self victory है, that was somewhat a sense of that was achieved. One participant mentioned that self awareness बढ़ने लगी है, and equanimity. They mentioned that परेशान हो भी गई अगर मैं किसी चीज से, तो बहुत ही जल्दी I come back to my normal state. So these accounts show us कि how it was working on them, and एक before and after comparison भी हमें यहाँ पे मिल रहा था. and well-being को फिर उन्होंने कैसे देखा, तो reduce mental burden, emotional steadiness and inner righteousness, and many more aspects were there. जैसे कि एक participant mentioned emotional lightness after conscious limitation. शी mentioned सामान लिमिटेड कर दिया तो अब बहुत सुखी हूँ, दिमाग का टेंशन कम हो गया है. एंड अनदर वन मेंशन्ड दैट खुश रहना आ गया, अपनी चीज से संतुष्टि आ गई. तो शी मेंशन्ड बीइंग लर्निंग अबाउट हाउ टू बी हैप्पी. वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग एक आउटकम उसका आया था, सेंस ऑफ ऑटोनॉमी एंड फ्रीडम. वन पार्टिसिपेंट मेंशन ही वाज अ रेगुलर प्रैक्टिशनर. तो उसने कहा कि मैं फ्री हूँ, मेरी इच्छा ही नहीं है, तो मुझे कोई गुलाम ही नहीं बना सकता. तो जब मैं उनसे इंटरव्यू कर रही थी, उन्होंने इतना लंबा इसके ऊपर बहुत देर तक वो बोले इस बात पे कि नोबडी कैन एनस्लेव मी, आई एम सो फ्री. मुझे जब किसी की इच्छा ही नहीं है, तो मुझे कोई कुछ मेरी मर्जी के बिना नहीं करवा सकता. तो बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग उनका इसमें एक कन्विक्शन था. फिर पार्टिसिपेंट ऑल्सो डिस्क्राइब्ड वेलबींग इन सोशल रिलेशन, मतलब सोशल वेलबींग भी यहाँ पे हमें दिख रहा था. देवर मेंशनिंग कि जो सच में आपको समझते हैं वो आजीवन आपके साथ रहेंगे, और जो मतलबी लोग हैं वो फिल्टर हो जाते हैं. बिकॉज व्हेन यू प्रैक्टिस अपरिग्रह, तो आपका लाइफस्टाइल ऐसा है कि आप ज़्यादा लोगों के साथ कन्वर्ज नहीं कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि एवरीवेयर इट इज़ अबाउट शो ऑफ मटीरियलिज्म एंड ऑल दैट. जब आप डिफरेंट पाथ पे चल रहे हैं तो इट वॉज चैलेंजिंग. तो वन पार्टिसिपेंट वॉज वेरी कीन की, मतलब वो ही वॉज हैप्पी कि उनके रिलेशंस फिल्टर हो रहे हैं और अब उनके पास मीनिंगफुल कनेक्शंस हैं.
नेहा जी, very interesting presentation. You have 2 minutes to complete.
Okay, ma'am, sure. Some participants also reported, interestingly, physical symptoms. One participant mentioned कि उनके BP ठीक हो रहा है, another digestive issues में हेल्प मिल रही है, और किसी ने कहा कि बॉडी ओपन ज़्यादा ओपन फील होती है जब से अपरिग्रह करना प्रैक्टिस करना शुरू किया है. तो बेसिकली वी कैन देन थिंक ऑफ सोमैटिक डायमेंशंस ऑफ साइकोलॉजिकल रिस्ट्रेंट. तो दीज वर ऑल द थीम्स. अब इसको कंक्लूड करते हुए कि इम्प्लीकेशंस यही है कि देन दिस लेज द ग्राउंड वी कैन build some therapeutic program or intervention based on these learnings, and potentially a culturally embedded ethical practices within culturally, because हमारे पास जितनी भी therapies अभी हैं, CBT, ACT वगैरह जितनी भी हैं, they are somewhere somewhat originating in West. तो हमारा cultural relevance यहाँ पे important हो जाता है. Future challenges, and I think I will conclude this now. This is a way of life, and happiness and or well-being was like it was not deliberately practiced, but aparigraha was not a happiness strategy, but still it emerges organically out of this practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Lovely presentation. Anyone has any questions? Okay, keep it short, sir. Pradeep.
See, you have focused on a very important topic is of parigraha. Jains are business community.
Yes, sir.
And parigraha is one of the common parameter in Jainism.
Yes.
And I believe this is one of the most important thing which Jain community should be following. We talk on the lectures and everything. We like it also listening, but when it comes to reality, we fail.
Yes, sir.
So this is where we really have to seriously talk to ourselves, mentor ourselves, and really some good things have to work for aparigraha, because most of the problems, the financial frauds are happening with Jain community. So somewhere these problems are there. So we have to really introspect ourselves and do something great has to be done as far as the aparigraha is concerned.
Right.
Thank you, Nehaji.
Thank you, ma'am.
Wonderful presentation. I just would like to, through you, I would like to inform the august audience of a very beautiful thought. The more importance you give to the sense objects, the greedier you will be. The more importance you give to the senses, the lustful you will be. The more importance you give to the mind, ignorant you will be. And the more importance you give to yourself, aparigraha and liberated you will feel. So thank you for that wonderful presentation. And you did the case studies and you gave the observations of the participants. That was remarkable.
Yes, ma'am.
Please develop it as a module.
Yes, ma'am. I'm
Please
on
develop
this
it as a
work.
module.
My PhD
And
work
take it
on
forward.
This. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
And in Jainism, parigrah pariman vrat is there for the Shravak. Nowhere renunciation is there. It's only limitation.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Just curious, can you talk about the program and
So you are audible, sir.
yeah, can you talk about the program at University of Kashmir just briefly? How many students there are in the department and how many PhDs or master's degree programs going on? Who you're meant? Oh, okay, it's in psychology.
Yeah. I'm from psychology department, so I'm like indigenous in indigenous psychology I have chosen Jainism.
Okay.
So
Who are you being mentored by or advised by? Curious.
it is mostly the self study, because my supervisor is not from Jain community and she is not very much like versed in these philosophies. So
You were referred to the seminar by Dr. Suril? No.
No, I got it from some WhatsApp group.
Ma'am, just 1 minute. I just have a genuine question. Are you a PhD scholar, right?
No, sir, I'm pursuing it.
You are okay. You are pursuing PhD. This is my just suggestion. What you do, you can develop a questionnaire. This is your quality state you study. You have mentioned about 5 participants. As per the statistic, when you put into the research one now, at least 30 participation is required to have some qualitative statistical data. So that is the one thing that I would like to suggest. And whatever the thing you are interviewing, if you have a questionnaire base like this, so you can have a good statistic which is acceptable scientifically. And if you develop a new questionnaire, then you have copyright also.
Sir,
So it really works for you.
yes, sir. For my PhD, I'm taking 25 to 30 participants and plus 2 case studies. And for qualitative studies, I have developed a interview schedule. And as for quantitative questionnaire, I am planning to work on it based on the results of qualitative study, because that will provide the baseline जिसके ऊपर base करके I will be able to develop practically contemporary relevant questionnaire. So thank you.
Last participant. Yeah, participant 21. Deepa Pandey. Online, we are not taking her. So the last participant of the seminar, we have Dr. Sunita Jain, Livelihood with a Conscience, the ecological and ethical essence of the 15 forbidden trades. She is a PhD from the Department of Jainology and a guest faculty there. And she's done her PhD on Mithyatva.
Jai Jinendra, good evening one and all. Respected dignitaries and all the research scholars over here and my friends. I first of all thank Sumandeep to give me this opportunity to present here my perspective on research based. As the last voice of the session, I would say that I'm not going to bring something new, but something essential. To pause, reflect, and connect what we have heard and how we live. So today's topic will be livelihood with a conscience. In this everyday life, we are always busy with rushing things, and where the basic requirement come as the necessity of a life of our earnings. This livelihood, how do we live? How are we living? Is just a way to achieve it, or just a part of our life, or we are really indeed about it? The same thing when we say it, if this livelihood is with consign, then that would be the effective way of living. And the same thing here in Jain scriptures, through various ways, we get to know how this can be considered as a livelihood with conscience. So we have all the life of Shravaks. Okay, ma'am. So this conscience, we have heard through various scriptures talking about the Shravak's life, the ethical living of each and every person. The topic here, what I have chosen, is totally different from the 2 days what we have been hearing it. The way how a Shravaks live on his day-to-day basis. Yes, it is more important because through this we are stepping our journey from the materialistic way to the spiritual way. Through this materialistic way, it is going to lead us that are we really satisfied doing it in a right way, which will help us to give that mental peace and the spiritual growth in our life. So the business is a basic requirement, everybody know, and we as a Jains, it's in our blood to do so. There are various survival occupations we can say, which says that doing occupation is not a big thing, but doing it in a right way is the biggest challenge. So this Jain model of business integrates ecological care, environmental responsibility, and ethical self-restraint. Whereas what is this balanced business? Here, it reflects that the ecology, environment, and the social ethics of these Jain lies in the Jain's principles of ahimsa, anekanta, and aparigra. If these principles are applied in our day-to-day life, that will give us a balanced way. And the mind, which is completely in the ethical perspective, and the body will act to its restraint. So there are two things connecting here with physical and social and mental things coming in together. So the true balance, if we see, it reflects from the spiritual aspect of Ratnatraya, which is Samyak Gyan, Darshan and Charitra. And that is what the business also implies here. Living it in a right road will help us to sustain in our spirituality. So what is this ethical living? Yes, as a Shravaks, we are the role model of this. And we are the one who is going to sustain in it, which will give us the guidance for our future generations to work on it. So the righteousness of business is the stepping stone for the Shravakachar in the Ratnatraya of right conduct. Yes, from the Vyavhar perspective, but if we see from the Nishchay perspective, it is completely being in the self. So righteousness of business is the stepping stone for the Shravaks to leading an ethical, disciplined life. So for this disciplined life, we all know, yeah, there are n number of options in our society, in our various places, wherever we live, how to survive, on what occupation need to be depend on. So we have various lists, n number of lists, where there's no n for it. But if we see in the scriptural part, here the acharyas have very beautifully encrypted that there are 15 main forbidden trades which a Shravak has to take care of it. And these are the 15 forbidden trades. They have to be aware of it so that they can restrain themselves from it. Without awareness, this cannot be possible. So even and it comes under the Anuvratas. The 12 Anuvratas described in various parts, like you can see the life of all the Shravaks in the Upasak Dasang Sutra, which describes how their livelihood was. And second, we also come to the 7th Anuvrat, which is called as Upabhoga Paribhoga Manuvrat, which discuss about these 15 forbidden traits. And those list starts with it, जो श्रावक के जानने योग्य है किंतु आचरण करने योग्य नहीं है. So those traits completely give the trademarks of telling that it is must that every Shravak should know what are these and they should restrain from it. So here, in this research paper, I have given the comparative study of how these traits, what are the nature of it, and its impact on the ecological imbalance, environmental safety controls, and the consequences through the ethical and environmental profession based. So these are the case studies being done on the all 15 forbidden traits, wherever it has been gone through and how it has been affected. So these are the things is the main inputs given in the research paper, where it is discussed with all the reference given in the articles. So these are the 15 forbidden traits. We'll just see one or two in detail. Others we can see in the article. So the first is the Ingalakame, which talks about occupation through charcoal, or where the usage of the fire is at mass level, which says that it is only possible when it is at a maximum period of time where it goes towards the loss of forest cover, destruction of life and air-bodied beings. So here, when we talk about fire, it doesn't only mean sticking to one sensed beings. It is connected with all the other beings on the earth. Even the stavar, even the tres, every beings are disturbed on this earth. So ethical living never ever support this. So this is where the ethical living step coming in, where the Jain philosophy says to live with it, you live yourself and also allow others to live. And next, where it says for the environment, yes, it is a pollution and it's a carbon release. And there comes the case study, it has been done in the charcoal industry and the brick kilns, where Central Indian charcoal workers contributed to forest depletion and respiratory illness. So it is affecting the human health and also the environmental perspective. So this was the one just occupation which I have discussed now. Like this, we have all the 15 occupations which has been all the case studies done, and it has been discussed why it is advised for a Shravak not to do so. So not going much into it, I would like to finish it on time. So just to say here that we all are, as a Shravak, living the life of what Lord Mahavira has discussed. to be the follower of his, to be the guardian of our environment, the society, and the thing. It is our responsibility to take care as our role model to be the best, so that we can give the best to the upcoming generation, and also security of the environment, so that other lives and other things also can survive with the whole happiness. Thank you. Jai Jinendra.
Thank you so much. You completed before time. Really appreciate your generosity in doing that. Do we have any questions from the audience? Yes, we are all trading community. We need to know what not to do. Very essential for us.
The Shwetambar Pratikraman, when they do, they recite it after the 7th Vrata. It's a part of the 7th Vrata.
So the first is Ingala Kamme, charcoal production. Second is the Vanak Kamme, which talks about the deforestation. Third comes Sadi Kamme, which is the transportations of goods, animals, everything comes into it. The fourth talks about Bhadi Kamme, which talks about vehicles and transportations on rents. Sixth talks about the Fodi Kamme, which relates to mining, earth excavations. Sixth to Danta Vanijya, which talks about the manufacturing or, through the animal's teeth, like elephant tusk and thing. And seventh comes to Rasa Vanijya, which includes anything which is related to ras, that is the liquid part, which is addicted relation mainly, which is alcohol, honey, fresh dairy products and all those things. 8 talks about Lakha Vanijya, including the wax and the wax based products. 9th, which talks about Visha Vanijya, which is completely related to all the poisonous, the chemicals, the medicines also, which we use in those agriculture products and everything in order to kill. For our survivance, we are using the products to kill the other beings. So that is also to be restricted. And then comes the 10th, Kesa Vanijya. So trade in all the animal hair, wool, fur, and etc. Now even I think humans' hair are used for this. So then comes the 11th occupation, which is Janta Pilana Kamme, which talks about the machinery-based industrial production, again leading to mass violence. And then comes Nilanchana Kamme, the profession involving mutilations. 13th, Davagi Davanaya, which talks about burning of fields, forests, the bare lands, which we feel that is of no use. Instead of using it in a proper way, they just burn it and say leave it apart for years and then they reuse it. So all these processes also come under this. Then the 14th, Saradaha Talaya Sosaniya, which talks about alternating, which is nothing but draining the water bodies. Lot of things used, in the name of ecosystem. They try to convert things from dry to wet and wet to dry, all those systems coming in. And the last comes Asai Jana Posanaya, which is the animal breeding, where in recent things you can talk, people also started doing the pet business. So all those things also comes under this. So these are the 15 list, and what is the purpose of it has been discussed here.
Yes, any other question? Just one last question.
I think this list,
Yeah, we are audible, sir.
this list of 15 trade is outdated.
Yes,
if
sir.
you look at the life we live today, our planet is in danger of being completely destroyed by all of us together. So we are already doing this thing. I think we have to really go beyond this list of 15 things and then not pollute the whole earth.
Yes, sir. So the point is here, that's what, because we are not aware of it, so we are into it. So once if the awareness has been created, so we might be refrain from it in doing it. That is the main thing, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunita, for this presentation. I just have one small observation. When we talk about Raja Rishabh Dev teaching us Asi Masi Krishi Vanijya Vidya Shilpa. So the Jains who take to agriculture, Asi, Masi, Krishi and all these are, I would say, they are true to being Jains. But we have moved away from agriculture and industrialization, and that too industrialization on a very large scale. When you look at Bhagwan Mahavir Samosharan, you will see who was honored over there. Those who got Keval Gyan, those who got Manaparyagnan, those who are Anuvrati, Mahavrati. But today, whose names figure in the Forbes list? Those who are taking to these 15 kinds of trades, those who are into mass level of himsa and parigra, they would not recognize this term as himsa and parigra. They say that is the way we have to live. We have to produce for the growing population. That is the way we have to live. And our children also, instead of following our roots, following what Rishabh has taught, and that is why I really loved what the millet woman of India, Sharmila, told. I think we need to go back to our roots. If we have to take the planet to put it in a survival mode and not in a destructive mode, we need to first visit Raja Rishabdev, then understand what Muni Rishabdev told, and then experience what Tirthankar Rishabh has told, in that order. So this is what we again discussed in the Rishabhayan conference also in Bombay and all these things. But Jainism is very, very deep. We need to really, all of us need to sit and brainstorm and discuss and then bring out a manual which would be useful and implementable for all the Jains. Simply if we say, ये forbidden trades है, ये नहीं करना, no takers. If Guru Bhagwan sit on the platform and say, ये 15 trade नहीं करना, no, लेने वाले कोई नहीं है. Guru Bhagwan को छोड़ देंगे, trades को नहीं छोड़ेंगे. That same thing happened, महावीर के बाद इतने followers थे. If a gardener went to the acharyas and he said, I am into gardening, आचार्य ने उनको कहा होगा, इसमें पाप है, इसमें हिंसा है, ये छोड़ दो. उसने जैनिज्म छोड़ दिया, अपना गार्डनिंग नहीं छोड़ा, अपना पॉटरी नहीं छोड़ा. That approach is totally wrong. ये forbidden trades है, वो क्यों है, और ये जो बेसिक हमारी 72 कलाएं हैं, 64 कलाएं हैं, इनको प्रमोट करना है. एंड द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ऑल्सो टॉक्स अबाउट स्किल डेवलपमेंट. बट अपने जैन समाज में कितने बच्चे स्किल डेवलप, सब बिजनेस कम्युनिटी है. क्षत्रियों ने, तीर्थंकरों ने हमें दिया, लेकिन अहिंसा के नाम पर हमको नपुंसक बनाया गया. अहिंसा के नाम पर हम लोग आज कायर की तरह जी रहे हैं. ये कायरों की अहिंसा नहीं है. मैं चाहती हूँ कि यहाँ पर आप सब हैं कि एक वानर सेना, एक सेल्फ डिफेंस सेना हम सबको एक खड़ी करनी चाहिए, तभी हम गवर्नमेंट में अपना एक वजूद बनाए रख सकते हैं, नहीं तो ख़त्म कर दिए जाएंगे, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं. So these are my small observations related to 15 forbidden trades. आज हर एक जैन लड़की को भी देखिए, उसको इंटीरियर डिज़ाइन करना है. इंटीरियर का बिजनेस कहाँ से आएगा? इंगालकम में, वणक्कम में. जंगलों को काटने से आपका इंटीरियर डिज़ाइन होगा. ऐसे एक एक चीज़ को लेकर के हम डिस्कस कर सकते हैं, बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं. समय की सीमा है, तो शर्मिला जी कुछ कहना चाहते हैं?
थोड़ा इससे मुझे लग रहा है क्वेरी थोड़ी सी रिजॉल्व हो जाएगी, क्योंकि जो कैटेगरीज थे लाइक डिफॉरेस्टेशन, वाटर बॉडीज, सो एवरी बिल्डर इन आवर कंट्री दे हैव टू गो थ्रू दिस. मतलब जितने भी अभी हम जिन घरों में रह रहे हैं, ट्रेनिंग बॉडीज़ में अभी हम एक बाजू सपोज कह रहे हैं कि हमें पानी बचाना है, तो हम रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग कर रहे हैं. सो वी आर डेफिनेटली इन्वॉल्व विद द वाटर बॉडीज़. सो आई एम जस्ट, नहीं मैं एक्चुअली, हाँ, तो वो जैसे चार्ट आपने दिया ना,
No, not to disturb the natural things. Yeah.
हाँ, okay.
The Sara itself means the boundaries.
But what I am trying to suggest is कि ये जब हम चार्ट शेयर करते हैं,
Yes,
there
ma'am.
are many prudent laymen. तो क्या होता है, फिर देखते हैं अरे यार इतना किससे होने वाला है, छोड़ो. तो आई थिंक थोड़ा इंटरप्रिटेशन असी मसी कृषि है जैसे.
No, the each thing
पढ़ने
was.
नहीं आ रहा था, पर था लिखा हुआ. अच्छा, वो चार्ट में
Yes,
था.
yes, we have
ओके
given
ओके ओके ओके.
everything.
बट इट इज़ अ वेरी गुड. आप अगर इंटरप्रिटेशन, मैडम प्रियदर्शिनी, सॉरी सही है ना? हाँ, तो
The
थोड़ा सा
details-
लेमन
the
के हिसाब
details of
से.
the article, I have discussed each thing in it, ma'am. Since it's a presentation, I have just briefed it.
अभी देखो
But in the
वंदितु
article,
सीखा है हमने, वंदितु में ये गाथाएं है,
okay,
25वीं गाथा, इंगाल कम में वाणी कम में भाड़ी कम में. अब क्या होता है, हमको एक्चुअली उसका जैसे है ना, मतलब लेमन को पता नहीं होता है, तो आई थिंक इट्स अ वेरी गुड वे. तो अब जैसे नेक्स्ट टाइम हमें ये याद आएगा कि अरे अपने धर्म में ये एक फॉरबिडन में आता है, जैसे सिर्फ पता है अल्कोहल नहीं है या टॉबैको, ये 5 चीज़ें हमको पता होती है, पर ये सारा पता नहीं होता है. तो इसके लिए डेफिनेटली वी शुड वर्क ऑन.
with meaning, with application सीखना सिखाना चाहिए at the पाठशाला level. We have to go to our children. If we have to keep Jainism alive, the flag of, we have to work only on our Jain community. हम सब यूनाइट होकर अपन जैन लोग काम करेंगे तो हम अजैनों को जैन में कन्वर्ट करना, ये अपना उद्देश्य हो ही नहीं सकता. अपने जैनों को हम जैन रखें तो वो एक अच्छा एक पुरुषार्थ हो सकता.
and the details of all these states is discussed in the article in detail, ma'am.
एक बात अगर मैं चलते चलते कह सकूं हमारे मनीष भाई को अगर मैं कह सकूं, तो अगर मैं छोटे मुंह बड़ी बात कर सकूं, मैं जैना कन्वेंशन में भी आई हूं और बहुत बड़े बड़े स्कॉलर्स को आप बुलाते हैं, करते हैं, लेकिन जो मेन प्लेटफॉर्म होता है उसमें अजैन लोग आते. वासुदेव आएंगे, वो अपना थोड़ा सा, या अपने गौर गोपाल दास आएंगे, वो बता के चले जाएंगे. तो जैन बच्चों में जो एक जैनत्व का गौरव होना चाहिए ना, तो जैन स्पीकर्स को मेन स्पीकर बनाइए, बाकी सब लोगों को. बट फिर क्या अपना अपन अट्रैक्ट नहीं कर पाते हैं वगैरह वगैरह, बहुत सारी प्रैक्टिकल प्रॉब्लम्स आप फेस करते हैं, आप ज़्यादा जानते होंगे, है ना. इसलिए हमारा जैन फिलॉसफी जो एक ग्लोबल लेवल पर आना चाहिए ना, वो नहीं आ रहा है. इस दिशा में भी हमें कुछ सोचना चाहिए, है ना. हाँ, no, I'm not pointing fingers, but discussion. पूरा जैनिज्म ही डाइल्यूट हो गया है अनेकांतवाद के नाम पे.
I give you a reason for Gaur Gopal Das or Gokal Das.
Yeah, but still, he doesn't promote Jainism.
That happened in 2019 Jaina convention.
I was there at Atlanta.
And no, that happened in Los Angeles.
Yeah, I was there.
That happened in Los Angeles 2019 convention, and I was one of the 3 conveners. There was a main convener, and there were 2 below convener, and I was one of the 3 conveners, and I brought the convention to Los Angeles, and Los Angeles Executive Committee was not ready to bring it to Los Angeles because the previous convention in 2017 at New Jersey was a disaster. So nobody wanted to come bring the convention. I talked to the New Jersey our Executive Committee that if this convention is in a financial loss, it will be my loss. I will take all the losses. If it makes the profit, it is all yours, and I will not take any profit. Based on that agreement, they brought the convention. The reason Gaur Gopal Das came because out of the 3 people, the main convener, he was bent upon bringing him to the convention. And at that time, I didn't know who he was in the first place. I resisted. We said that we're not going to pay for it and he shouldn't come. The main convener wanted him to bring it at Los Angeles and he paid from his own pocket. But he wanted to bring it. He shouldn't have been there because he has nothing to do with the Jaina convention. And the same thing was other people, there were 3. They just brought it only to show that the people, they can fill up the hall. Thank you.
That means we don't have faith in our philosophy. We don't have faith in our philosophy. We need to market Jainism, but we are marketing ourselves and glamour and...
So there are too many other reasons also
yeah.
that
You-
it's hard
you
to
know
get
better.
into. Each
You know
sect has
better.
its own.
Yes, that's a big money.
The real Jain who came there was actually Philip Wallen. He spoke about non-violence, ahimsa. He talked about sustainability and all the planetary damage, everything. And we also had Ingrid Newkirk at that convention, the president of PETA, founder of PETA as well. So we try to balance it. The difficulty with bringing a lot of Jain monks, and remember this is 2019, pre-COVID, nobody travels. We get the same voices over and over again. People get bored of listening to the same people on the same podium from the same sects that are represented. So it makes it very difficult. Plus balancing the language requirements, Hindi, Gujarati, and English, right? We try to balance that as well. So even in the breakout, we try to have parallel sessions so nobody gets compromised just because they think there's only a top-notch Gujarati speaker. But no, and I know you were one of the victims of that terrible thinking we had. we had combined Rakesh Bhai's very lecture at the same time as Professor Priyadarshana Jain's lecture, and believe me, there was a night and day difference in the crowd. Everybody went one way.
See, Jaina
So
is a big.
I take responsibility
Manish
for
Bhai,
that.
Jaina is a big platform. If something is told on the Jaina platform now, I think all the Jains in India hear it.
Yeah.
So यहाँ से जैनिज्म
be
वहाँ
careful
गया
what
है.
message.
अब जैनिज्म को यहाँ सरवाइव करना है तो वहाँ से ही आवाज आनी चाहिए. इसलिए मैं आपसे अनुरोध कर रही हूँ.
That
इसके
is the
बारे
road
में
show
भी हमें
Jaswant
कुछ
Bhai has
करना
been
चाहिए.
on for the last 3 weeks.
क्योंकि यहाँ
Exactly
के
that.
साधु साध्वी भगवंत की तो कोई सुनेगा.
Right.
वहां से अगर कोई आवाज उठेगी ना, आज भी मुझे लोग बोलते हैं वो जो जैना में जो पाठशाला और सिलेबस है ना वो लेकर आओ, वो पढ़ाओ यहाँ पर, स्कूल कॉलेज में यहाँ लगाओ. तो आप जैना को कम मत समझिए, बहुत एक ब्रांड नेम है वो. So with all due appreciation for that, but still.
Thank you. We always appreciate, we get a lot of feedback. Even Acharya Vimal Sagar Suri went online and condemned Jaina for bringing non-Jain speakers on the main stage.
No, I'm not
You know.
condemning,
No,
but
well,
आप
he did it.
जैनिज्म
You
को
didn't.
ऊपर रखो,
Right.
उन अजैनों को भी जैनिज्म की सुना के
Correct.
भेजो आप.
Yeah.
है ना, वो मेरा कहने का मतलब.
No, it's always a group decision. Sometimes we have our own internal battles within the community, as Jaswant Bhai mentioned. Some
are
win,
there
some
everywhere.
lose.
We all
we
need
try to make
collectively
it work.
plug it.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Thank you, Sumandeep,
Thank you.
and the
Thank you very much.
organizers
This is awesome.
for giving us this opportunity to chair the session. Thank you so much. We can go on and on, but we'll stop.
I'll just add to this discussion. I also live in States, been part of in Jaina. I have been involved in Pathshalas. And one thing that I like about Jaina is that it's a non-sectarian organization. And I'm very proud that they're getting non-Jain people to talk about Jainism in this global impact world, because I feel Jainism is a way of life. It's got nothing to do whether you're a Jain follower or not follower. Like Maniji just said, Philip Wallen is a very big example. Exactly. Because within Jainism, people who are just following rituals have become very outdated. And our own kids are not listening to the rituals in USA. And other thing is, my own daughter got married to an American boy from San Francisco. So many relations are now happening with American boys. Indian girls marrying American boys. So if we do not become global, at least in the overseas world, there'll be no Jain community left. So we have to be more inclusive. We have to follow the principle of Anekantvad to the fullest, because that is the true principle. And even at the Pathshala level in Virginia, where I was a teacher, initially when I went, our mandir was part of the Hindu Center of Virginia. That was the only temple we had. And it was just built, and 5 years later, some Jain group decided, okay, we're going to make our own temple over there, leaving one part of the Jain sect out of it. How is that a Jainism? So we need to be more united, include the whole world, and anyone who wants to be balanced in the emotions at heart are welcome, is what I would say. That's the true spirit of Jainism. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to chair. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an enriching session. I would invite Ma'am Priyadarshana Jain to felicitate our esteemed presenters, Dr. Madhvi Prasad. Please come to the dais and accept the felicitation. Next, I would invite Neha Jain, ma'am. Moving ahead, I would invite Dr. Sunita Jain, ma'am, to please come and accept the facilitation. Thank you, ma'am. I would like Sir Dr. Shrinetra Pandey sir to facilitate Dr. Priyadarshana Jain ma'am and Dr. Dhriti Rati ma'am. Further, I would request everyone to proceed for a short.
I didn't know Sumandeep, but I fell in love with Sumandeep. I didn't know all of you. I came here just for one name, Dr. Jaswant Modi ji. I wanted to meet him and see the marvelous work that he is doing to promote Jainism. So as a token of honor, I would like to give him this. If you can please come and take it. And this is the invitation for the Chennai seminar. And these are some of our publications. I'm giving him a set of essence of Kundakunda and Bhagwati Aradhana. This is for your spiritual well-being, a service to you through these works. And this is a small token that I would like to give to Mansukh Bhai, if Ashish Bhai can take it and give it to him, because I'll be leaving. Okay. Okay. So thank you, Jaswant Bhai. Thank you so much. It is a pleasure meeting you. Just अशोक जी जेतावत के एक फोन कॉल पे मैं दौड़ी आई सिर्फ आपसे मिलने के लिए. Thank you.
That's been an honor for me, Dr. Priyadarshana Jain. I would say I had heard about her, but I didn't have much of a contact. She conducted an online course on Jain art and archaeology. Recently, spanning, I think, late September, October, November, and it was finished in December with a field trip. Somehow I came to know that there is supposed to be a course, and the evening before, there was supposed to be pay some fee in rupees. And I didn't have any bank account rupees. I want to send the money, and he said, you cannot take a credit card, there is no bank transfer. I had to call some friend over here to pay some fee on behalf of it. And finally they accepted the fees and I was enrolled. And I attended that course. They had designed the course in a way it was only on the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, 7 o'clock IST time. So it is 6 o'clock in Los Angeles time. Saturday and Sunday, 2 days over the weekend, 2 hours, 6 to 8, followed by an hour of maybe a question, or it was an open question, would last 10 minutes or it would last any hour. So I attended. I said, I paid the fee. I'm not so sure whether I'll be able to carry out this much of a, and it was supposed to last total 32 or 16 sessions. Weekend, Saturday, Sunday, it was supposed to last 2 months, and then 8 weeks, and then there were question and answer. So I attended the first session, and I must say that I was totally impressed with the knowledge that I received from her and Nitin. It was mind-boggling. I thought that I knew quite a bit of contemporary Jainism, but I didn't know a whole lot more about the epistemology, iconography, and so on and so forth. It was eye-opening to the point that the 2-hour course that they gave it to us, I wouldn't leave my computer for a minute, even to go to the bathroom, because I would miss a slide. It was so fascinating, and I attended all 32 hours of the course plus question and answer. And I would say that since I finished my medical school, I have never attended a course that was so attentive to me personally. And I believe that they're going to put all this material in a form of a book sometime this year. I would recommend that that books comes out. Maybe each one of you should read it, and she's going to plan a course, and that course is very dynamic. They take you to temple, explain you the architecture of the temple, the difference between Digambar and Sudha. I didn't know myself. I go to Derasar, and there is an Astamangal, which I knew a little bit about the meaning, but not much. By attending this course, I understood that the Astamangal in Swetambar is different than the Digambar. Completely. Astamangal, all the 8 symbols between the Digambar and the Swetambar is different. We believe in a 14th Swapna, and they believe in 16th Swapna. So there were, and plus iconography. I mean, they explain to you what is an iconography and how you make a difference between the if there is an old Pratimaji of Swetambar and Digambar, how do you make a difference? What is what? So there are some symbols written when the Pratimaji is created thousands of years ago. There are some inscription, and from that you can make out a difference whether this inscription refers to the Swetambar sect or the Digambar sect. So anyway, I'm just telling that, and I attended the course, and I didn't know, but it gives me a real pleasure that you came here, and I had a privilege to meet you. The only thing I couldn't do was there was a field trip in mid-December for 3.5 days. That one of the person from Los Angeles, we had 3 people attended. One person came to attend the field trip, but I couldn't come in. I said just to go to that for, and I had planned the trip over here. I kind of suggested that field trip maybe if you do in January, I might be able to join it. But they had already planned for it. But anyway, that was a great course, and I thank you very much.
Talking to you and hearing your talk, I've become a little more greedy. I just want to say that the course that you did was 1 out of the 25 papers that we do at the Department of Jainology. It's just 1 out of the 25 papers that we very extensively we teach at the department. I would like to request my department students and the Parmagam students, all of them, to please come and take his blessings and wish him all the very best. Can I request Sunita, Rensi, Jinesh, Shubham, Parmagam people, if they can join? Robin, please can you come and take his blessings? If I can use this platform, Ashish sir, with your permission. Tripti madam. Tripti students.
Currently, they are training 4 students to do the PhD in Jainism, and they are taking a 5th one. And it's a very extensive department that is training Jain scholars, and we need this type of Jain scholars at every level.
Make sure that she doesn't retire.
I'm retiring next week, next year. I'm retiring next year. I'll not retire from Jainology because I don't know anything else. I don't know anything else. I don't know anything else. Yes.
Yeah. And Nitin, who is her assistant,
Research scholar, yeah.
A scholar who is also doing a PhD. His father was also involved into
Mr. Parshnath.
same field. So we have a lot of gems among us that we need to realize. We need to take an advantage of their knowledge, and we need to promote scholars everywhere, nurture them, give them an opportunity that after they study. Look at it. I went to the medicine at the time because not only that I was able to get to medicine either in medicine or engineering, but one of the layer at the time was that I would make a good living. That was important at the time when I was growing up in a family that didn't have much means. And similar way, these people will have a similar, okay, they can do the PhD, but what about the PhD? So we need to create a positions like PhD and postdoc fellowship and professorship and chairmanship. So we are creating at every level different way to support because we need them to be into this field for various reasons. And I appreciate you taking this study course. Thank you.
So they are from Indore and Vadodara,
Would
Chennai,
you,
and other places. We have
identify yourself and say a few things.
Robin.
I did MA under ma'am in 2023. Later on, I joined PhD in TMU. So under ma'am's guidance only, I got my topic. I started with Jainism and naturopathy. Later on, my topic is holistic wellness through Jain principle and practices. It is because of ma'am I got this opportunity.
I'm NC Lakhani. I have done MA Genealogy under ma'am's guidance
Doing
only, and I
yoga-
have done my
yoga and
Parmagam honors. As you know, Parmagam honors from the Jaipur Todamal Smarak, and right now I'm doing yoga teacher training course from Yog Niketan only. So that is going on.
I've also done Parmagam Honors 5 years course.
She was a part of the art architecture program.
Yeah, I also did that.
The certificate
Unfortunately,
course.
even I couldn't join the field trip, but I really enjoyed the course. It was really in depth and never thought that there's so much that goes behind.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time, sir.
I would request everyone to proceed for a short tea break, and I kindly ask everyone to be here by 5 p.m. Thank you.
Hello. As she has announced that we are meeting for last validatory function over here. So kindly be at sharp 5 p.m. so that we can over within the stipulated time. Thank you.
Check. Hello. Good evening to all the dignitaries.
We request all the delegates to please join us for the valedictory ceremony. We will be starting shortly. I request all delegates to please be seated. We will be starting soon.
Good evening to all the distinguished dignitaries, respected delegates, and revered faculty members. Jai Jinendra.
I will start with a slight cliche. They say that all good things must come to an end. But in the world of knowledge, there is no end, only a new beginning. Over the last 2 days, we didn't just attend a conference, we built a community. We debated, we discussed, we discovered that the ancient wisdom of Jainism is perhaps the most modern solution we have for today's crisis.
We began with the question: can the doctrines of the past solve the health crisis of the present? And I think this room proves that we found our answers. Yes, they can, and yes, they must.
We're here to take a moment to acknowledge the architects who built this platform for us. An event of this magnitude, with international delegates, complex sessions, and seamless hospitality, does not appear out of thin air. It is engineered, it requires a vision, and it requires a backbone. It is my privilege to welcome those architects of this conference. They are the ones who turned a concept note into grand reality. Please welcome our organizing secretaries, Sir Dr. Ashish Shah and Sir Dr. Srinetra Pandey. With them, I welcome our coordinators of the conference, Sir Dr. Ghanshyam Parmar and Sir Dr. Ashok Jitawat. Please give them a big round of applause. I welcome Sir Dr. Chandramani More, Honorable Pro-Vice Chancellor, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth.
Please put your hands together for our patron, Sir Dr. Mansukh Bhai Shah, Founder President Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, and our guest of honor, Sir Dr. Jashwant Modi. Thank you, sir. We are thankful for your everlasting support in every step.
I request Sir Dr. Mansukh Bhai Shah, the Founder President, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, to please address us as we convene for the closing ceremony.
Jai Jinendra. Now I have to speak about the closing. I have never expect closing never comes in our life. So, if you have to speak regarding closing, I don't know what words I have to give. But in through this inspiration for this conference, was given by the Jaswant Bhai and I think Pandey sir and Ashok Jetawatji. Here, hard work done by Dr. Ashish, our university. When anything comes for any function, any operation, finance requires, then also our university has, without any asking questions, we have funded. But at the result of that funded what we are expecting, we have got more than that. We have got abroad and Indian, all the national scholars. And out of that, what our subject was related to the health and philosophy. Jainism health. In these 2 days, whatever the scholars has come, many of them are from the medical side. So that is what my more happiness. And in these 2 days, whatever you have learned, whatever you have got the point suggestion, we will welcome it and will improve it and will try our level best to proceed further regarding health and Jainism. Thanks Jasen Bhai, Pandey and last but not least, us, our Ashish sir, घर का है इसलिए याद नहीं आता. Ashish sir and Parma sir and Ashok ji, they have very work hard and this, though it was our first experience, we did our best. पर अपना जैन में कहावत है, कहीं भी गलती तो होती है इंसान की, काम करते तो गलती होती है. आप सबों को जो भी गलती हमारी हुई है, हम इच्छा में डॉक्टर बोल के क्षमा मांगते हैं. थैंक यू एवरीबॉडी.
Thank you, sir. We are thankful for your everlasting support in every step.
I request our guest of honor, Sir Dr. Jaswant Modi, President, Vardhaman Charitable Foundation, to please share a few words to our gathering.
Honorable Dr. Mansukh Paisa, Registrar, Vice Chancellor, and Ashish and all the volunteers of Sumandeep Vidyapeeth. I must say that the original idea of having this conference was Dr. Sulek Jain. So credit goes to him. But on his order, Ashok Bhai was ready to work, Srinetra was ready to work, and Ashish and you all cooperated. I'm just getting the credit really for no reason. However, I think once the idea came and the whole team started working, we had several meetings. Dr. Shugan Jain, Ashok Bhai, Srineta, they came down here. They discussed with Ashish and other people. They also went to Pune and looked at an ISJS, and an idea was formed to make this conference, and we started getting presentation and abstracts, and they were pleased in the beginning phase that there was some question whether the first time something will really click, but when they asked for the abstract and presentation, they got, from what I hear, is more than 500 presentation. So that was very remarkable. They got out of that some speakers and presentation as you see it, and I've been here for most of the session, though I missed few of the session, but whatever I heard, I think excellent speaker, very good topic, and I didn't realize that the universities over here also have a very rich line of the students studying Jainism in a different aspects, and I believe that the upper management, including Sumandeep, now we want to create a platform where those students, they get nurtured, they get an opportunity to advance their career. After they finish their studies, the positions are available, and we in India and also abroad, a team of the people are available. Reach out. We will reach out to you as well. We are collecting the database of who you are, where you are, so that we can help you and guide you. And that is a purpose. And it looks like that people were very happy with what has happened over the last 2 days, and we feel that we probably will arrange a similar conference sometime next year. And I appreciate you attending for 2 days, an attentive audience. I learned a lot of things by interacting with you people. I just learned somebody in a excuse me, somebody in a mantra therapy and a few other things, and there are fascinating research going on. So thank you very much for giving me a chance to speak to you and attend this conference. I learned a lot, and I thank you very, very much.
Sir, you've truly paved the path for all of us to follow. Thank you so much.
I now request Sir Dr. Mansukh Bhai Shah to felicitate Sir Dr. Ashish Shah for his presentation as well as for being the organizing secretary of this conference.
I again request Sir Dr. Mansukh Bhai Shah to felicitate Sir Dr. Srinetha Pandey for being the organizing secretary of the conference.
Thank you, sir. I now request Sir Dr. Jaswant Modi to felicitate Sir Dr. Ghanshyam Parmar for presenting his paper as well as for being the coordinator of this conference.
Thank you, sir. I request Sir Dr. Jaswant Modi to felicitate Sir Dr. Ashok Jitawat for presenting his paper as well as being the coordinator of the conference.
Thank you, sir. I now request our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Sir Dr. Chandramani More, to please felicitate Dr. Suresh Rathi, sir, for his role as chairperson of the session. I request Sir Dr. Manish Mehta to please come on stage. I request Sir Dr. Chandramani More, our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, to please felicitate Sir for his role as the chairperson of our session. I also request Sir to please felicitate Sir Dr. Abhijit Chatterjee for his paper presentation.
so much, sir. Please take a seat. To give the concluding remark for the day, I request Sir Dr. Ashish Shah, Organizing Secretary, to please come on the podium.
Well, yes, the sir has said that it is never easy to say bye. So I do not say bye. As a concluding remarks, I just would, before starting I concluding the remarks, I would just like to have from one from audience, as we are running short of time. Can you just tell me how's your experience at Sumandeep Vidyapeeth? Can anyone? Someone have a mic, they can speak also. Because this tells us about the success of conference.
ऐसा लगता है जैसे घर में है. Nothing outside, nothing, no pressure, no tension, and all the arrangements are excellent, and everybody is cooperative, and I believe that everybody has enjoyed this conference, and everybody was very cooperative, and everything was done in the best way that could be done. Thank you.
Yeah, we can take one or more two reviews and then we go further.
This is my first conference coming to Baroda. This is the home of MS University, where education was born. I think Mansukh Bhai has taken the challenge to create another institute, and this could be center of excellence for all of Jainism and health.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah, we have a review from our international speaker also.
What shall I say? I came as a stranger and I'm leaving as a friend. I feel like being part of the family now. And you know what that means? You will need to invite me again, right? So thank you all for a great experience. And yeah, I'll be happy to be back. I'll be back.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yeah, one from yes, please, ma'am. Yeah.
नहीं मैं हिंदी में क्या बोलूँगी मेरा निमंत्रण ऐसा हुआ कि मैं पालिताना जाने वाली थी तो बोले जसवंत जी ने बोले कि और सुलेख जी ने बोले कि आइए आइए मैंने कहा कि मैं क्या क्या करूँगी मेरा टॉपिक नहीं है मतलब मैं सुपरवाइज़र हूँ लेकिन जैन स्टडीज़ में बहुत कम करती हूँ लेकिन अभी मैं इधर आकर बहुत खुश हूँ क्योंकि यहाँ मैं मतलब मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि एक परिवार हो तो हम okay, can I switch to English because I'm very
yeah, fine, it's fine, ma'am. Yeah.
I've been pampered. I've been really pampered, and this is really something that you know is like I didn't expect it, and the students here are wonderful. The staff is great. When I arrived the first night, I was in the mess, and so I met some of the faculty, the students, and the campus is wonderful. So it's my first time to Baroda, and as Corina has said, I am afraid that you will have to have me back again. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Maybe someday we could be also there. You can invite us also. Okay. Anyone last? Someone? Yeah. Sorry. Yes, please.
Yeah. No, I would also say that echo everything that has been said previously. I keep traveling to conferences a lot in India and now in UK, US, and conferences in India are not so easy to organize, to put things together, and student volunteers. I mean, I'm grateful and I'm very happy with this event coming here to.
That he travels a lot for conferences, so do I, not across, not abroad, but within India. And I have noticed that organizing conferences is definitely a very tough job, but very few are successful at that. And in my last 10 years experience, I can say I have seen this is the only third one that has been successful. In terms of logistics, in terms of attending the scholars, in terms of providing the amenities they need, and timeliness, punctuality, except for 10-15 minutes here and there, which is otherwise not managed anywhere else, except one which I saw in Pune. Oh, no, I just said in India. I said in India.
Don't mind, we are talking about India only, ma'am.
So,
Just
one,
like
I
that.
had experienced that at Prerna Trust organized conference in Pune, and one in Bangalore by Dr. Trapti Jain. These two places I experienced this kind of professionalism which I saw here.
Thank
So,
you.
yes, thumbs
Thank-
up to all you all.
Thank you.
All
Thank
over
you so much.
organized. Thank you.
Okay, with these remarks, I just want to give a concluding. Yeah, okay, okay, fine.
Hello. I just want to thank everyone who is added to this conference because it was really a wonderful experience for me. I really want to come back to back whenever I get chance for the conference. It was really a successful conference, and when I was given the option form, feedback form to tick, I had only one option that I had to tick excellent in every column. Really felicitations to all of you. Really a very successful conference. Thank you.
I would like to add a few words. It's like darshan, medical science gives life और दर्शन हमको जीवन जीने का तरीका सिखाता है. So what a beautiful combination here at Sumandeep Vidyapeeth. Both medical science and darshan. Nothing can be more beautiful than this. The temple inside the campus. It's really, really a sight to see, and one of the most gracious thing that can happen inside a place where we are studying. Temple har jagah hona chahiye, and this is actually a thing which other institutes should take up from Sumandeep. So this is a very big thing about this place. All the amenities were really very good. The students have taken care of each one of us. None of us was left behind. And one thing I would like to add is I recently attended the Indian Philosophical Congress wala conference which happened in Mumbai. The facilities which they provided, Sumandeep was at par. So, in fact, in some things, Sumandeep excelled. At the IPC, papers from Jain philosophy were very, very less. So, the papers which were presented here were much more richer, particularly pertaining to Jain philosophy. I think we have to take certain steps to bring Jain philosophy to such forums also, so that it can be accepted within India. Then we can go globally.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Ashish bhai.
Yes.
So, few words I also would like to speak. When we started and we got the instruction from Jaswant bhai and Sulekh ji, and we talked because I was continuously having the conversation with Mansukh bhai. I am very much thankful that whatever the request we made with Mansukh bhai, he accepted and he has not refused even for a single penny. Whatever was the request made by us to Mansukh bhai, I am very much thankful to you. And we were afraid of that what was the quality and whether the n number of papers would be there or not. But thank God that we got sufficient number of, more than our expectation, we got the papers and abstract, and our selection committee also they did marvelous. And one thing I'm sure that in India and abroad, in India not even a single Jain department or where the Jainology is being taught, from all over the country we are having the representation from all over the universities, all the HOTs, whether it's a Madras University or Jain University, MLSU, from all the universities where the Jainology department is there, we are having a good presentation and number of presentation. All the presentation were excellent, as you know very well how the delivery was for these 2 days. So I am, on behalf of me, on behalf of Sulekh ji, on behalf of Jaswant bhai, I am very much thankful to the Sumandeep University, especially Jaswant bhai, Ashish bhai, and all the team for enabling us to hold this world-class conference. And as is the dream, because I got the opportunity to talk quite a number of times. Mansukh bhai's dream is that to make the popular Mahavirology in place of Jainology. Why not to make Mahavirology and to have to teach applied Jainism. with the help of what the infrastructure they are having here in medical. So Jain plus medical. And as I gave in my presentation, unfortunately at that time Mansukh was not there in my presentation. He himself, he is having 500 doctors under him, but he himself is applying genealogy, and he is quite well, as we can see in front of us. So the principle which he himself is applying, why not to apply it for others also? So I am once again thankful to you, and I am thankful to all Jaswant Bhai and all others. Thank you very
so
much.
much. So thank you so much.
Those all the scholars, those who have come and those who have joined online, they give their maximum input regarding the research for the medical genealogy. My dream is myropathy has to be Maviropathy.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Sorry, I'll just be brief, but as Vice Chair of Academic Liaison Committee of Jaina, I wish there were more, foreign representatives of Jain programs in universities around. We'll work towards that. To bring that interaction between Indian scholars and Jain, faculty teaching Jainism and applied Jainism outside of India at various campuses. The other thing I would like to compliment is seeing so many young and budding, scholars who are so knowledgeable, who can quote from the Granthas and the Sutras literally on, on demand. And that talent is amazing. We have to keep nurturing and encouraging that talent. So thank you very much. Only one suggestion is manage time a little better, less on ceremony, more on content, and giving the scholars a chance to interact with the audience. That's very critical. Otherwise we
Sir, आपने एक glamour की बात की थी अभी थोड़ी देर पहले. This what's to have, sir.
Okay, ek to wo. Last point is consider co-locating this conference. I've been here in India for a month. I've attended 3 different Jain conferences I was invited to. 2 of them are similar, the one done in Ahmedabad and one here. Suggest you collaborate rather than compete, and find ways to co-locate instead. So back to back, so we don't have to travel back and forth and go through a lot of difficult times when we come for a long period from abroad. So just some consideration.
We are open to always. We are not competing institution anywhere. As sir has suggested, we are open for all. All scholars are invited. That's what we are here. So there is no issue such kind of that, sir. We already sir has explained also, I think, so on that. Yeah.
सबने सब कुछ कहा है, पर आज जो एक वर्बल एडहॉक कमिटमेंट आशीष भाई से मिला है, और यहाँ जो स्कॉलर्स है, मेरा बड़ौदा स्वच्छ बड़ौदा बाय सुमनदीप यूनिवर्सिटी, स्वच्छ बड़ौदा. So that was one promise by सुमनदीप. So next conference में शायद वो देखने को मिले. और जो महावीरोलॉजी की बात की, आई थिंक जैन मेडिकल जूरिस्प्रूडेंस, क्योंकि ये कॉन्फ्रेंस इतना बड़ा इंटेलेक्चुअली बहुत ही जितने भी पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन, इट वर वेरी वेरी हाईली कंटेंटिव. नहीं अच्छी बात है. Thank
you ma'am. Okay, so moving towards further, first of all, as a concluding remarks, already you have give your reviews a lot, but first of all, first I would like to acknowledge my students team. Without them, it is really not possible. अगर संस्कारों की बात करें तो whatever the things they have committed with, all the way they are doctors, but you have seen that they are taking a cup of tea for you and all. So उसके ज़्यादा संस्कार क्या हो सकते हैं? So I am very much I'm sorry. Okay. Next thing is just a part of a suggestion. मैं इतना छोटा हूँ, आपको suggestions तो नहीं दे सकता, but mind well as an अनेकांतवाद concept. The thing which I observe, particularly for Jain philosophy related conference, generally what the criteria of conference have, you should have a 5 or 6, if you have a 2 days program, keynote speaker, and then you have a more like listeners. But to be very frank, you can ask yourself, if we won't give you a chance to present, are you able to come or not? Because what we have observed one thing, because we are very, I mean, in a baby step, but here everyone wants to speak. So we are not denying that, but actually what the way should conference have? It is really beautiful conference. We have a lots of idea, but next time we would propose like that, okay, we will select such kind of a topics. We have a plenary sessions on that only, and we would separately run oral presentations for that, so that we can get more quality out of that. That is the one thing. Second thing, whatever the things you for conference you are, I mean, what are, during these 2 days आपने जो भी observe किया, that is thanks to our founder president Dr. Mansukh sir. Starting from finance, everything is supported by Sumandeep for this conference. Without the support, especially Vice Chancellor Sir Abhi nahi hai, Registrar Sir and our Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, they all dignitaries are always like kuch bhi karna hai related to Jain philosophy, because being a university we have protocol. तो जब ये बात आई कि Sumandeep will finance all the things and will go further without asking a single question, ऐसा नहीं है कि sir is a president that's why, but they have allowed us for to do, yes, you go ahead. So without that liberty, even I cannot do this. So thanks to our university authorities also. Thanks to our partner, International School of Jain Studies and Vardhaman Charitable Foundation. Jaswant sir is a very busy personality, but whenever I approach, sir is always available. He is always ready to guide. So thanks to sir also, and thanks to Pandey also, Sugan sir also. Even Dr. Abhay Firudya cannot come, but उनके लिए भी हम कृतज्ञ है. Yeah, second thing is regarding the I want to address is a scholar. When you being said as a scholar, if you observe a modern trends, what to be as a scholar. So scholar के बारे में, it's one of the important criteria is the publishing. And what you want to learn, what I have observed is publishing a paper with the quality is very less in terms of a Jain philosophy. When I saying this about the quality, is it the indexing publishing? It's about the Scopus Web of Science and maybe a PubMed also. So it is a very less somewhere. We need to think about that, because what is the, I mean, uska impact kya hota hai? Just giving you one example. Yesterday we have a discussion of 171 days fasting. Along with me, Dr. Ghanshyam was there. Now what it could be impact? अगर हम सपोज अहिंसा की बात करते हैं, उनका पेपर हमने पब्लिश किया. You must aware about the cross citations also, right? So one citation we got and we were really amazed. There was a study of Turkey, and the person in a Turkey is observing 8-day water only fasting. He is from non-Jain community, maybe a Muslim community somewhere else. So after doing this study, he was observing, means वहाँ से उसको प्रेरणा मिल रही है. So 8 दिन suppose if he is a non-vegetarian or whatsoever, अगर उसने वो त्याग किया तो उससे बड़ी अहिंसा क्या होगी? I hope मेरा कहने का मतलब यही है कि this much potential have of research study. So you need to go through the applied research study also. In a Jainism, we more talk about the philosophy, but when philosophy combines with the research, you are on a next level. That is for sure. And world will read you. This is the only platform where I need not to do a marketing. Because when I was sitting here, our PVC sir have more than 1500 or 1700 citations. Dr. Ghanshyam has 1000 citations. I have more than 500 citations. So we are getting, world is reading to us without doing anything. Because somewhere we are suppose launching a book or anything, we need to reach a people. But the scholarly platform provides you a thing, the world will come to read you only. So we had to focus on that, and I think so Sumandeep have so much expertise on that. So every scholar are welcome. Your whenever you prepare the paper, if you want any guidance, we are here for you. We can have a collaboration of this. This is the second thing just I want to express. Now third and last thing is कि on a shorter notice or higher notice, जो भी रहा, we got a tremendous huge response for the abstract also. First of all, we are sorry if we not able to accommodate your abstract based on the quality and etc. criteria, but we have received abstract around in India across 16 plus states. We have received the international abstracts also, and finally we have screened about the 34 or 36 papers we have. So in last note, I just say that this is just a beginning. ये पेपर पब्लिश होके हमें नहीं रुकना है. We'll go with the research study continuously, and if dignitaries support is there, जो एक बात चली कि कैसे यूथ को आगे बढ़ाए, मैडम आज की यूथ की रिक्वायरमेंट है is to need a support, because even for conference and all these things you have to give a support. So beginner dignitaries, it's now your duty to give us a support. Suppose I am working on a project, there should be some platform should be created which gives you a financial support for the research studies. Of course there may be a committee for that, but I don't think so any centralized committee is there which can finance this. So you need to look after that also. Suppose someone is working on fasting, meditation, whatsoever. And one more thing we need to announce, you can give always suggestions to us regarding the research studies. हम आज एक नया एक चीज बनाना चाहते हैं. We will start with one youth forum. ये youth forum में eligibility criteria हम रखेंगे. It should not be more than 50 years. Why? I just explain this. We take an idea from them, how to implement, what are the technical glitches that they have. We will simultaneously create a forum of dignitaries. Then we will communicate to you, yes, this much have potential, now what you can facilitate us. So that we can do also. So this was just idea. Without your support, it was not possible. So with this remark, I just want to conclude that thank you for the coming, and if anything mischief from our side, we are Michhami Dukram. Thank you so much.
To express the collective emotion of this gathering, to thank our distinguished guests and tireless volunteers, and this wonderful university, I invite Sir Dr. Ghanshyam Parmar to propose the word of thanks. I invite Sir Dr. Shrinetra Pandey to propose the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, learned organizing committee, it is my proud privilege to extend our heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for gracing this international conference with your presence and contributions. We have two, as Dr. Jaswant Bhai discussed, we have two instrumental force and you can say guiding lights behind this conference, Dr. Jaswant Modi ji and Dr. Sulekh Jain. And they brought these two institutions, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth and International School for Jain Studies, together for this conference, and not only for this conference, many more things to come in future. We are fortunate that Dr. Jaswant Modi, we were in the company of his for 2 days. So sir, on behalf of the organizing committee of the conference, I thank you all for your vision and encouragement we had during these 2 days. We are deeply grateful for your support and inspiration. The founder president of the university, Dr. Mansukh Bhai Shah, who gave us freedom, and not only freedom but proper guidance and suggestions to move on the right path. So sir, we express our sincere gratefulness to you for everything. I thank Honorable Vice Chancellor Pro Vice Chancellors, Registrar, and other administrative staff of the university for their support to ensure to smooth conduct of this international conference. Our distinguished guests, Dr. Meera Modi, Dr. Bhupen Mehta, Dr. Manish Mehta, Dhruti Ben from the United States, Dr. Alessandra Consolaro from University of Turin, Italy, uh, Miss Corina Loher from Hamburg, Germany, uh, Sarmila Ben from Pune, and others. I thank you all for your valuable insights. Our chairpersons of the sessions, presenters, and scholars, we are grateful for the depth of knowledge, research, and perspectives you have shared here during these 2 days. Your contributions have enriched the intellectual discourse as expressed by many others. So, your scholarship have made this event truly interactive and meaningful. I thank all the faculty members from the different departments of the university, students, staff members who were directly or indirectly involved in organizing this conference, the volunteers, as Ashish Bhai mentions. Before this conference, I got a chance to collaborate with Mangalayatan University in 2017. So I experienced these things over there as well. They are students of medicine and medical departments, managements. They were very बहुत कुछ किया उन लोगों ने. The same thing. I would say greater than that experience. So आप सबसे निवेदन है इन सारे वॉलेंटियर्स के जो सिर्फ एक वॉलेंटियर्स नहीं थे कोई पेड बेसिस पे बुलाया गया, उस सारे स्टूडेंट्स विथ प्रॉपर ऑनर दे डिड अ लॉट. अथक परिश्रम जिसे कहते हैं, यदि हम कहें कि इस कार्यक्रम को सफल बनाने में इनका अभूतपूर्व योगदान था, तो शब्दों की सीमा में इससे अधिक कुछ नहीं कहा जा सकता. तो आप सबको हृदय तल की गहराइयों से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आप सबके उज्जवल और मंगलमय भविष्य की कामना. धन्यवाद आप सभी को. फाइनली एज एन organizing secretary of the conference, I humbly seek forgiveness for any shortcomings, any type of inconveniences in facilities or organization. Your understanding and generosity of spirit are sincerely valued. यदि मैं आशीष भाई को, प्रोफेसर परमार को यदि इनके प्रति कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित न करूं, तो शायद ये जो वोट ऑफ थैंक्स की फॉर्मेलिटी है ये अधूरी रहेगी. तो आई डोंट हैव वर्ड्स टू एक्सप्रेस माय ग्रेटिट्यूड टुवर्ड्स आशीष भाई एंड परमार जी. Credit goes to them for the successful completion of this conference. As we concluded, हमारे यहाँ समापन सत्र की परंपरा बहुत बाद में आई. समापन सत्र तो है ही नहीं, हम विश्राम सत्र कहते हैं. समापन का मतलब तो ये हुआ कि हमने ख़त्म कर दिया. वस्तुतः मेरे भाव में ये समापन नहीं है, जैसा आशीष भाई ने भी कहा, डॉक्टर मनसुख भाई ने कहा कि यह एक आरंभ था और उस आरंभ का एक विश्राम सत्र है. आगे बहुत कुछ करना है. आप सभी साथ में काम करने के लिए, चाहे जैन दर्शन, जैन संस्कृति, पुरातत्व, आर्ट, आइकोनोग्राफी, medical science, there are different many fields to do. A lot of things still have to do. So you all are invited. Thank you. Thank you so much. सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्. मिच्छामि दुःखम्. जय जिनेन्द्र. नमोजिडाडम्.
Thank you, sir. Yes. As we dissolve this assembly, let us remember that the conference ends here, but the mission begins now. It is up to us to take these ideas of ahimsa, sattvic living, and mental peace back to our clinics, to our classrooms, and to our homes. I, Archit, and Sakshi have been your hosts, and it has been an absolute honor to navigate this journey with you. As we wind up, I request everybody to please rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Before I have to say officially goodbye to you all, I have a few minor announcements. We will be having a photo session outside, so I would request everybody to please stay back for that. Dinner has been served in the neighboring hall. Any attendees who have not received their certificates can collect it from the registration desk. Yes. The photo session will be outside the convention center. Please proceed for the photo session. Safe travels and Jai Janendra. Thank you all.